Chapter 251. Killing the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King glared viciously with his single eye, as if he wished he could swallow Lu Chen whole. Human, this king will tear you apart with my own hands. As soon as these words were spoken, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King leaned forward and kicked off with his legs with such force that the air exploded. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he lunged toward Lu Chen. Under the augmentation of the demon whale domain, his aura climbed to the extreme. Gray and purple lights intertwined, causing waves to surge across the sea surface for 100 miles around. However, the spirit beasts in this deep-sea demon whale territory had long since been eaten clean by the deep-sea demon whale king, so there was no spirit beast riot. Apart from the deep-sea demon whale king and Lu Chen, the only one closest to this place was High Priestess Bo Saishi. But High Priestess Bo Saishi clearly did not intend to interfere in the battle between the deep-sea demon whale king and Lu Chen. Watching the man and the beast fighting from afar, she felt secretly shocked. Lu Chen was even more powerful than she had imagined. He was actually able to trade blows evenly with the deep-sea demon whale king. I originally thought that Tang Chen's talent was already the best on the continent. Without relying on the protection of a divinity, he cultivated to a rank 99 super Douluo on his own, his talent rivaling that of the sea god of the past. But this young spirit master from the continent is even better than Tang Chen. His talent might even surpass the sea god of the past. If he is willing to accept the sea god's legacy, he will 100% pass the test, and I will be able to be released. High Priestess Bo Saishi had a plan in mind. If Lu Chen could kill the deep-sea demon whale king, she would invite Lu Chen to go to Sea God Island to accept the sea god's legacy. Returning to the battlefield, facing the menacing deep-sea demon whale king, Lu Chen took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and narrowed his eyes. He hardened his resolve, ready to fight the deep-sea demon whale king head-on. If he wanted to absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring and spirit bone, this battle was ultimately unavoidable. Qian body protection, 1,000-ton giant strength. Golden light erupted from Lu Chen's body. While increasing his physical defense, he also increased his body's tolerance, allowing him to unleash 1,000% of his power. Boom! Like a Super Saiyan transforming, Lu Chen's robes fluttered violently and his hair danced wildly. The suddenly surging aura caused the charging deep-sea demon whale king to pause for a moment. Lu Chen took a step out, his figure rising into the sky like a golden dragon, smashing dark cracks into the surrounding space. Lu Chen threw a punch, and the deep-sea demon whale king opposite him also threw a punch in utter astonishment. The two fists collided like a thunderclap, creating ripples of air waves and forming a de facto vacuum area. The force rebounded, causing Lu Chen to retreat 100 meters before stabilizing his figure, while the deep-sea demon whale king retreated hundreds of meters before finally stabilizing his figure. The deep-sea demon whale king roared sternly, "This is impossible." He had cultivated for 300,000 years and devoured countless marine spirit beasts to achieve a million-year cultivation, polishing his body into a 99% divine rank body. Yet Lu Chen, as a human spirit master, had not even cultivated for a fraction of that time, but the power he was unleashing now even exceeded that of the deep-sea demon whale king. This was something the deep-sea demon whale king simply could not accept. Lu Chen raised his hand, and the 150-meter giant scythe flew back into his hand. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, what is impossible? You should look at the spirit ring configuration on my body, how many 100,000-year spirit beasts and hundreds of thousands year vicious beasts have become my spirit rings and spirit bones. Today you will be no exception, deep-sea demon whale king. With your spirit ring and spirit bone, I will certainly be able to advance further." The deep-sea demon whale king's face was as gloomy as water. He laughed out of extreme anger. "If you want this king's spirit ring and spirit bone, it depends on whether you have the ability. This king's spirit ring and spirit bone can allow you to advance further, but conversely, if this king devours you, then this king will certainly be able to evolve into a sea god dragon. Today, either you die or I perish." The deep-sea demon whale king let out a low roar and spread his palms, his spirit power surging out. With crackling sounds, blue-purple lightning flashed, and countless blue-purple lightning bolts intertwined and wrapped around each other, forming a huge lightning ball with a diameter of 30 meters. In the next instant, the huge lightning ball tore through the air. Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he flashed 100 meters to the left. However, that lightning ball seemed to have a tracking and locking function, actually chasing after Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and looked down at his body. Blue-purple arcs of electricity were wrapped around his body, connected to the lightning ball's aura. So this lightning ball could not be dodged. Third spirit ability, Space Slash. Lu Chen swung his blade, cutting a spatial crack in midair. The incoming lightning ball fell into the spatial crack and disappeared without a trace. Sixth spirit ability, Gravity Distortion. An invisible wave spread rapidly, enveloping the deep-sea demon whale king within a few breaths. Under the suppression of hundredfold gravity, the deep-sea demon whale king's expression changed, as if he were carrying a giant mountain. Although it could not crush his divine rank body, it caused him to be greatly suppressed. Fifth spirit ability, Earth Ant Emperor Slash. Lu Chen swung his blade again, and as his spirit power surged continuously, he slashed out a giant, 100-meter-sized emerald green light blade. Under the suppression of hundredfold gravity, the deep-sea demon whale king certainly could not dodge. With a ferocious expression, he crossed his arms in front of him, and the deep purple divine armor on his body erupted with light, raising his defense to the limit. Boom! The highly compressed emerald green light blade and that set of deep purple divine armor erupted into an extremely intense confrontation, causing the space to crack and form dark traces. Ah! The deep-sea demon whale king let out a loud cry, every muscle in his body straining. Pushing his arms forward and surging his spirit power, he finally shattered the emerald green light blade. Drip, drip, drops of blood dripped from his arms. Clearly, the deep-sea demon whale king had sustained significant injuries during the confrontation. The deep-sea demon whale king bared his teeth. Under such intense fighting, the evil power that had originally been suppressed in the wound on his back further eroded his flesh, making his entire back feel bone-chillingly cold. From the very beginning of this battle, Lu Chen had held the upper hand, and as time passed, his advantage became increasingly obvious. Deep-sea demon whale king, it seems the wound I left you before is making you very uncomfortable. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen flashed out, wielding his 150-meter giant scythe, hacking at the deep-sea demon whale king one slash after another. The deep-sea demon whale king was slashed violently from head to toe, covered in blood, and kept roaring in anger. Human, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. The deep-sea demon whale king, a dignified million-year spirit beast, could only roar in impotent fury. He was now beset by troubles both internally and externally. Inside, evil power was eroding his flesh, and outside, Lu Chen, who was unleashing divine rank power, was hacking at him with a 150-meter giant scythe. Lu Chen's power was too tyrannical. Under the 1000% amplification, he actually hacked the deep purple divine armor into rags. Sky-ripping claw. Lu Chen seized the opportunity and summoned the dark gold terror claw, which had evolved into a divine artifact. Raising his hand, he clawed, unleashing a 100-meter-sized dark golden claw mark. The claw mark crossed the sky and slammed into the deep-sea demon whale king's chest. With a boom, his divine armor shattered completely. The erupting destructive energy caused the void realm to tremble, shattering into dark cracks. The deep-sea demon whale king was filled with disbelief. My divine armor. Lu Chen flashed forward, reached out with a claw, and instantly tore through the deep-sea demon whale king's chest, grabbing his heart and squeezing it with force. With a pop, his heart exploded completely. Lu Chen looked at the stunned deep-sea demon whale king. You have divine armor, I have a divine artifact. Deep-sea demon whale king, now your divine armor is shattered, your heart is exploded, your life has come to an end. The deep-sea demon whale king's only remaining eye was full of resentment and unwillingness. He opened his mouth and spat blood. Don't be smug, my million-year cultivation is not so easy to absorb. As his voice fell, the deep-sea demon whale king died with his eyes wide open. Amidst a burst of purple light, his body returned to its original form, turning back into a 200-meter behemoth, falling toward the sea below. With a splash, the waves splashed up hundreds of meters high. Chapter 252, Soul Flying Away and Spirit Scattering. With the death of the deep-sea demon whale king, the demon whale domain vanished like smoke, and the layers of dark clouds in the sky dissipated into nothingness. Sunlight shone down, and the sky returned to a clear, bright state. Only the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, soaking in the seawater with its overwhelming bloody aura, told the story of the tragic battle that had just occurred. Ha! Lu Chen let out a long breath. In the end, he had won this battle. The brilliant golden light gradually faded from Lu Chen's body, and his violent aura, which had been like that of a god or demon, quickly receded to a low point. Lu Chen stumbled. The high-intensity battle had consumed him greatly, and now his muscles were sore and swollen, with less than one-third of his spirit power remaining. In his current state, it was almost impossible to successfully absorb the million-year spirit ring of the deep-sea demon Whale King. He turned his head and cast a sideways glance at High Priestess Bo Saishi in the distance, pondering to himself. Just now, while I was fighting the deep-sea demon Whale King, High Priestess Bo Saishi remained a spectator. Perhaps, as she said, as long as I do not make an enemy of the sea god, she will not view me as an enemy. But I still need to remain vigilant. For now, I must hurry and recover my spirit power. With this thought, Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the air and operated his meditation method. With each breath, the heaven and earth energy within a 100-mile radius gathered toward him. Streams of heaven and earth energy poured into his body, allowing his spirit power to recover rapidly. Lu Chen possessed the ultimate life attribute. As long as his spirit power was restored, the fatigue of his body and the soreness of his muscles were quickly alleviated. Lu Chen spent half an hour restoring most of his spirit power, and his physical state basically returned to its peak. When he opened his eyes and woke up, he couldn't wait to look at the corpse of the deep-sea demon Whale King soaking in the seawater. Above the corpse, a purple gold spirit ring was floating. Its terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space, stirring up waves in the seawater and causing surges 100 meters high. It is time to reap the harvest. Lu Chen flashed and descended onto the corpse of the deep-sea demon Whale King. To be safe, he activated his intangibility ability. Accompanied by ripples of space spreading out, Lu Chen took the corpse of the deep-sea demon Whale King and hid together into the void space. Without power above the divine rank, Lu Chen was absolutely safe while hiding in the void space. He suppressed the surging emotions in his chest, sat cross-legged on the head of the deep-sea demon Whale King, and issued a summons to that purple gold spirit ring. The purple gold spirit ring trembled, then settled onto Lu Chen, rapidly contracting and merging into his body. Cold, domineering, and tyrannical, a vast and unimaginably terrifying spirit power swept through Lu Chen's limbs and bones. HMPH. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. The fierce spirit ring energy filled his meridians to the brim, giving him the illusion that his body was about to explode. As expected of, a million-year spirit ring. It hurts so much. Every cell in my body feels like it's about to be torn apart by the energy. Persist, endure. The more painful it is at this moment, the better the tempering effect of the spirit ring energy. If it were like the evil spirit Orca King, where absorbing the spirit ring had no feeling at all, then it would not provide me with any improvement. Only pain can bring rewards. Lu Chen gritted his teeth until they clattered, veins bulged on his forehead, and his face flushed red. One could see beneath his skin that as the energy surged, it raised little bumps one after another. This was only because it was Lu Chen, whose body was comparable to a million-year spirit beast. At this moment, he only felt some pain. If it were any other titled Douluo, they would likely have been blown apart by the pressure in mere minutes. Under the scouring of the spirit ring energy, his skin, his flesh, his bones, his internal organs, every cell inside and outside his body sparkled with a lustrous sheen. With the help of the deep-sea demon Whale King's spirit ring energy, Lu Chen completed the ultimate leap, and his body completely transformed into a god body. He. Suddenly, a series of crazed, wild laughter sounds emanated from Lu Chen's mental force C. This was, of course, not Lu Chen's laughter, but the laughter of the deep-sea demon Whale King. The deep-sea demon Whale King laughed maniacally and said, "Human, although you killed me, I really must thank you. I have cultivated for 300,000 years and devoured countless ocean spirit beasts, yet I only reached 99% of a god body. You absorbed my spirit ring and reached a 100% god body. Now, this 100% god body will soon be mine. This king becoming a god is just around the corner." The deep-sea demon Whale King's soul, filled with resentment, broke into Lu Chen's mental force C. Its body emitted black smoke, stirring up Lu Chen's mental force C and leaving it in turmoil. In the center of the mental force sea, a slightly translucent figure of Lu Chen looked coldly at the invading deep-sea demon whale king. Deep-sea demon whale king, you wish to perform possession on my body. You are not worthy. When you were alive, I could kill you. Now that you are dead, I can kill you again. Slaughter domain. Lu Chen's mind moved, and a black light erupted from his body, turning into thousands of black blades. In an instant, it shredded the deep-sea demon whale king's soul to pieces. Ah! With a scream, the deep-sea demon whale king completely suffered, soul flying away and spirit scattering. Having lost its physical body, the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't even use its domain abilities. Yet it dared to provoke Lu Chen on his home turf, foolishly courting death. At this moment, Lu Chen saw the shredded soul fragments. With a thought, he opened his mouth and inhaled, causing a burst of suction to erupt from his mouth, drawing the shredded soul fragments into his belly. After consuming these soul fragments, Lu Chen had an inexplicable, mystical feeling, as if his soul had reached complete perfection and was starting to undergo a qualitative change. A hazy, seven-colored light erupted from the depths of his soul, like the first ray of light at the creation of the world, causing his soul to reach an entirely different level. His thinking speed increased 100-fold, places he previously felt unclear or did not understand, he could now instantly comprehend, allowing him to perceive everything. This is divine thought. Lu Chen felt extremely overjoyed, his eyes flashing with excitement. The deep-sea demon whale king was truly generous. Absorbing its spirit ring energy had allowed his body to completely transform into a god body. Absorbing its soul fragments had allowed his mental force to completely transform into divine thought. It could be said that now, Lu Chen was only missing a god position to allow his spirit power to break through from level 99 to level 100, and he would be able to break through and become a god. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. It was not in vain that I exhausted all my methods to successfully hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. This is only after absorbing its spirit ring. Once I absorb its spirit bone, I will be completely at perfection. With his body transformed into a god body and his mental force transformed into divine thought, Lu Chen encountered no more obstacles while absorbing the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring energy. About 10 hours later, Lu Chen completed the absorption of the spirit ring. Chapter 253, Lu Chen's Divine Equipment. Lu Chen opened his eyes and woke up, a flash of purple gold light erupting from them, though it only lasted for a moment before slowly dissipating. He stood up and stretched his limbs slightly, feeling as if a savage dragon was awakening within his body. A continuous stream of power surged out from his body, making him feel that he could kill a 100,000-year spirit beast like the evil spirit Orca King with a single punch. With a single thought, he sensed the two spirit abilities he had gained after absorbing the spirit ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. That's right, only 2 spirit abilities. Lu Chen guessed that perhaps it was because the deep-sea demon whale king, despite having a million years of cultivation, had achieved it by devouring countless marine spirit beasts and had not truly passed the 10th heavenly tribulation, so it did not count as a true million-year spirit beast. That was why there were only 2 abilities. But it didn't matter. Lu Chen's mental force had transformed into divine thought, and his body into a divine body, which was the greatest gain. Moreover, the power of these 2 abilities was extremely formidable. The first ability of the 9th spirit ring, Blade of World Destruction, could destroy a world with a single slash. Although the description was a bit exaggerated, it still showed the power of this spirit ability. The second ability of the 9th spirit ring, Endless Devouring, was the core ability of the deep-sea demon whale king and the real reason why it possessed a million years of cultivation despite only having cultivated for 300,000 years. In the ocean, there was a complete food chain based on the principle of big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. As the apex of the food chain, the deep-sea demon whale king's terrifying devouring ability allowed it to refine any spirit beast it ate into energy and store it in its body. This endless devouring spirit ability could condense a black hole with no upper limit to its devouring capability, and the energy obtained from devouring could be used to continuously increase one's own cultivation. Blade of World Destruction was a purely offensive spirit ability. Endless Devouring could be used for both offense and defense, and could also assist in cultivation. It was a very comprehensive spirit ability. A look of excitement appeared on Lu Chen's face. I now have 6 pieces of spirit bone. The Void Mantis head bone, the 9-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King left arm bone, the 1000 Jun Ant Emperor right arm bone, the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king left leg bone, the evil spirit orca king right leg bone, and the dark golden terror claw external spirit bone. I am only missing one torso spirit bone. This deep sea demon whale king torso spirit bone can complete the last missing piece of my spirit bone set. I have finally reached perfection. Come out, my torso spirit bone. Lu Chen stomped his foot, and the entire corpse of the deep sea demon whale king trembled. The next instant, the back of the deep sea demon whale king split open, and a purple gold light flew out from it. At the center of that light was a shimmering torso spirit bone, containing the complete spine and 24 ribs. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed it. The deep sea demon whale king torso spirit bone seemed to be summoned and flew towards his chest. The moment it touched his chest, the torso spirit bone melted into a purple gold liquid, tightly wrapping around his chest and back. It seeped through every inch of his skin, poured into his body, and found the corresponding skeletal position, merging into it bit by bit. Lu Chen's body had already transformed into a divine body, so he naturally felt no pressure absorbing this deep sea demon whale king torso spirit bone. However, after the torso spirit bone merged, his blood chi power began to climb steadily. A pillar of blood chi soared from the top of his head, illuminating the entire sky in a crimson red. Within a radius of 100 miles, the air became thick and viscous. Inside Lu Chen's body, stimulated by the surging blood chi power, the other 6 pieces of spirit bone on his body suddenly reacted violently. His void mantis head bone released cold energy. His 9-headed bloody crimson bat king left arm bone released evil energy. His 1,000 Jun ant emperor right arm bone released heavy energy. His 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king left leg bone released gentle energy. His evil spirit orca king right leg bone released tyrannical energy. His dark golden terror claw external spirit bone released sharp energy. The 6 pieces of spirit bone, stimulated by the blood chi power, released distinctly different energies, representing their distinctly different attributes. And the final deep sea demon whale king torso spirit bone released domineering energy. Inside Lu Chen's body, 7 distinctly different types of energy could not be integrated, pulling back and forth, almost treating his body as a battlefield. Even though he was a divine body, he felt tearing pain, as if his flesh and bones were being forcibly gouged out. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Chen's forehead. The deep sea demon whale king's torso spirit bone contains the divine equipment energy of the deep sea demon whale king. Could it be that I am about to condense a set of divine equipment? But the 7 pieces of spirit bone on my body come from different spirit beasts, with different attributes that cannot be integrated. If this continues, it will tear my body apart sooner or later. I remember Tang San faced this situation too. It was the sea god's divine force and the Asura god's divine force that forcibly connected the 7 pieces of spirit bone throughout his body, allowing the 7 pieces of spirit bone from 7 different spirit beasts to finally aggregate into a set of divine equipment. I have divine force too. Thinking of this, Lu Chen mobilized his divine thought and activated the life divine power of the seed of life. The emerald green life divine power swept through every part of his body like mercury pouring onto the ground. The life divine power was not domineering, but it was continuous and had great stamina. Under the scouring of the life divine power, the 7 pieces of spirit bone on his body slowly became tinged with an emerald green color. At this moment, the life divine power connected the 7 pieces of spirit bone, perfectly integrating the spirit bones of different attributes together. At this moment, the energy of all the spirit bones was ignited at the same time. His void mantis head bone transformed into a silver-white helmet, sharp like a blade, extremely cool. His deep sea demon whale king torso spirit bone transformed into a deep purple battle armor, with wavy patterns, as if one could hear the sound of surging waves. His 9-headed bloody crimson bat king left arm bone transformed into a blood-red bracer, covered with strange magic patterns, which outlined a blood bat pattern, giving a very eerie feeling. His 1,000 Jun ant emperor right arm bone transformed into a golden bracer. The right arm bracer was more than 3 times thicker than the left, giving a feeling of being indestructible. His 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king left leg bone transformed into a milky white greave, with patterns intertwined as if they were the roots and veins of a plant. His evil spirit orca king right leg bone transformed into a black-red greave, growing small barbs like rows of fine teeth. Once kicked into an enemy, it would surely tear the enemy's skin and flesh. His dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone transformed into a dark gold gauntlet, covering his entire palm, with 5 claws springing out like 5 sharp blades over 3 feet long. The 7 pieces of spirit bone transformed into 7 pieces of divine equipment, but because they came from different spirit beasts, the styles of the divine equipment were different. Wearing them on Lu Chen's body gave a very uncoordinated feeling. The next moment, emerald green light burst out from his body. Under the rendering of that light, the 7 pieces of divine equipment, originally of different colors, were all rendered in emerald green. At least with the colors unified, this set of divine equipment looked much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Chen felt his current power and was shocked to find that if the deep-sea demon whale king were still alive, he could slaughter it within 3 moves. This was the confidence this set of divine equipment brought to Lu Chen. Unfortunately, this power could not last, as Lu Chen was not yet a true divinity. Lu Chen let out a long breath, calming his inner shock. The life god position is currently still in the hands of the goddess of life. I cannot borrow the life god position to become a god. But if I am willing, I can refine the seed of life gifted by the goddess of life and create my own nature god position, or healing god position, and I will immediately be able to reach level 100 and become a god. But this would make me a subordinate god of the goddess of life. What I want to achieve is the supreme position of God King, not a first-class god or second-class god. It seems I cannot be hasty. Although I have the foundation to become a god instantly, for the sake of future development, I still cannot randomly create a god position. Chapter 254, Asura Demon Sword and Seed of Destruction. 5 hours later, the deep-sea demon whale king torso spirit bone had completely integrated into Lu Chen's body, and Lu Chen regained control of his body. As his divine thought moved, the 7 pieces of divine armor, which had transformed from his 7 spirit bones, also disintegrated, turning into streams of energy that returned to various parts of his body. Sensing the 2 spirit abilities brought to him by the torso spirit bone, a flash of brilliance crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Demon Whale Tyrant Sea, a domain-type spirit ability. Once activated, it can control all water elements within the domain, imposing a 50% suppression effect on enemies. If this Demon Whale Tyrant Sea spirit ability is used within the ocean, one can become the master of the ocean, mobilizing the energy of the ocean to fight enemies. World Extinguishing Demon Thunder, a type of water attribute yin thunder that can corrode an enemy's tendons, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs. Once hit, even if they don't die, they will end up with their origin chi heavily damaged and their strength reduced. Moreover, this world extinguishing demon thunder comes with a tracking effect, capable of tracking through the aura emitted by the enemy. Tisk tisk, 2 more decent spirit abilities. After Lu Chen understood the effects of the spirit bone skills, he turned his gaze toward the head of the deep-sea demon whale king, flashed over, raised his right hand, and summoned the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone. The 5 sharp blades, over 3 feet long, easily tore through the deep-sea demon whale king's skin and flesh under Lu Chen's control, accompanied by a series of toothaking sounds of flesh and bone tearing. The entire skull of the deep-sea demon whale king was lifted off by Lu Chen. No bloody smell sprayed out, instead, it permeated a rich and heavy fragrance. Inside the deep-sea demon whale king's skull was a basin-sized cavity. Filled with a golden paste-like substance, the whale brain, a heaven and earth treasure unique to ocean spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. And quietly lying within that whale brain was a purple bead, that was the deep-sea demon whale king's whale pearl. In terms of cultivation terminology from 10,000 years later, it was a yin and yang complementary dual spirit core. Even with Lu Chen's physical fitness, eating this whale brain would yield significant benefits, not to mention the whale pearl. Lu Chen immediately took out a jade box from his portable space. With a move of his divine thought, the whale pearl flew into his hand first, and then the golden paste-like whale brain flowed into the jade box in Lu Chen's hand as if it had a life of its own. After putting away the whale pearl and the whale brain, Lu Chen let out a long breath, deactivated his ethereal ability, and returned to the real world with the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king. With a splash, the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king fell back into the sea and continued to sink into the deep sea bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen did not interfere. When a whale falls, all things flourish. For 300,000 years, this deep-sea demon whale king had devoured all the ocean spirit beasts in the demon whale sea area. Now that it had been killed by Lu Chen, the most valuable spirit ring, spirit bone, whale pearl, and whale brain had already been taken away by Lu Chen. The remaining corpse would be returned to this demon whale sea area. He believed that under the nourishment of the deep-sea demon whale king's corpse, this sea area would attract a large number of ocean spirit beasts within a year, rather than being as lifeless as it was now. At this moment, High Priestess Bo Saishi, who had long been stunned, moved her mind, stepped on the waves and came over, speaking from a distance. Your Excellency, the deep-sea demon whale king you killed was once a great enemy of Lord Sea God. I did not expect it to die at your hands today. You have a fated connection with Lord Sea God. I wonder if you are willing to inherit Lord Sea God's God position. If it were someone else, I could not guarantee they would gain Lord Sea God's favor, but if it is you, Your Excellency, I can guarantee that you will definitely gain Lord Sea God's favor. Once you become the successor of Lord Sea God and pass Lord Sea God's trials, you will be able to inherit Lord Sea God's God position and become the master of this ocean. Just as High Priestess Bo Saishi was vigorously promoting the Sea God position, a burst of red light suddenly erupted in the sky, and boundless killing intent gathered rapidly, eventually condensing into a 2-meter-long blood-colored great sword. It was the Asura Demon Sword. After Tang Chen died, the Asura Demon Sword had dissipated into the air, but it had unexpectedly condensed again today. The blood-colored great sword trembled slightly, and a circle of scarlet air waves spread out, knocking High Priestess Bo Saishi, who was vigorously promoting the Sea God position, flying back 1,000 meters away. High Priestess Bo Saishi was also a super Douluo, but under that circle of scarlet air waves, she had no power to resist at all. The next moment, that Asura demon sword slowly floated in front of Lu Chen, emitting clanging sword chimes. Lu Chen looked at that Asura demon sword, his eyes widened in surprise. Through the killing intent of this Asura demon sword, he recognized it as the Asura demon sword. But why would the Asura demon sword appear in front of him? A divine thought filled with killing intent fluctuated from the Asura demon sword. After touching Lu Chen's divine thought, it explained the situation clearly. It turned out that the Asura demon sword wanted Lu Chen to be the successor of the Asura god. As long as Lu Chen reached out and grasped the Asura demon sword, without needing to pass the assessment of the Slaughter City, Lu Chen could obtain the Slaughter God domain and become the successor of the Asura God. And he could also obtain the divine force of the Asura God from the first 7 trials of the Asura 9 trials that Tang Chen had accumulated within the Asura demon sword. In other words, as long as Lu Chen was willing, he could almost be guaranteed the Asura God position. Lu Chen was stunned by this. You are truly yourself, Asura. An existence who wants to run away 800 times a day. As a law enforcer of the God realm, he could even break the law to run away. According to the rules, the divinities of the God realm cannot interfere with the lower realm, but now, the Asura God is the rules of the God realm itself. Should he become the Asura God? Lu Chen asked himself in his heart. The Asura God, one of the 5 God kings of the God realm, the law enforcer of the God realm, and possibly even the strongest in the God realm. Inheriting his God position would allow Lu Chen to obtain unimaginable power without putting in too much effort. I believe this is an irresistible temptation for anyone. But Lu Chen's eyes were indecisive. Was his journey so far just to inherit the Asura God position? This was not even as good as Tang San's dual God coexistence. Just when Lu Chen felt hesitant, a crack suddenly opened in the sky, and from that spatial crack, a fist-sized purple bead flew out. Within that purple bead, the purest destructive fluctuations flickered, as if it contained the most fundamental law of destruction. This purple bead was the seed of destruction, containing the most origin power of the God of destruction. As Lu Chen broke through to level 99 spirit power and finished attaching 9 spirit rings to his second martial soul, the God of destruction, who had already noticed Lu Chen, finally sent out the reward he had long decided upon, the seed of destruction. Now, an Asura demon sword and a seed of destruction were both placed in front of Lu Chen, letting him make a choice between the 2. Choosing the Asura demon sword would guarantee the Asura God position. Choosing the seed of destruction was not the God position of the God of destruction, so Lu Chen could not directly become the God of destruction. But with the seed of destruction and the seed of life, the origin powers of the God of destruction and the Goddess of life, gathered on one person, how much of a variable it could bring to Lu Chen's future. That would be something no one could imagine. Chapter 255. the Asura god deals a ruthless blow. Lu Chen looked at the Asura demon sword on his left and the seed of destruction on his right. He felt enveloped by an immense sense of surprise. It was not just the Asura god who had chosen him. Even the god of destruction was paying attention to him. The Asura god had directly offered the Asura god position, and it seemed as if he could not wait to shove it into Lu Chen's hands. Although the god of destruction had not handed the god position of destruction to Lu Chen, the seed of destruction he provided contained the most fundamental law of destruction. With the foundation Lu Chen had currently accumulated, as long as he comprehended the law of destruction, he could create his own god position of destruction or god position of death in a matter of minutes, allowing him to break through level 100 and become a divinity instantly. Perhaps the only problem was that the god position of destruction or the god position of death would only be a subordinate god to the god of destruction. But this problem was not without a solution. Lu Chen possessed the seed of life within his body, and by absorbing the seed of destruction, he would possess the origin laws of two god kings, the goddess of life and the god of destruction. Comprehending the power of the origin law of a single god king would only allow him to become a subordinate god to that god king. But if he comprehended the power of the origin laws of both god kings simultaneously, fused the origin of life and destruction, and created a supreme god king position that was not governed by life and destruction, was there any need to hesitate? Lu Chen took a deep breath, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Inheriting the Asura god position is certainly a step toward reaching the heavens in a single bound, but comprehending the seed of destruction offers me a much broader horizon. As he spoke, Lu Chen reached out and grabbed the seed of destruction. He had made his choice. He chose the seed of destruction, not the Asura demon sword. The seed of destruction trembled slightly, as if feeling gratified. However, the Asura demon sword would not have it. In an instant, boundless, blinding blood-colored light erupted from the Asura demon sword. That blood-red tide covered the sky and the earth, instantly turning this sea area into an Asura purgatory. A bone-chilling killing intent lingered around Lu Chen's body, making his hair stand on end, as if countless sharp blades were gently grazing his skin. Lu Chen's expression changed. He immediately understood that the shameless Asura god had turned hostile directly because he had not accepted the Asura god position. With a thought, his not yet mature divine armor was instantly summoned. Helmet, battle armor, left and right bracers, left and right greaves, and a right-hand gauntlet. The 7 pieces of divine armor emerged from his body, completely enveloping him, causing the aura radiating from his body to be in no way inferior to that of a true divinity. Facts proved that Lu Chen's reaction was correct. Because in the very next instant, that 2-meter-long blood-colored giant sword slashed down at him from above. An incredibly pure and imposing killing intent constantly provoked his nerves. Even though his mental force had already transformed into divine thought, under the impact of this killing intent, illusions flashed before his eyes, all scenes of him being slaughtered. Ah! Lu Chen roared. He did not want to die here. He recondensed his divine thought, which had been gradually scattering under the impact of the killing intent, and tore through the illusions of him being killed. His eyes narrowed as he stared directly at the slashing Asura demon sword. He raised his hand, swinging the right-hand gauntlet formed by the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone, and collided with the blood blade of the Asura demon sword. Clang! Accompanied by a massive sound of metal clashing. Pitch-black cracks shattered in the surrounding space. Under the rolling air waves, 100-meter-high waves surged on the sea surface, the turbulent billows rising and falling incessantly. Lu Chen's face flushed red. Under the massive recoil force, he was knocked back 100 meters. The air pressure from his high-speed movement almost split the sea surface beneath him in two. He cursed internally. Damn, this Asura god is truly heartless. Before I made my choice, he was practically dying to shove the Asura god position into my arms. I just did not choose his Asura god position, and he immediately turned hostile, manipulating the Asura demon sword to deal a ruthless blow to me instantly. He was sweet just a moment ago, and now he is a monster. This Asura god turns his back faster than flipping a book. It is a good thing my reaction was fast enough, otherwise, that sword strike just now would have been enough to cost me half my life. The Asura god truly deserves his reputation as one of the 5 god kings. His true form did not even appear, and merely an Asura demon sword is enough to make me feel a threat of death. Lu Chen was not the type to swallow his anger quietly. Since the Asura god wanted his life, there was no need for him to be polite now. His battle intent surged in his chest, and his aura climbed to the extreme. He moved the seed of destruction from his right hand to his left, then summoned his spirit, the black iron sickle. Having been tempered by the energy of the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring and spirit bone, the black iron sickle had evolved once again. The handle was 4 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm. The scythe blade was 2.6 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. On that wide, thick blade were wavy patterns. Its shape was exaggerated, hideous, and terrifying, truly a lethal weapon in the human world capable of slaughtering all living things. Now, the weight of Lu Chen's black iron sickle spirit had reached a terrifying 108,000 jin, in no way inferior to the sea god trident. As a million-year-old spirit beast, and the largest and heaviest spirit beast in the ocean, the changes it brought to the black iron sickle were immense. Black, black, red, 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 purple gold, 2 black, 6 red, and 1 purple gold. A spirit ring configuration so exaggerated it made people gasp in astonishment rose one by one from beneath Lu Chen's feet. The moment those 9 spirit rings appeared, the wind stopped, and the waves calmed. Lu Chen seemed to become the sole dominator between heaven and earth. He was not yet a divinity, but he was already superior to a divinity. Lu Chen's blood and qi soared to the heavens. His roar sounded like a dragon's chant and a tiger's howl, echoing between heaven and earth like thunder from the 9 heavens. Come and fight. If you want my life, a single Asura demon sword is not enough to do it. Under Lu Chen's provocation, the Asura demon sword emitted an earth-shattering sword cry. The blinding blood-colored light covering the sky poured down toward Lu Chen, ferociously tearing through his aura and suppressing his strength to less than 50%. Then, the Asura demon sword, like a blood dragon, pierced through the sky, shattered space, and flew straight toward Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched wildly, he felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. Demon whale dominates the sea. Slaughter domain. Qian body protection. 1,000-ton giant strength. Lu Chen instantly exploded with his full power, relying on the 2 domain abilities, demon whale dominates the sea and slaughter domain, to resist the suppression of his strength by that blinding blood light. Relying on Qian body protection and 1,000-ton giant strength, he strengthened his physical power to the extreme. Amidst the brilliant golden light, Lu Chen swung his blade and slashed, colliding with that blood-colored giant sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, Lu Chen and the Asura demon sword were simultaneously knocked back 100 meters. Lu Chen laughed heartily. It seemed that with him going all out, he could still fight against the Asura demon sword. He stomped his feet heavily, causing space to crack. His body soared into the sky like a golden dragon, swinging his blade once more to engage the Asura demon sword. The Asura demon sword spat out blood-colored light. Although not held by anyone, it displayed astonishing sword techniques, slashing left and right, like a swimming dragon. Its offensive was like a violent storm, continuous and ceaseless. It had accompanied the Asura god, fighting for countless years. Its combat techniques, combat experience, and combat awareness were exactly the same as the Asura god himself. Under the offensive of the Asura demon sword, Lu Chen was in a flurry. If his stats had not been high enough, he probably did not know how many times he would have been killed by the Asura demon sword. Combat techniques, combat experience, and combat awareness, these had always been Lu Chen's weaknesses. Lu Chen was too young. In his previous life as an ordinary person, he never had the opportunity to train his combat techniques, combat experience, and combat awareness. Having transmigrated into this life, he was only a 13-year-old youth. Although he had gone through quite a few battles, his techniques, experience, and awareness certainly could not compare to the Asura god who had fought for countless years. If he could not compare, then he could not compare. Lu Chen calmed his heart, his eyes fixed tightly on the Asura demon sword. Through his divine thought, he recorded its attack movements, integrating them into his own combat techniques during the battle to hone his own unrefined combat skills. Chapter 256, Battle of the God Kings. The Asura god had already manipulated the Asura demon sword to ruthlessly attack Lu Chen. Could the god of destruction just watch idly and remain indifferent? Of course not. At the same time, in the god realm hub, the vast divine might of the Asura god and the god of destruction cast the entire god realm into shadow, causing numerous first-ranked gods, second-ranked gods, and third-ranked gods to tremble beneath their divine might. From within the purple light covering half of the God Realm hub, a resounding voice of questioning rang out. Asura, what is the meaning of this? As an enforcer of the God Realm, you have actually interfered in the development of the lower realm without authorization and ruthlessly attacked an ordinary spirit master on the Douluo continent. Do you still remember that you are an enforcer of the God Realm, the spokesperson for the rules of the God Realm? Breaking the law while knowing the law, your crime, Asura, is even more severe. The god of destruction had long found the Asura god displeasing. This guy was single-mindedly trying to run away. Sitting in the position of God Realm enforcer, all he thought about every day was how to throw away his Asura god position. Among the 5 god kings of the God Realm, the goddess of life was content with the status quo, wishing only to maintain the stability of the God Realm, while the god of destruction was enterprising and wanted to strive for a future for the God Realm. The one point where they sought common ground while reserving differences was that they both hoped the God Realm could be better. The Asura god was the most powerful, yet only wanted to run away. Regarding the God Realm and his own responsibilities, he had a mindset of wanting to cast them off as soon as possible. The god of evil and the god of goodness, although they did not spend every day thinking about running away like the Asura god, were also weary of the dull life in the God Realm. Spending their days slacking off made the god of destruction, a workaholic, feel heartbroken. From within the red light covering the other half of the God Realm hub, a slightly hoarse, yet cold voice that was enough to make one's heart stop, rang out. Destruction. Do not make false accusations. I am fulfilling my duty. A human spirit master capable of erupting with divine rank combat power, and you call him an ordinary spirit master. That is pure nonsense. Seeing that he was a genius, I originally intended to save his life. If he had been able to inherit the Asura god position, then none of this would be happening now. But he sought his own death, so what could I do? He chose your seed of destruction, and by gathering the origin of life and the origin of destruction, he has already become an unstable factor. The seed of life and the seed of destruction existing in one person simultaneously, once he fuses them into the power of creation, it will bring a massive disaster to the Douluo continent and even to the entire God Realm. In order to prevent the disaster from happening, what is the problem with me, as an enforcer of the God Realm, nipping the source of the disaster in the bud beforehand? It is not that I want to kill him, it is you who are forcing me to kill him. What the god of destruction wanted was a variable. Even if this variable had the potential to bring disaster to the God Realm, it also had the potential to bring rebirth to the God Realm. The current God Realm was only a small part of the original Dragon God Realm, resources were limited, and it was precarious. It was the gods of the God Realm who had merged their respective god positions into the God Realm, stabilizing this precarious God Realm. For the gods of the God Realm, this God Realm was merely a cage. The internal space was extremely narrow, and life could be seen to its end at a single glance. Their long lives had instead become the root of their pain. Thus, the God Realm was always filled with death chi. The god of destruction saw this in his eyes and felt anxious in his heart. Continuing to boil the frog in warm water like this, the God Realm would sooner or later perish bit by bit. Rather than perishing without a ripple, it would be better to have a grand destruction and subsequent reconstruction. The god of destruction spoke bluntly. Well played, Asura god, convicting someone based on things that haven't even happened yet. We who hold authority over the God Realm hub should be clear in our rewards and punishments. This human spirit master on the Douluo continent is gifted and cultivates diligently. Whether it is the rewards given by Little Green or the rewards I gave him, they are all things he deserves. Even if he confused the power of creation, that is his ability. As long as we gods guide him toward good, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the God Realm. I see that you are just settling a private vendetta. Because he is unwilling to accept your Asura god position, you are retaliating against him. No matter how much you say, they are all just excuses. The god of destruction was truly more law-abiding than the Asura god. When Lu Chen had just achieved his breakthrough to title Douluo, he first attracted the attention of the goddess of life, and the god of destruction had also noticed Lu Chen at that time. However, the god of destruction had insisted on waiting until Lu Chen broke through to 99 level spirit power and had attached 9 spirit rings to his second martial soul, meeting the requirements, before rewarding Lu Chen with the seed of destruction. Unlike the Asura god, clearly Lu Chen had never been to the Slaughter City, nor did he have the Slaughter god domain, so he did not count as a true successor to the Asura god. Yet the Asura god still shoved his own Asura demon sword right in front of Lu Chen. And he even included the Asura divine force accumulated by Tang Chen after passing the first 7 of the Asura 9 trials. This was blatant cheating. Sensing that the Asura god was unyieldingly trying to kill Lu Chen, the god of destruction could finally bear it no longer. A dense wave of destruction erupted from his body, causing the entire god realm hub to tremble slightly, unable to withstand the power of a god king erupting at full force. He roared, "Asura, let us battle outside the heavens, Lu Chen must live today." As soon as the words fell, the god of destruction channeled infinite purple light, surging straight into the heavens like a volcanic eruption, arriving in the starry space outside the domain in an instant. The Asura god was also unwilling to fight in the god realm hub. Once the god realm hub was destroyed, the entire god realm would be ruined in an instant. This hidden danger must be nipped in the bud today. The blinding scarlet light also surged and flew to the starry space outside the domain. Through the scarlet light, one could see a gaunt figure clad in ferocious blood-colored armor, with hair like snow and scarlet eyes, suffusing a peerless divine might that made even gods tremble with fear. The two god kings confronted each other. Although they had not yet truly started to fight, their divine thoughts had already begun to clash. The stars in the sky lost their radiance, and the firmament was left with only red and purple light, like two neatly arranged armies, interlocked and fighting back and forth. Just a trace of the aura emitted unintentionally was enough to make the numerous first-ranked gods, second-ranked gods, and third-ranked gods in the god realm tremble with fear and unease. That was a battle between two god kings. Once they fought with true fire, if it spread to the god realm hub, then the god realm would also fall apart as a result. Under such circumstances, the only ones who could remain calm were the god of evil and the god of goodness, who were shrouded in black and white light. Not only did they not feel panic, but they actually felt a bit of excitement. The god realm was too boring. A situation like two god kings fighting was truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. The god of evil and the god of goodness even privately placed bets with great interest, betting on who would eventually win the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. Finally, at a certain moment, the Asura god and the god of destruction attacked simultaneously, unleashing various divine skills, and the terrifying fluctuations of divine force caused the entire god realm to tremble. The Asura god was indeed worthy of being the #1 powerhouse in the god realm. Even without the Asura demon sword by his side, he could still fight the god of destruction, who held the destruction scepter, to a draw, or at least not fall into a clear disadvantage. The current situation was that the Asura god's true self was fighting the god of destruction while simultaneously manipulating the Asura demon sword to battle Lu Chen. Chapter 257. Stop, do not fight anymore. At the beginning, the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction was not too excessive. Although they fought fiercely, there was still some restraint between them. However, as time passed, their tempers flared, and their attacks became increasingly ruthless. The battle shifted from initial restraint to mercilessness, with every strike aimed at severely injuring the opponent. The god of destruction channeled the purest destructive energy in the universe, transforming it into a tide of destruction that swept outward, as if capable of annihilating all things and causing the world to return to its primordial chaos. The Asura god was not to be outdone and unleashed the Asura judgment. The Asura god presided over slaughter, rules, and judgment. His divine force possessed a powerful suppressive effect on the vast majority of divinities. Although he did not have the Asura demon sword in hand, the Asura god condensed a phantom sword shadow and still unleashed a strike that shook the heavens and moved the earth, splitting the tide of destruction in two. The tide of destruction, split in two and raging, even impacted the barrier of the god realm, causing the entire god realm to vibrate violently. At this, the god of evil and the god of goodness could no longer sit idly by. These two god kings took the initiative to act, their black and white lights intertwining to form a force capable of mending the heavens, forcibly stabilizing the violently vibrating god realm. The god of goodness frowned slightly. What should we do? Should we stop them? They have already lost their tempers. If they continue to fight, it will sooner or later affect the god realm. The god of evil curled his lips. Even if we stop them, we cannot resolve their conflict. As the conflict deepens, it will only be endless later on. Let them fight. We only need to maintain the stability of the god realm. Only when they have determined a winner can this matter be completely resolved. The god of goodness nodded slightly, agreeing with the god of evil's assessment. Aside from stabilizing the god realm, the two god kings did not intervene much in the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. They did not intervene, but ultimately someone stood up to stop the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. Besides the Asura god, the god of destruction, the god of goodness, and the god of evil, there was also the goddess of life in the god realm. Accompanied by a burst of emerald light filled with life force, the gentle voice of the goddess of life resounded in the starry sky outside the domain. Stop. Do not fight anymore. The greatest strength of the goddess of life is her gentleness, but at the same time, the greatest weakness of the goddess of life is also her gentleness. She was too gentle, to the point where she sometimes could not clearly assess the situation, became easily confused, and ended up trying to smooth things over. As everyone knows, the goddess of life and the god of destruction are a loving couple. She should have stood with the god of destruction. But she chose to stand in the middle, attempting to stop the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. This was a manifestation of being unable to clearly assess the situation. Seeing that her beloved was not standing with him, the god of destruction's heart trembled, and the movements in his hands paused for an instant. Fortunately, he understood the goddess of life well enough to know that this was simply her character. She was gentle and patient enough with everyone. It was not that the goddess of life did not love him. After pausing for an instant, the god of destruction continued to wield the destruction scepter to attack the Asura god. Little Green, I know you do not want to see me fight Asura, but my fight with Asura is not for my own sake. Asura wants to kill Lu Chen, saying that he will bring disaster to the Douluo continent and the god realm in the future. Is it reasonable to convict someone based on things that have not yet happened? This is unreasonable. On Lu Chen, there is also the seed of life that you rewarded. In a sense, Lu Chen is also your successor. Little Green, you wouldn't want to see your own successor killed by Asura, would you? Hearing this last sentence, the goddess of life seemed to be touched by something. The next instant, she flew to the side of the god of destruction, stood with him, and faced the Asura god directly. Her gentle tone carried a hint of sternness. Asura, this is where you are wrong. As divinities, we should be fair in our dealings. How can we convict someone for something that has not yet happened? I rewarded Lu Chen with the seed of life, and Little Purple rewarded Lu Chen with the seed of destruction, both to reward his diligent cultivation. If you are worried that he will use this power for evil, then we should give him proper guidance, rather than killing him. If he does evil, Little Purple and I will naturally take action. No matter what the future holds, Little Purple and I will be responsible to the end. As her voice fell, the goddess of life joined the battle, coordinating with the god of destruction to attack the Asura god together. The coordination between the goddess of life and the god of destruction brought their strength infinitely close to a supreme god king. Even though the Asura god had the strongest individual strength, he was no match for the combined efforts of the goddess of life and the god of destruction, not to mention that his Asura demon sword was not in his hands at the moment. The Asura god fell into a disadvantage and was beaten back step by the combined efforts of the goddess of life and the god of destruction during the battle. Faced with this situation where defeat was certain, the Asura god stopped struggling and chose to end the battle voluntarily. He could not really wait until he was beaten to the ground to open his mouth and admit defeat. He was the dignified Asura god, one of the 5 god kings of the god realm, and an enforcer of the god realm. Once beaten to the ground, he would truly lose all his face and dignity. The Asura god said in a deep, angry voice, "Life, destruction, you will definitely regret this." The god of destruction was in high spirits. He had defeated the Asura god, although the Asura god did not say the words, "I admit defeat." Choosing to end the battle voluntarily was in itself an admission of defeat. More importantly, this time the goddess of life stood with him. This made the god of destruction feel excited, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Asura, Little Green and I are also god kings. We will be responsible for the choices we make. You cannot control us." The Asura god snorted coldly with a gloomy face. Since the battle had ended, he did not stay here and disappeared into the starry sky outside the domain with a flash. The Asura god had always been fair in his dealings. This time, choosing to attack Lu Chen because Lu Chen did not want his god position was not purely to vent personal resentment. It was because he truly felt that a human spirit master who controlled the origin of life and the origin of destruction was an unstable factor that could very likely bring about some uncontrollable variables. He was certainly not willing to just let it go like this, but he would not directly attack Lu Chen again like this. As this battle reached a conclusion, the God realm became calm again. However, the many first level, second level, and third level divinities of the God realm kept a human spirit master from the Douluo continent in their minds. Lu Chen, to be able to make 3 God kings of the God realm break out into a battle over him, let alone 100 years, even in 1,000 years, such a thing had never happened in the God realm. Streams of divine thought intertwined in midair. Even as divinities, they could not escape the instinct for gossip. Many divinities communicated with each other and discussed it endlessly. When mentioning Lu Chen, they all appeared worried. Would a human spirit master who controlled the origin of life and the origin of destruction, as the Asura god said, bring disaster to the God realm in the future? It all made these divinities feel a bit hesitant. Chapter 258. Returning to the Longevity Sect. Back on the vast blue ocean of the Douluo continent. Like a long blood-colored dragon displaying peerless attack power, the Asura demon sword, at the moment its master, the Asura god, was defeated by the god of destruction and the goddess of life, instantly whipped up a blood-colored vortex that soared to the sky. The overwhelming blood-colored light, covering a radius of 100 miles, was swallowed into the blood-colored vortex like a celestial river flowing backwards. As the very last trace of blood-colored light was absorbed by the Asura demon sword, the scene that had just resembled the Asura hell completely ceased to exist. The tip of the Asura demon sword finally turned toward Lu Chen, and he felt as if he were being stared at by a pair of cold eyes. The next instant, the Asura demon sword quietly dissipated into the air. The Asura demon sword had followed the Asura god through countless years of battle, slaying countless powerful enemies, yet this time, facing Lu Chen, who had not truly become a divinity, it had actually failed to kill him. This caused the sword spirit of the Asura demon sword to deeply remember Lu Chen. Could it be, the Asura god has given up on killing me? Lu Chen, who had been intoxicated by the rapid improvement of his combat techniques and experience in actual combat, tilted his head in confusion after the Asura demon sword ceased its attack and spoke. It must be said that actual combat is truly the best teacher. Under the onslaught of the Asura demon sword, in order to avoid being killed, Lu Chen's combat ability increased visibly. This was also thanks to his mental force having transformed into divine thought, allowing him to memorize every attack motion of the Asura demon sword during the high-intensity battle. Phew! Lu Chen let out a long breath and dismantled his divine armor, which turned into streams of energy and returned to his body. After all, he was not yet a divinity. And using the divine armor for a long time consumed a massive amount of energy, leaving him with eyes full of fatigue. Asura god, I, Lu Chen, have noted this grudge today. You wanted my life. In the future, I will repay you 100-fold. Although the onslaught of the Asura demon sword had greatly honed Lu Chen's combat ability, it was because of his own deep foundation, not because the Asura god had intentionally shown mercy. If Lu Chen's own strength hadn't been sufficient, he would definitely have been slain by the Asura demon sword just now. Lu Chen's personality was to repay kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. The goddess of life and the god of destruction had each given him a seed of life and a seed of destruction, and Lu Chen held gratitude in his heart for these 2 god kings. As for the Asura god, although he had wanted to stuff the Asura god position into his arms, he had developed murderous intent simply because of Lu Chen's refusal, even controlling the Asura demon sword to attack him. Lu Chen had mentally marked this against him. In the future, when he ascended to the god realm, he would definitely have to settle the score with the Asura god. To decide who is superior. And to decide life and death. The sea surface, which had been churning with huge waves, was now gradually becoming calm, with only a few small ripples occasionally rising. Lu Chen had already achieved the purpose of this voyage, having attached the 8th spirit ring and 9th spirit ring to his second martial soul, and he had also obtained the seed of destruction gifted by the god of destruction. He prepared to leave the ocean, but before doing so, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he flashed over to High Priestess Bo Seixi's side. High Priestess Bo Seishi, who was trembling under the divine might of the Asura demon sword, had not yet recovered her senses. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear in front of her, she was startled and asked in confusion. Your Excellency, what do you want to do? Lu Chen said with great interest. High Priestess Bo Saishi, from what I heard you say just now, it seems you are looking for a suitable successor for the sea god. If you are looking for a successor to the sea god, I will send one over to you another day. High Priestess Bo Saishi had originally looked happy, but in the blink of an eye, she became suspicious. Lu Chen could have inherited the Asura god position just now, yet he hadn't even looked at it. Such a person would certainly not inherit the sea god position. Although High Priestess Bo Saishi had immense reverence for the sea god, she also knew that the sea god's status in the god realm was certainly not as powerful as that of the Asura god. Lu Chen would not inherit the sea god position, and if he just sent someone over, High Priestess Bo Saishi might not necessarily approve of them. As the sole faith of marine creatures, the sea god was also a first-level god of the main god level. Not just anyone was qualified to inherit the god position. However, since it was recommended by Lu Chen, High Priestess Bo Saishi nodded reluctantly. Then send them over. However, besides you, I cannot guarantee whether the sea god will be willing to let someone else inherit the god position. Lu Chen laughed. It will definitely be fine. When the time comes, just communicate with the sea god. I believe the sea god will absolutely not refuse. Xiao Wu was a spirit beast in human form. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that any divinity would choose her as their successor. Zhu Zuqing had a dark attribute and was also not suited for the upright sea god position. The only person around Lu Chen suitable to inherit the sea god position was Du Guyan. Du Guyan had the jade phosphorus dragon spirit, and the power of dragon attribute spirits was top tier among all spirits. Moreover, Du Guyan had consumed the dragon origin fruit to improve her talent and possessed 6 pieces of spirit bone on her body, the head bone, left and right arm bones, left and right leg bones, and the external spirit bone 8 spider lances. She only lacked a torso spirit bone to complete the full set. Given Du Guyan's talent, if the sea god didn't choose her, it would be the sea god's loss. Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle, the 3rd spirit ring at his feet flashed, and he unleashed Space Slash, cleaving a spatial rift in midair. He flashed and entered the spatial rift. Not until the spatial rift healed did High Priestess Bo Saishi reveal an expression of just waking from a dream. Everything that happened today felt like a dream to her. High Priestess Bo Saishi was nearly 150 years old, and in her long life, she had never experienced anything as thrilling as today. 2 of the 3 great spirit beast overlords of the near seas, the evil spirit Orca King and the deep sea demon Whale King, had both perished, becoming someone else's spirit ring and spirit bone. And then there was the Asura god, who had proactively offered the Asura god position, only to be rejected in the end. In a fit of shame and anger, he had wanted to silence the witness, but failed to kill him. Having experienced so many things, High Priestess Bo Saishi felt a momentary trance. I hope this spirit master from the continent can really select a suitable successor for the sea god. If I can make one last contribution to the sea god before I die, I will be able to die without regrets. As her voice fell, High Priestess Bo Saishi stepped on the waves and departed. Meanwhile, at the longevity sect, the sky split open, and Lu Chen walked out of the rift. Relying on the space-traversing ability of Space Slash, it took him only an instant to return to the longevity sect from overseas. He released Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan from the portable space, briefly explained his situation to the 2 women, and then entered the secret chamber alone. Lu Chen sat on the prayer mat, took a deep breath, and looked with burning eyes at the purple bead in his hand, his voice filled with endless expectation. Seed of Destruction, do not disappoint me. Chapter 259, Power of Creation. Lu Chen moved his divine thought, using it to touch the seed of destruction in his hand. In an instant, the seed of destruction erupted with a rich purple light, emitting a destructive fluctuation capable of annihilating all things. The source of this destructive fluctuation was held right in Lu Chen's hand, making even him feel terrified. This was the most fundamental law of destruction in the universe. Like a black hole, it rippled outwards, and wherever the ripples passed, even space itself rapidly disintegrated. Lu Chen forcibly resisted the urge to throw the seed of destruction away. For the sake of this seed of destruction, he had even rejected the Asura god position that had been shoved into his arms. Now, even if this seed of destruction were a deadly poison coated in sugar, he still had to taste it. Within that rich purple light, the seed of destruction melted, turning into wisps of purple energy that passed through Lu Chen's palm and entered his body. Absorbing the seed of destruction was a completely different experience from absorbing the seed of life. The seed of life contained abundant life energy. During the absorption process, Lu Chen felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, feeling only relaxation as every cell in his body was nourished by the life energy, greatly enhancing his physical strength and his origin of life. Now, absorbing the seed of destruction, he only felt a tearing pain in his right hand, as his muscles, bones, and flesh were directly annihilated by that wave of destructive fluctuation. Then, his right hand completely lost all sensation. What is going on? Lu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He saw that his entire right hand was wrapped in a purple energy and had already completely lost all sensation. Even the pain had vanished. He could no longer even feel the existence of his right hand. Is this the power of the law of destruction? Even though my body has transformed into a divine body, it still cannot withstand the destruction of the law of destruction. The seed of destruction wouldn't directly decompose my body, would it? Soon, the purple energy continued to spread along the meridians of his right hand toward his arm. Just like before, his arm first felt a tearing, excruciating pain, and immediately afterward, it completely lost all sensation. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Chen's forehead, his face twisted in pain, and his body trembled. If not for his firm will, he would have been rolling on the ground by now. It hurts so much. This won't do. If this continues, before I can even absorb the seed of destruction, it will have already decomposed me. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and roared lowly, his divine thought moving to erupt with all his spirit power. With a boom, like a volcanic eruption, the vast spirit power surged upward from his dantian, transforming into an angry dragon that rushed into his right arm. However, it was completely useless. His level 99 spirit power, upon contacting the energy of the seed of destruction, was instantly like a clay ox entering the sea, decomposed into nothingness by the law of destruction. This won't work. My spirit power cannot resist the law of destruction. To resist the law of destruction, I must rely on the law of life. Lu Chen's divine thought turned rapidly, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. He no longer used his spirit power to resist the law of destruction, but instead channeled his spirit power into the seed of life, converting it into life divine power through the seed of life. The life divine power contained the most fundamental law of life in the great universe. Under Lu Chen's guidance, the emerald green life divine power plunged straight into his right arm. The moment the green light and the purple light touched, an incredibly miraculous scene occurred. The originally violent purple energy, like a wild horse off its tether, suddenly became as if it had been bridled, starting to become docile. The purple energy continued to spread toward his torso, but it no longer caused him the tearing pain he had felt before. Bridled and tempered, the purple energy washed over his muscles, bones, flesh, and internal organs, causing every cell in his body to be greatly enhanced. That kind of improvement, breaking and then building anew, was the ultimate transformation. One must know that Lu Chen's body had already reached the level of a divine body, capable of killing a 100,000-year spirit beast with a casual punch. Under such circumstances, the law of destruction, after being tamed by the law of life, could still bring him such enhancement. How incredibly difficult that was. As for his right hand, which had initially been torn apart by the law of destruction, it regained its vitality under the nourishment of the law of life. Wisps of emerald light permeated into every cell, causing every cell to radiate new life. Lu Chen felt that his right arm finally had sensation again. He first wiggled his fingers, then lifted his entire arm and moved it around slightly, discovering that there was no abnormality at all. Only then did Lu Chen finally heave a sigh of relief. I almost thought my right hand was ruined. The law of destruction is indeed far more dangerous than the law of life. If not for the law of life taming the law of destruction, whether I could have survived the decomposition of the law of destruction would have been a question. Now that there is no danger to my life, I can finally safely comprehend the power of the law of destruction. Lu Chen moved his divine thought, dispersing it into every organ and every cell of his body, carefully comprehending the various changes brought about by the law of destruction. Time flowed like water, and Lu Chen entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He forgot himself and forgot that he was absorbing the seed of destruction, simply carefully comprehending the power of the seed of destruction. Under his observation, that purple energy was constantly emitting a ripple, and that ripple was the essence of the law of destruction. It was a power of decomposition. Any kind of matter, whether human or spirit beast, stone or vegetation, mountains and rivers, or all things in nature, was entirely composed of tiny particles. This power of decomposition could break down matter into its most initial tiny particles. And that emerald green energy was also constantly emitting a ripple, completely opposite to the law of destruction. This ripple was the essence of the law of life, representing a power of aggregation. For any matter composed of tiny particles, the more abundant its origin of life, the higher its degree of aggregation. The specific manifestation of this was a long lifespan and a powerful physique. No matter how time washed over it, the aggregated matter was very difficult to decompose. Only the law of life, which possessed the power of aggregation, could restrain the law of destruction, which possessed the power of decomposition. And when the law of destruction and the law of life underwent fusion, the law of destruction decomposed matter into tiny particles, and the law of life aggregated tiny particles into matter. This process could even change the nature of matter. Turning mithril into refined gold. Turning vegetation into stone. Turning dead objects into living things. The power after the fusion of the law of destruction and the law of life could destroy all things and then recreate them. And this was the power of creation. Lu Chen's body trembled all over. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a brand new world. A door to infinite possibilities had already opened for him. Chapter 260. Innate Tao Body. The originally dim underground secret chamber was now illuminated by a purple and green light. The source of this purple and green light was Lu Chen, who sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his entire body enveloped in the dual-colored radiance. The two colors of light flickered across his body, with purple light flaring up one moment and green light shimmering the next. His skin was translucent, possessing a jade-like luster, and under the transmission of the purple and green light, the contours of his bones and flesh were faintly visible. An invisible pressure radiated from within his body, causing the surrounding air to almost cease its flow. Now, having been tempered by the law of destruction, Lu Chen's physical strength had reached a new level. The 7 spirit bones within his body, through the smelting of the law of destruction, had completely eliminated the aura of the original spirit beast, fusing with his own skeleton into one, inseparable from each other. Inside his dantian, there was an emerald green bead, which was the seed of life, and a deep purple bead, which was the seed of destruction. The two beads attracted each other, but the two diametrically opposed powers of law prevented them from ever getting close. Under the pull of these two forces of attraction and repulsion, the two beads spun rapidly around each other, like a taiji yin-yang fish. However, this taiji yin-yang fish was not black and white, but purple and green. Lu Chen moved his divine thought slightly. The taiji emphasizes that there is yin within yang, and yang within yin. The law of life and the law of destruction confuse into the power of creation. Therefore, the law of life should contain the law of destruction, and the law of destruction should contain the law of life. When that purple and green taiji yin-yang fish spun to its limit, 2 fish eyes were conceived. Within the deep purple law of destruction, an emerald green fish eye was conceived, and within the emerald green law of life, a deep purple fish eye was conceived. As life and destruction merged, a 7-colored light suddenly erupted from the purple and green taiji yin-yang fish. That 7-colored light was none other than the power of creation, born from the fusion of life and destruction. This was a power of miracles. The 7-colored light merged into Lu Chen's body, and the thousands of cells within his body decomposed in an instant, only to aggregate again in an instant. Although his appearance seemed unchanged, earth-shaking changes had occurred within. Lu Chen possessed a golden finger. He became stronger just by breathing. With every inhalation and exhalation, the energy of heaven and earth could be drawn into his body, transforming into streams of warmth that nourished him. This was the key to Lu Chen's ability to cultivate. Otherwise, with only the 2 spirits passed down by his parents, the black iron sickle and the blue silver grass, he would have been destined to farm in the village for his entire life. The essence of this golden finger was Lu Chen's special constitution. If one were to give it a name, it could be called the innate Tao body. His body was innately close to the energy of heaven and earth. Even if he did nothing, the energy of heaven and earth would be attracted to him, merging into his body and nourishing it. If he were in another world with corresponding cultivation techniques to practice, Lu Chen's innate Tao body would be capable of reaching the Emperor realm or the Saint realm. Placed in the Douluo continent, Lu Chen practiced basic meditation methods, which could not bring out the true potential of the innate Tao body at all. But just now, under the stimulation of the power of creation, his innate Tao body had finally unleashed its true potential. In an instant, the entire underground secret chamber trembled violently, and streams of earth core origin qi, dense beyond imagination, gushed out from the ground. This earth core origin qi could be called the source of all things in the Douluo continent. It was the origin qi of the Douluo continent plane, from which all elemental energies, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, differentiated. Usually, the earth core origin qi was hidden deep within the core of the Douluo continent plane, but at this moment, under the traction of the activated innate Tao body, this earth core origin qi erupted like a volcano, filling the underground secret chamber and surrounding Lu Chen, forming clouds of energy. As Lu Chen inhaled and exhaled, the cloud-like energy was drawn into his body. Meanwhile, in the outside world, up in the firmament, the sun, which had just risen from the east and was not yet too scorching, suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance, shining toward the direction of the longevity sect. The moon, which had already been gradually fading and setting in the west, once again bloomed with radiance, as if suspended in midair, and erupted with a cold, clear light, shining toward the direction of the longevity sect. In addition to the sun and moon, the stars in the sky appeared one after another, and the starlight power of various attributes erupted with distinct, colorful radiance, all shining together toward the direction of the longevity sect. This abnormal celestial phenomenon instantly alarmed Du Gubo. He came out of the room, soared into the sky, and seeing the sun and moon shining together with the stars appearing across the sky, he was stunned. His lips moved, and after a long while, he let out a voice filled with shock. A divine miracle. The disciples of the longevity sect and the students of the longevity academy, under this abnormal celestial phenomenon, knelt on the ground one after another, calling it a divine miracle with fanatical expressions. The solar essence erupted from the sun, the lunar radiance from the moon, and the starlight power from the stars all gathered at the longevity sect, making the longevity sect appear like a blessed land of immortals. However, although the energy was dense, it was too chaotic and mottled, and ordinary people would not dare to absorb it at all. The solar essence, lunar radiance, and starlight directly penetrated through layers of obstacles, arriving in the underground secret chamber where Lu Chen was in seclusion, manifesting all kinds of strange phenomena. As Lu Chen inhaled and exhaled, the earth core origin qi, solar essence, lunar radiance, starlight, all kinds of energy were drawn into his body, and relying on his innate Tao body, he absorbed and refined all of this energy. In just one breath, in less than 5 seconds, his cultivation increased by 10 years. Calculating it this way, 1 second adds 2 years of cultivation. 1 minute adds 120 years of cultivation. 1 hour adds 7,200 years of cultivation. 1 day adds 172,800 years of cultivation. 1 year adds 63,072,000 years of cultivation. As long as Lu Chen's innate Tao body remained in an activated state, in just 1 year, Lu Chen could possess 60 million years of cultivation. What a terrifying thing this was. A million-year spirit beast could be called a divine beast. Once he possessed 60 million years of cultivation, wouldn't he be able to punch the dragon god, stomp on the 5 great god kings, and become the sole dominator ruling the god realm? Lu Chen was still completely unaware of this. He was completely immersed in an ocean of various energies. Under the stimulation of the power of creation, his innate Tao body was in an activated state, and he was extremely close to all kinds of energy between heaven and earth. The earth core origin qi, solar essence, lunar radiance, starlight, all kinds of energy were drawn into his body, and they never clashed with each other. Almost without him needing to deliberately refine them, they could merge into his spirit power. However, Lu Chen soon encountered a problem. His spirit power was stuck at level 99, and because he did not have a god position, he could not break through to level 100. He had no idea how to store the spirit power that was rapidly surging within his body. Chapter 261, Modifying Spirit Rings. Oh no, Lu Chen inwardly cried out in alarm. Without breaking through to rank 100, it was impossible to store more spirit power. The surging spirit power within his body was about to overflow. Enveloped by waves of 7-colored light, Lu Chen furrowed his sword-like brows deeply. Watching the refined spirit power about to overflow from his body was truly more unbearable to him than being killed. After all, Lu Chen possessed the "wildfires cannot destroy it" the spring breeze brings it back to life, spirit ability, allowing him to resurrect even if he died. But spirit power that overflowed from his body would no longer belong to him. Lu Chen's divine thought spun rapidly, jumping thousands of times in every instant. It seemed as though he had been thinking for a long time, but in reality, it was only a fleeting moment. He had found a solution. In the worldview of the Douluo continent, the meta-answer of the first Douluo series was the God Trial. Once participating in a God Trial, one could obtain various rewards, including increasing spirit power, increasing the age of spirit rings, and rewarding God-bestowed spirit rings. Divinities were described as omnipotent existences. Lu Chen was not a divinity right now, but he possessed divine force within him, and not just ordinary divine force. He had life divine power, destruction divine force, and the power of creation born from the fusion of life divine power and destruction divine force. Lu Chen possessed the power of creation, which could be called a miraculous power. Solving the problem of having too much spirit power with nowhere to store it was simple. With a movement of his divine thought, his first spirit condensed and emerged. A crystal clear blue-silver emperor, radiating rich life fluctuations with golden patterns covering its roots and veins, materialized out of thin air before him. Beneath him, 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, rose up one after another. Lu Chen raised his hand, grabbed, and released. A surge of 7-colored light condensed in his palm. This shimmering 7-colored light was then struck into his 9 spirit rings. In an instant, his 9 spirit rings, whether they were the purple 1,000-year spirit rings, the black 10,000-year spirit rings, or the red 100,000-year spirit rings, were all dyed into a 7-colored hue under the influence of that 7-colored light. Bang, 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 bang. The next instant, 9 dull cracking sounds resonated throughout the underground secret chamber. His 9 spirit rings, starting from the first, shattered one after another until the 9th spirit ring. All 9 spirit rings exploded, and the energy contained within them stirred up storms within the underground secret chamber. Under the impact of the chaotic energy, the walls trembled, the floor cracked, and the entire underground secret chamber was teetering on the edge of collapse. Lu Chen let out a low shout, "Condense." His divine thought surged frantically, as if his words commanded the law. The rampant spirit ring energy, under the gathering of the 7-colored light, quickly tightened and recondensed into the shape of spirit rings. This was the decomposition and aggregation effect of the power of creation. Lu Chen preferred to call it molecular reconstruction. From the first spirit ring to the 9th, the spirit ring energy that had been ravaging the underground secret chamber recondensed and took shape one after another. It appeared no different from before, still the same 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that these 9 rhythmically pulsing spirit rings were expanding and contracting with a strange cadence, as if a heart were beating regularly, seemingly possessing life. Now, these 9 spirit rings of Lu Chen were like 9 hungry little beasts, begging their master, Lu Chen, for food to fill their bellies. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded. Having been modified by Lu Chen through the power of creation and endowed with a certain degree of life, although they had not birthed a soul, they now possessed growth potential. In short, these 9 spirit rings of Lu Chen's blue-silver emperor martial soul had all been modified into existences similar to innate spirit rings. He could feed them spirit power to increase the age of these innate spirit rings, and there was almost no upper limit. The more spirit power he fed them, the higher the age of the spirit rings would increase. 1,000-year spirit rings upgrading to 10,000-year spirit rings, 10,000-year spirit rings upgrading to 100,000-year spirit rings, and 100,000-year spirit rings upgrading to million-year spirit rings. Everything was possible. For anyone else, the most difficult part would be accumulating spirit power. But for Lu Chen, his innate Tao body, after being awakened, made cultivating as simple as eating and drinking water. Just breathing could increase his spirit power, granting him 60 million years of cultivation in a single year. He had so much spirit power that his body simply couldn't store it all. And this was exactly Lu Chen's goal. He fed all the spirit power that his body couldn't store to these 9 spirit rings of his. The spirit rings with the lowest age Lu Chen possessed were all purple 1,000-year spirit rings. Increasing their age by a few years or a dozen years made no noticeable difference. But if the age kept increasing, by 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 or 100,000 years, it would be able to significantly increase the power of his spirit ability. This could be described as killing two birds with one stone. It not only found a storage place for the excess spirit power in Lu Chen's body but also enhanced the power of his spirit ability. Ever since Lu Chen broke through to rank 99 Super Douluo, he had been less than satisfied with the 9 spirit rings of his first martial soul. 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. In the worldview of the first Douluo series, this spirit ring configuration was indeed shocking. But in the later Douluo 2, Douluo 3, and Douluo IV, this spirit ring configuration couldn't be called top tier at all. Now, it was different. Lu Chen could use the excess spirit power in his body to increase the age of the 9 spirit rings of his first martial soul. Soon, the 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red spirit ring configuration would completely become a thing of the past. He could possess all 100,000-year spirit rings, or even all million-year spirit rings. With this foundation, as long as Lu Chen became a divinity, he might even have the hope of breaking through to the God King realm in one go. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. My life has been like walking on thin ice. Born in a common family in Saint Spirit Village, my parents were nothing but farmers. Fortunately, I arrived through transmigration and possessed a golden finger that made me stronger just by breathing, which is how I walked step by step to where I am now. Along the way, the enemies who stood against me were countless. Tang Hao snatched my work-study student spot, but now he has been killed by me, and even his sect, the Clear Sky sect, has been completely destroyed by me. Ning Fengji led people to intercept and kill me. Now, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong have all perished, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has also been disbanded by me. And there's Shui Yi, Bibi Dong. Shui Yi is dead, and Bibi Dong is crippled. I never claimed to be righteous. What I believe in is blood for blood, tooth for tooth. The Asura god controlled the Asura demon sword, attempting to slaughter me on the sea. This hatred is irreconcilable, but he is the high and mighty god king of the god realm, the law enforcer of the god realm. Originally, in my plan, after breaking through to become a divinity, I would still need to cultivate for many years before I could go and fight the Asura god to the death. Now it seems, at the moment I become a divinity, I will have the qualifications to compete with the Asura god. Thinking of this, Lu Chen began to focus on cultivating, breathing in the energy of heaven and earth to transform it into his own spirit power. Among his 9 spirit rings, the first 3 purple spirit rings, as Lu Chen fed them spirit power, were becoming deeper and deeper in color. Chapter 262, Imperial Reaction. The sun and moon shining in unison, the stars revealing themselves to the world. This extravagant phenomenon was naturally noticed by all the various factions across the continent. First, let us focus our gaze on Heaven Do City. Within the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, atop a magnificent gate tower, Shui Beng and Shui Xing, this uncle and nephew pair, had been drawn to the tower, where they stood gazing together in the direction of the longevity sect. The attendants and palace maids surrounding them, faced with such a soul-stirring phenomenon, had already knelt to the ground one after another, their eyes filled with shock and their faces flushed with fanatical fervor as they cried out, "A miracle!" The only ones who did not kneel were Shui Beng and Shui Xing. On Shui Xing's aged face, deep wrinkles formed exaggerated curves as he gestured wildly, lacking even a shred of the composure expected of a regent of the Heaven Do Empire. His voice even turned shrill with excitement. "Heaven bless your majesty! Truly, heaven bless your majesty! The source of this phenomenon is the longevity sect. It must be that His Excellency Changsheng of the longevity sect has achieved yet another great breakthrough in his strength, which is why it has triggered such a celestial manifestation. Your Majesty, this is a blessing for our Heaven Do Empire. With His Excellency Changsheng presiding over the Heaven Do Empire, our empire will surely be as stable as Mount Tai. Neither the Star Luo Empire nor the Spirit Hall will ever dare to covet our territory again. From now on, we uncle and nephew can enjoy glory and wealth. It is a good thing, a truly magnificent thing. Your Majesty, let us make arrangements shortly to send a gift to His Excellency Changsheng of the longevity sect. We must let His Excellency Changsheng know that we have always been deeply grateful for his kindness. Your Majesty, your ascension to the throne of the Heaven Do Empire could not have happened without the support of His Excellency Changsheng. His kindness is a debt we can never fully repay. Shui Xing was that kind of person. He sought great achievements but was afraid of risk. When Lu Chen had originally asked him if he was willing to be emperor, he had been too timid and cowardly to answer. He was quick to abandon righteousness for petty gains. Because Shui Bang had promised to share the Heaven Dou Empire with him after ascending the throne, he had betrayed Shui Yi and given his full support to Shui Bang. Because of these two flaws, he could never be emperor. However, Shui Xing did have one merit: he was capable of assessing the situation and possessed a certain degree of self-awareness. As long as Lu Chen's strength remained sufficient, he would never dare to oppose him. Hearing Shui Xing say this, Shui Bang's mouth twitched. Recently, by employing various political maneuvers, winning over one faction while suppressing another, he had successfully cultivated a group of loyal supporters among the civil and military officials of the Heaven Dou Empire. As his position grew increasingly secure, the imperial majesty he exuded also became more profound. At this moment, Shui Bang gazed toward the direction of the longevity sect, his hand gripping the edge of the tower, trembling slightly. Deep within his eyes, a trace of disgust emerged. For any ambitious emperor, having someone riding on his head was more unbearable than death itself. Shui Bang was exactly such a person. He had ambition and grand aspirations. Back when his position on the throne had not yet been secure, Lu Chen was an asset he could leverage. Now that he had gradually solidified his hold on the throne, Lu Chen had instead become a threat to his imperial authority. After all, Lu Chen had been able to kill his father, Shui Yi, and his older brother, Shui Qing, to elevate him, Shui Bang, to the throne. This meant that if Lu Chen wished, he could just as easily kill him, Shui Bang, and elevate any other member of the Heaven Dou imperial family to become the Heaven Dou emperor. Whenever Shui Bang thought of this possibility, he felt as if a giant hand were tightly gripping his heart, leaving him completely unable to breathe. I am the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire. I absolutely will not allow anyone to replace me. Father, I somewhat understand you now. It turns out that things were not easy for you back then. No wonder you were willing to form an alliance with the Clear Sky sect. With a guy like Lu Chen, who treats imperial power as a plaything, lurking nearby like a tiger watching its prey, as the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, you must have been constantly restless. Now I feel it too. Lu Chen is like a thorn, deeply embedded in my flesh. Ordinary methods are simply unable to extract it, and this thorn is growing even deeper. With Lu Chen triggering such a phenomenon, his strength has become even more terrifying. Father, I will continue to endure. Please watch over me from heaven. As long as I can find an opportunity, I will definitely pull out this thorn embedded in my body. Lu Chen is arrogant and domineering. He previously had a fierce falling out with the Spirit Hall. He has offended so many people that sooner or later, he will be attacked by everyone. As long as we wait for that moment, we, the Heaven Dou imperial family, will strike him a fatal blow from behind. Shui Bang took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions deep within his heart. He turned to look at Shui Xing, his face wearing an expression of sincerity and pleasant surprise. Second uncle, I must trouble you to make a trip yourself. Please select some precious treasures from the Heaven Dou Empire's national treasury and send them to His Excellency Changsheng. His Excellency Changsheng is our great benefactor, and also the backer for us uncle and nephew. We must not neglect him. We must ensure he is well served. You are right, the kindness of His Excellency Changsheng is a debt we cannot repay. We must let him know that we have always been grateful to him. As Shui Bang spoke, his eyes were sincere. It is likely no one would have guessed that, in his heart, he was both hateful and terrified of Lu Chen, fearing that one day Lu Chen might suddenly kill him and elevate another member of the imperial family to the throne. Shui Xing did not detect the slight gnashing of teeth in Shui Bang's voice when he mentioned his great benefactor, or His Excellency Changsheng. He placed his right hand over his heart, bowed, and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. This old subject has some friendship with the poison Douluo of the longevity sect. Even if I cannot see His Excellency Changsheng, I can first meet with the poison Douluo. As long as our etiquette is thorough, His Excellency Changsheng will surely see our sincerity." After saying this, Prince Shui Xing turned and left. He was going to the Heaven Dou Empire's national treasury to personally select some presentable treasures. Shui Bang watched Prince Shui Xing's departing figure, a sense of alienation and coldness revealing itself deep within his eyes. In order to ascend the throne, he had once promised Shui Xing that he would share the Heaven Do Empire with him. Therefore, after ascending the throne, he had appointed Shui Xing as regent. Now that his position on the throne was secure, the more he looked at Shui Xing, the more displeased he felt. An emperor should hold absolute power, yet now he had a regent sharing the authority that belonged solely to the emperor. Shui Bang was certainly unwilling to accept this in his heart. Although he and Shui Xing shared a bond as uncle and nephew, and Shui Xing had protected him for a long time in the past, teaching him to endure, teaching him to act like a playboy, and teaching him how to survive until the very end. That was the only reason he had had the chance to become the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. But that was all in the past. As emperor, the thing Shui Bang could least tolerate was his imperial power being shared. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, slowly opened them again. Second uncle, I truly hope you can be a bit smarter and retire while you are still ahead. Wouldn't that be better? If you make things difficult for me, then I will have to be sorry to you. When the country is in danger, one thinks of capable generals. I wonder where such a capable general who could help me keep Lu Chen in check might be right now. Chapter 263, Spirit Ancestor Tang San. Just as Shui Bang was obsessing over recruiting capable generals to keep Lu Chen in check. In Heaven Do City, Shrek Academy, Tang San and his teacher Yu Xiaogang both looked toward the direction of the longevity sect. Their expressions were identical, as dismal as if they had just lost their parents. Tang San's complexion was deathly pale, yet his lips were as vivid as fresh blood, and an intense, heavy scent of blood emanated from him. That bloody scent did not come from his body, but from the spirit power within his meridians and dantian. Originally, because Tang San practiced the Taoist mysterious heaven skill, his spirit power was neutral and balanced, appearing milky white. However, now, due to cultivating by absorbing blood, the blood had seeped into his marrow, and his spirit power had turned blood red. In fact, by now, anyone could see that something had gone wrong with Tang San's cultivation. He practiced the blue-silver grass martial soul, yet he reeked of blood. Flender even suspected Tang San, wondering if he had a connection to Zhao Wuji's disappearance. If not for his brotherly relationship with Yu Xiaogang, Flender would have already seized Tang San for interrogation. But after all, Tang San was Yu Xiaogang's disciple. Flender had mentioned it to Yu Xiaogang, but Yu Xiaogang firmly believed that his disciple would absolutely never harm a teacher of the academy. Under Yu Xiaogang's interference, even though Flender's teeth itched with hatred whenever he saw Tang San now, he never truly took action against him. Ever since Tang San began cultivating by absorbing blood, although the energy conversion efficiency was only 1%, the massive number of spirit beasts he hunted still allowed him to rapidly break through to the 40th level of spirit power. Now, Tang San had already absorbed his 4th spirit ring, a 7,000-year man-faced demon spider, obtaining the demon spider spike skill. Even more fortunately, Tang San had managed to obtain another external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, from this 7,000-year man-faced demon spider. It had to be said, the man-faced demon spider spirit beast really had a damn connection with Tang San. The first time he hunted a 2,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit beast, he got an external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. The second time he hunted a 7,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit beast, he got another external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Relying on the devouring ability of the 8 spider lances, Tang San's cultivation improved rapidly. His spirit power had now reached the 43rd level. Originally, he was quite pleasantly surprised. He thought that once his spirit power reached the 50th level, not only could his blue-silver grass martial soul attach its first 10,000-year spirit ring, but his clear sky hammer martial soul could also attach its first 10,000-year spirit ring. Relying on the talent of his twin spirits, he would be able to completely take off from then on. He would become the second Lu Chen on the continent. As a result, reality gave Tang San a harsh slap in the face. He wasn't the only one improving. Lu Chen was improving as well. Although he was chasing fast enough, Lu Chen had not been waiting in place either. Lu Chen had triggered a celestial phenomenon. The sun, moon, and stars were all radiating brilliance, converging upon the longevity sect. What kind of realm was this? It had already exceeded Tang San's imagination. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting heavily, his fists clenched and loosened, before he finally looked at Yu Shaogang in despair. Teacher, we both have twin spirits, why is the gap between me and Lu Chen so large? In this lifetime, do I really still have a chance to catch up to him? Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San's longing for Xiao Wu grew wildly in his heart like weeds. She was his childhood white moonlight. Yu Shaogang regretted it so damn much in his heart. If he had known back then, he would have taken Lu Chen as his disciple. If Lu Chen were his disciple, he could proudly announce at this moment, I, Yu Shaogang, have cultivated a super Douluo. Without his guidance, Lu Chen could become a super Douluo. With his guidance, wouldn't Lu Chen have become a god at level 100? Unfortunately, everything was too late now. Having been short-sighted at the time and failing to see Lu Chen's hidden talent, Yu Shaogang now beat his chest and stomped his feet in regret whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep. Hearing Tang San's question, Yu Shaogang shook his head vigorously, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. His sunk cost was already too great. If Tang San could not grow up, then he, Yu Shaogang, would have lost everything. This was something Yu Shaogang could not accept at all. Yu Shaogang acted like a madman, extending his hands and pressing them onto Tang San's shoulders. His eyes were bloodshot, his face showing madness, using words he himself didn't even believe to encourage Tang San. Little San, you can definitely do it. Don't forget, your second martial soul is the Clear Sky Hammer, the world's strongest assault-type martial soul. Right now, it just doesn't have spirit rings attached. Once you attach all 10,000-year spirit rings to it, you will surpass your father, the Clear Sky Douluo, and even surpass all the titled Douluo of your Clear Sky sect. Even in the Clear Sky sect, there isn't a single titled Douluo who would attach all 10,000-year spirit rings to the Clear Sky Hammer. Lu Chen killed your father and destroyed your sect. With such deep hatred, you have no choice but to fight to the end. Little San, build up your confidence. Teacher will always support you. Tang San nodded heavily, lowering his eyes slightly, the scarlet light in the depths of his eyes growing deeper. Recently in the Sunset Forest, he had not only been hunting spirit beasts to drain their blood. Once he caught a lone spirit master, he would not hesitate to kill them and absorb their blood for cultivation. This greatly increased Tang San's cultivation efficiency. Xiao Wu, endure a little longer. Once I have fully developed, I will rescue you from Lu Chen's hands. To live, one must have a goal. If Tang San didn't set a goal for himself now, he would be no different from a walking corpse. The huge gap between reality and his dreams forced Tang San to fantasize that Xiao Wu was still waiting for him to save her. Otherwise, he feared he would suffer a mental breakdown. At the same time, Spirit Hall. Qian Dalu arrived at the plaza, looking up at the sun with his head held high. His expression was fearful and trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. Son, even you are shedding your brilliance upon Lu Chen. Could it be that you have abandoned the angel god? The angel god is also known as the god of light. The sun is the source of the angel god's power. The angel god's most powerful means is the sun, true fire absorbed from the sun, which can incinerate all darkness and filth in the world. Therefore, now that Qian Dalu saw the sun's brilliance shining upon the longevity sect, he was so emotionally agitated. With a wave of his large sleeves, he turned around instantly, returning to the elder hall with a determined expression. He had decided. Not only would he give his granddaughter the green light during the Angel 9 trials, he would also invoke the angel divine power to baptize his granddaughter and accelerate her cultivation improvement. Lu Chen's strength was growing too rapidly. Even if Qian Dalu used the angel divine power, he still could not deal with Lu Chen. Now that the other party had triggered the sun's brilliance, he feared that he had also embarked on the path to becoming a god. If his granddaughter could not become a god before him, he feared that the sun's authority in the future would be completely snatched away by Lu Chen. Qian Dalu's expression was resolute. He believed the angel god would understand him. Even if he were never reincarnated after his death, he could not tolerate the angel god's sun authority being snatched away by another divinity. Not long after, the angelic sacred sword in the hands of the angel statue was summoned away by Qian Dalu. To mobilize the angel divine power and baptize Qian Runshui, the angelic sacred sword had to be used as a medium. Only the angelic sacred sword could invoke the angel divine power. But this also triggered a problem. Without the angelic sacred sword to suppress her, with her current strength, ordinary titled Douluo, or even super Douluo, could not stop her. Bibi Dong opened her eyes, which were filled with resentment, hatred, and disgust, and muttered in a low voice. Finally, I have waited for this opportunity. Chapter 264, 6 Black and 3 Red. In addition, the clan chiefs or sect masters of other factions, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Sacred Dragon Sect, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect, looked toward the direction of the Longevity Sect, remaining silent. As fellow members of the 7 great sects, they only felt as if they were merely there to make up the numbers. If one were to speak of dividing them into the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, it was clearly just the upper 1 sect and the lower 6 sects. At present, in the Spirit Master's world, the only entity capable of standing in the same tier as the Longevity Sect was Spirit Hall. Perhaps they should combine the Longevity Sect and Spirit Hall into a group, calling it the 1 Sect and 1 Hall. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Sacred Dragon Sect, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect, they could separately form a group of the 6 great sects of the Spirit Master's world. Among them, the Sacred Dragon Sect was originally a subordinate faction of Spirit Hall, and the Sacred Dragon Sect's sect master, Tuobashi, was one of the 9 elders of Spirit Hall. In order to increase the influence of Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu had sent Tuobashi out, allowing him to take the Sacred Dragon Sect to participate in the election of the 7 great sects. Although they successfully seized the position of the 3rd greatest sect in the world, hardly anyone paid them any attention. Because all attention had been drawn to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, all by himself, had single-handedly crushed all the supreme elders of Spirit Hall, including Qian Dalu. Facing such an explosive event, the Sacred Dragon Sect becoming the 3rd greatest sect in the world seemed like an insignificant trifle. Meanwhile, in the far-off Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Emperor had a resolute face and a murderous gaze. Possessing the white tiger spirit, he was born with an aura of kingly dominance. Wearing a crown and draped in magnificent robes, he stood high on the city tower, head held high, staring at the strange phenomenon in the sky, somewhat lost in thought. The sun and moon shone together, and the stars manifested in the world. No matter where one was on the continent, this strange phenomenon could be seen, and the source of this phenomenon came from the Heaven Do Empire in the north. The Star Luo Emperor was somewhat rattled, and his voice, deep like a tiger's roar, rang out. In a place like the Heaven Do Empire, the military is lax, the nobles are arrogant and indulgent, and the imperial family's control over the empire is a complete mess. Unlike our Star Luo Empire, where every generation of emperors has been a heroic ruler striving for prosperity, keeping the domestic nobles in line, and constantly promoting fresh blood into the army, making the military strictly disciplined and combat-hardened. No matter how you look at it, our Star Luo Empire is superior to the Heaven Do Empire, so why is it that our Star Luo Empire cannot produce such a powerful expert? If not for the lack of high-level combat power, our Star Luo Empire would have long since flattened the Heaven Do Empire and completed the unification of the entire Douluo continent. 1 continent, 2 empires. If not for the meddlesome Spirit Hall back then, this situation of North-South division would have ended long ago. It seems I must try to make contact with that Longevity Sect master. If I can get him to join the Star Luo Empire, with his help in dealing with Spirit Hall, our Star Luo Empire flattening the Heaven Do Empire would just be a matter of time. On the Douluo continent, even for a Super Douluo, life has its limits. As long as that Longevity Sect master is alive, he can be granted a special status for the Longevity Sect. Once the Longevity Sect master grows old and dies, the future monarchs of the Star Luo Empire can revoke all special statuses granted to the Longevity Sect. By then, this continent will have only 1 master, and that will be our Star Luo royal family. The Star Luo Emperor was ambitious. He had thought of a strategy to win over Lu Chen, as well as a method to deal with him. Dealing with Lu Chen, it could not rely on force, it needed to rely on time. After their Star Luo Empire used Lu Chen's power to unify the continent, they could use the lifespans of 3 or even 5 generations of emperors to slowly wait Lu Chen out until he died, and then they could begin to clear away the Longevity Sect as a hidden danger. A beautiful thought. Unfortunately, the result might not be as he wished. Lu Chen did not yet know that the strange phenomenon he had triggered by activating his innate Dao body had caused various factions to harbor all sorts of different petty schemes. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. Lu Chen already possessed the strength to flatten the continent. Now, the only one who could be regarded as an enemy by him was the Asura god of the god realm. One day later, the various strange phenomena dissipated, and the hundreds of millions of commoners on the Douluo continent felt as if this day had been a dream. The sun and the moon had actually appeared in the same sky, and even though it was broad daylight, star after star in the sky shone even brighter than they did at night. When all this dissipated, the hundreds of millions of commoners seemed to wake from a dream, and they all believed this was a divine miracle. It was fortunate that Lu Chen did not need to rely on faith to become a god. Otherwise, this would have been a great opportunity to harvest faith. Longevity Sect, Underground Secret Chamber. Shrouded in 7-colored light, Lu Chen had 9 spirit rings pulsing up and down around him. Now, his 9 spirit rings had completely changed. Originally, there had been 9 spirit rings consisting of 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. But now, they had become 9 spirit rings consisting of 6 black and 3 red. The first to the 6th spirit rings were all 10,000-year spirit rings of black color. The 7th to the 9th spirit rings were 100,000-year spirit rings emitting a dazzling blood-colored light. After Lu Chen activated his innate Dao body and cultivated for a day, his cultivation had increased by a total of 172,800 years. His body could not contain so much spirit power, so he had distributed this spirit power equally among the 9 spirit rings. Now, each spirit ring had increased by 19,200 years of cultivation. Among them, the first, second, and third spirit rings had increased by 19,200 years of cultivation and successfully transformed into 10,000-year spirit rings. In addition, the 7th spirit ring, which was originally an 85,000-year blue-silver king spirit ring, had increased by 19,200 years of cultivation and successfully transformed into a 100,000-year spirit ring. Lu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, which stirred up a storm in the underground secret chamber, instantly causing dust to fly and floor tiles to be lifted into the air. As he opened his pair of azure eyes, which were radiating sharp light, he moved his divine thought and retracted his aura, finally calming the raging storm. Glancing forward, Lu Chen looked at the 9 spirit rings pulsing around him, the 6 black and 3 red ones, and his heart was also surging with emotion. My gains this time are truly massive. Gathering the seed of life and the seed of destruction, and fusing them into the power of creation, has almost pointed me toward a path to becoming a supreme god king. My choice was correct. The seed of destruction is indeed more suitable for me than the Asura god position. What is even more surprising is that it turns out my golden finger, which makes me stronger just by breathing, is because of my unique physique, which is naturally close to energy of all attributes, allowing the energy of heaven and earth to be absorbed into my body with every breath. This physique of mine, no matter which world it is placed in, is a path to becoming a top-tier expert. Placing it on the Douluo continent plane is truly a bit of a waste of talent. But the good thing about this world is that once you become a god, you can live forever. Compared to other great universes, immortality is also a not insignificant temptation. In just one day, my 9 spirit rings have transformed into 6 black and 3 red. If this continues, it won't take many days for me to possess all 100,000-year spirit rings. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to possess all million-year spirit rings. I have 2 spirits, totaling 18 spirit rings. With 18 million-year level spirit rings, possessing such deep foundations, as soon as I break through and become a god, I will be able to become a god king level expert. Hehe, Asura, just wash your neck clean in the god realm and wait for me to bring the black iron sickle to cut off your head. The black iron sickle has evolved into a divine rank spirit, so continuing to use this name is very low class. It would be better if, from now on, the black iron sickle is renamed the Destruction War Scythe. Renaming it was also Lu Chen's way of expressing gratitude to the god of destruction for gifting him the seed of destruction. Chapter 265 inches moi. Underground secret chamber. Lu Chen stood up and stretched, his bones cracking like popping beans. He retracted his blue-silver emperor martial soul, and the 9 spirit rings, 6 black and 3 red, dissipated into the air one by one. With a flash, he vanished from the underground secret chamber. Back in the outside world, on the plaza in front of the main peak, Du Gubo had been waiting there. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he hurried over in 2 or 3 strides, his eyes burning, his expression excited, and he asked in a hurried tone. Lu Chen, you caused such a huge commotion, are you about to become a god? Lu Chen nodded with a smile. I've only found the path to becoming a god. To truly become a god, it will take at least another year or so. Du Gubo gasped. Becoming a god in a year or so, if anyone else said that, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. But since Lu Chen said it, Du Gubo believed it 100%. Level 100 to become a god. This ethereal legend, he, Du Gubo, actually had the hope of witnessing it with his own eyes. Good, good, good. You say you can become a god in a year or so, I believe you can definitely do it. Du Gubo rambled on. After you become a god, you must take Yan Yan to become a god too. As for this old man, you don't need to worry about me. In this life, being able to break through to level 98 is already satisfying enough. I dare not hope to become a god myself. Du Gubo cared most about Du Guyan, not himself. Right, Du Gubo seemed to suddenly remember something. After you all went out to sea last time, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo from Spirit Hall came to our longevity sect, saying they wanted to serve as the left and right protectors of our longevity sect. They are elders of Spirit Hall, holding high positions and great power. Suddenly running over to join our longevity sect, I feel they don't have good intentions. I settled them in the city at the foot of the mountain and set up a circle of poison arrays around them. Now that you're back, how do you think we should deal with them? Hearing this, Lu Chen slapped his own forehead. Brother Dugu, I forgot to tell you. I have a spirit ability that can control plant spirit beasts and those who possess plant spirits. Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit, Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, is a plant spirit. He has already been controlled by me and is 100% loyal to me. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are close friends. With Chrysanthemum Douluo defecting to me, Ghost Douluo would not dare to betray me either. It was I who asked them to come to our longevity sect to serve as the left and right protectors respectively. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo can perform a spirit fusion skill, the 2-phase stasis domain. With the defection of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, our longevity sect is even more impregnable. Go bring them over. From now on, they are part of our longevity sect. Du Gubo's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. So that was how it was. To think there was a spirit ability that could control a titled Douluo. But since Lu Chen said it, there was certainly no problem. Du Gubo rubbed his hands excitedly. I'll go arrange it right away. After saying this, Du Gubo turned and left. He knew the capabilities of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. As long as they truly defected, Du Gubo would be very welcoming. Watching Du Gubo's back disappear, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to visit Xiao Wu. After returning from overseas, he had immediately begun absorbing the seed of destruction. Now that he had finished absorbing it, it was time to visit Xiao Wu. Lu Chen moved his divine thought and found Xiao Wu's location. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and he smiled relaxedly. With a flash of his figure, he vanished from the spot. At this time, Xiao Wu was cultivating in a forest mimicry environment. Because Xiao Wu was worried about her mother, Aru, she had brought her along with her. Amidst the high and low interlacing bushes, 2 women, one big, one small, with 90% similarity, were sitting cross-legged on the lawn, meditating. The older one was Aru, and the younger one was Xiao Wu. Aru's soul had not been repaired, so she had not yet regained her own consciousness, she was just imitating Xiao Wu. Whoosh, whoosh, a breeze blew, and the leaves rustled as they rubbed against each other. On the previously empty lawn, a tall and straight figure appeared in an instant. It was Lu Chen. Xiao Wu's nose twitched, as if she sensed something. She exited her meditation state, opened her beautiful eyes, and immediately saw Lu Chen standing in front of her. Boss Lu Chen, Xiao Wu shouted with a pleasantly surprised look on her pretty face. Her long, slender legs exerted force, and she sprang up from the lawn. Perhaps because she was too excited, she jumped directly into Lu Chen's arms. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and her legs wrapped around his waist, clinging to Lu Chen like an octopus. Boss Lu Chen, I missed you so much. Hee hee, did you miss me? Looking at Xiao Wu, it seemed she wished she could fuse herself into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen raised his hand and gently patted Xiao Wu's back, as if coaxing a child, and said in a doting tone. I did. So, after I finished my closed-door cultivation, I came to see you right away. Upon hearing this, pink hearts appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes. She was already love-struck. A couple of doting words from Lu Chen were enough to turn her into a ditz. She giggled foolishly, rubbing her cheek against Lu Chen's body, like a pet raised at home, full of affection for its master. Lu Chen held Xiao Wu in his arms. Looking down, his gaze met Aru's. Aru's eyes were unfocused, still in that silly, dazed state. He thought to himself, through the power of creation, I can use Aru's remnant soul to remold a new soul for her. But would this remolded soul still count as the original soul? Never mind, I'll use the sacred soul grass instead. I'll use the sacred soul grass to repair Aru's soul. Thinking of this, Lu Chen patted Xiao Wu's back again. Xiao Wu, get down from me first. I'm going to the Ice and Fire Valley to see how much the sacred soul grass has grown. Only when the sacred soul grass grows up sooner can your mother be cured sooner. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately turned red. Lu Chen was just too good to her. Not only did he come to visit her first thing, but he was also worried about letting her mother recover as soon as possible. Boss Lu Chen, Xiao Wu's voice choked up slightly. You are just too good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Xiao Wu pursed her lips, her eyes burning with intense, surging love, and then she pouted. Mwah, 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 mwah. Xiao Wu's warm, soft, and sweet lips landed on Lu Chen's cheek like raindrops. Lu Chen's breathing immediately became a bit hurried. His strong arms tightly encircled Xiao Wu's slender waist. But upon thinking of his age, he helplessly loosened his arms. His talent was too good. This might not necessarily be a good thing, it was a curse. I'm afraid that when Lu Chen breaks through to become a god, he won't even be 15 years old. After a good while, Xiao Wu finally jumped down from Lu Chen's body with a beaming smile. Lu Chen wiped his cheek, summoned his destruction war scythe martial soul, waved at Xiao Wu, and then cast the space/spirit ability, slicing open a spatial rift in midair. With a flash, Lu Chen entered the spatial rift. Chapter 266, Aru recovers. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Lu Chen looked up at the sky and sighed, a hint of helplessness appearing on his handsome face. I, Lu Chen, achieved success at a young age. I reached the title Douluo breakthrough at 12 and became invincible across the entire Douluo continent at 13, yet I am not happy. Clearly, 3 girls are infatuated with me, but it is a pity that I can only look, not touch. There is no crueler punishment in this world than this. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He immediately walked into the depths of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, watching the sacred soul grass growing sturdily near the Ice and Fire Spring, and smiled with satisfaction. It looks like it is growing well. The ice and fire energy of this Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well can accelerate the growth rate of plants by 10 or 100 times. At this growth rate, it will not take 100 years for the sacred soul grass to reach maturity. However, this is still a bit slow. Let me give you a boost. Lu Chen squatted down, placed his hand on the leaves of the sacred soul grass, and channeled a trace of life divine power into it. In an instant, a green light erupted from the leaves of the sacred soul grass. Under the stimulation of the life divine power, the cell division of the sacred soul grass suddenly accelerated, causing its growth rate to increase by tens or hundreds of times. The growth rate increased significantly, and energy consumption skyrocketed. The ice and fire energy around the sacred soul grass was completely absorbed by it. Because the absorption speed was too fast, it even stirred up a whirlwind in this ice and fire valley. The red and white energies intertwined, creating a 10-meter-sized tornado, and energy was continuously poured into the sacred soul grass. But this was not enough. The absorption of energy was far from keeping up with the consumption of energy. The sacred soul grass's cell division was too fast, but the energy supply could not keep up, causing it to show signs of withering. Lu Chen certainly would not let such a thing happen. Blue-silver domain. All rivers run to sea. As soon as these words were spoken, a blue energy erupted from his body, rapidly spreading to the surroundings, covering the entire sunset forest, and continuing to spread outward until it covered the entire Heaven Do Empire. In the end, the entire Heaven Do Empire was under the coverage of Lu Chen's blue-silver domain. Numerous blue-silver grass cheered and leaned toward Lu Chen's direction, bowing to their only emperor. These blue-silver grass accelerated their evolution by absorbing the life aura of the blue-silver domain. They gained not insignificant benefits. Therefore, when Lu Chen needed it, they contributed a portion of their life energy without hesitation. These wisps of blue light quickly converged into the ice and fire yin-yang well through the giant network of the blue-silver domain. That life energy, like a vast ocean, was poured into the sacred soul grass under Lu Chen's guidance. With the supplement of this life energy, the sacred soul grass successfully solved the problem of energy supply failing to keep up due to excessively fast cell division. The stimulation of the life divine power caused the sacred soul grass to accelerate cell division and speed up growth. The supplement of life energy provided the energy needed for the sacred soul grass to accelerate cell division and growth. Under the coordination of the two, in just one day, the sacred soul grass in front of Lu Chen grew over a foot tall. As it swayed slightly, it emitted an energy fluctuation that made one's soul tremble, a desire from the depths of the soul to consume it. Seeing this, Lu Chen stopped his movements, raised his right hand, summoned his dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone, and harvested the sacred soul grass without damaging its roots. After Aru's soul is repaired, I will let her go to Longevity Academy and be a vice dean along with Ah Yin, managing the daily affairs of Longevity Academy. I spent so much effort, from beginning to end, to resurrect Aru and repair her soul, it is only right that she works for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen took the sacred soul grass and left the ice and fire yin-yang well. Longevity sect. Xiao Wu brought Aru back to her room and settled her mother inside. She then stood at the doorway like a waiting statue, hands clasped in front of her chest, her eyes filled with anticipation and love. Even though the waiting time was very dull, she did not have the slightest bit of impatience. She waited for a long time and finally saw Lu Chen descend from the sky with the sacred soul grass. Boss Lu Chen. Xiao Wu greeted him with an excited face. Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He reached out and patted Xiao Wu's head, then handed the sacred soul grass over with his other hand. Here, this is the sacred soul grass. Feed it to your mother. If there are no accidents, it should be able to let your mother wake up completely. Xiao Wu held the over a foot tall sacred soul grass with both hands. Her eyes seemed to be glued to Lu Chen, and she did not want to look away for even a second. Boss Lu Chen, mother and I will definitely repay you. Xiao Wu said this very firmly. Turning back into the room, Xiao Wu carefully fed the sacred soul grass to her mother, leaf by leaf. Whoosh! A wave of energy uncontrollably erupted from Aru's body, causing her to hold her head, her face full of pain, and let out a muffled groan. Ah! Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu could not help but be somewhat panicked. Mother! She took a big step forward and hugged Aru tightly, but her embrace could not alleviate Aru's pain. Lu Chen came to the side, his eyes erupting with sharp light, as if he could see through all kinds of wonders. After watching for a while, he spoke with absolute certainty. Xiao Wu, don't worry, this is your mother's soul. Being repaired. Just like when bones are injured and not treated well, they grow crooked. To fully recover the bones, one must break the crooked bones and reconnect them. This is the situation with your mother right now. After your mother's soul was shattered into fragments and pieced back together, there must have been some misalignments during that process. Now, if your mother wants to fully recover, she needs to tear her soul apart and piece it back together completely. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Xiao Wu's tears flowed like broken pearls. She hugged her mother tightly with a sorrowful face. Mother, Xiao Wu is here. Xiao Wu will always be with you. At this moment, Aru was trembling all over, experiencing the pain of her soul being torn apart. Her soul was torn into fragments again, and like a puzzle, it began to be pieced back together. Her soul damage was too severe initially, so the soul fragments were incomplete. Some missing soul fragments were slowly regrowing under the nourishment of the sacred soul grass's medicinal power, just like a severed limb regrowing. And in Aru's mind, as her soul was pieced back together and grew, scenes flashed by quickly. These were all of Aru's past memories. These memories together shaped Aru's personality. Scenes filled Aru's heart, and her originally lifeless eyes burst with a stunning radiance. With her consciousness returned, Aru screamed, "Xiao Wu, run!" At this moment, Aru finally fully recovered. She remembered everything from the past. For her, her consciousness was still stuck on the day she was killed by Bibi Dong. Under Bibi Dong's pursuit, Aru felt she had no way to survive, so she let Xiao Wu escape alone, while she stayed behind to block Bibi Dong. Chapter 267, Fulfilling Promises. Mom. Xiao Wu was overcome with excitement, hearing Aru call her name and tell her to run. Xiao Wu's memories were pulled back to the day her mother was killed. On that day, her mother had traded her own life to ensure Xiao Wu escaped. Xiao Wu would never forget that day, even in death. Aru panted heavily. On that pretty face, which bore a 90% resemblance to Xiao Wu's but appeared more mature and gentle, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. She remembered being in the Stardo Great Forest, desperately blocking Bibi Dong's path. But after closing and opening her eyes, how did she suddenly appear in this room? This was clearly human society. Aru first felt confused, then looked at Xiao Wu, who was holding her and crying loudly. Although she didn't know what was happening, the fact that she was fine and Xiao Wu was also safe caused Aru's tense heart to relax for the moment. She also hugged Xiao Wu tightly, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Wu, this is wonderful. I didn't expect Mom to still be alive to see you again. What is the situation now? I remember I seemed to have been struck through my paragon golden body by Bibi Dong's eternal trauma, and after that, my consciousness completely sank into darkness. Xiao Wu lifted her head, revealing a pretty face wet with tears that made one feel pity, the little pearls flowing from her eyes never ceasing, yet a happy smile appeared on her cheeks as she spoke with a trembling, choked voice. Mom, you had already died once, and that vicious woman Bibi Dong even absorbed your spirit ring and spirit bone. I came to human society from the Stardo Great Forest just to find an opportunity to avenge you, and fortunately, I met Boss Lu Chen. He not only avenged us and crippled that vicious woman Bibi Dong, but also snatched back your spirit ring and spirit bone, using the remnant soul within them to resurrect you. Aru's heart trembled. She had personally faced Bibi Dong and naturally knew her terror. The boss Lu Chen her daughter spoke of had not only defeated Bibi Dong but even snatched back the spirit ring and spirit bone to resurrect her. What kind of realm was this, that it made her head spin just thinking about it? She turned her head and looked towards the not-so-distant spot at Lu Chen, who stood tall and straight, possessing hair as blue as the ocean reaching his waist, with eyes the same color as his hair, exquisite facial features, well-defined angles, and a handsomeness that was beyond belief. Under Lu Chen's smiling gaze and gentle eyes, Aru's heart uncontrollably pounded a few times faster, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It wasn't that Aru wasn't reserved enough, but rather that Lu Chen was simply too good-looking. The Blue-Silver Emperor's beauty enhancement was unparalleled across the entire Douluo continent. After a good while, Aru finally regained her composure, withdrew her gaze from Lu Chen's handsome face, and slightly sensed the aura on Lu Chen's body. To her shock, she discovered that she could not perceive Lu Chen's aura at all. Lu Chen was clearly standing right there, but in Aru's perception, there was only empty air before her. Aru gasped, and out of respect for a powerhouse, she bowed gracefully. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. While bowing, she shielded Xiao Wu behind her. This was her instinct as a mother. Both she and Xiao Wu were 100,000-year-old soft bones rabbit transformations. Things like their spirit ring and spirit bone were considered priceless treasures to human spirit masters. Although Lu Chen was her savior, past experiences still made Aru instinctively harbor some vigilance. Lu Chen noticed Aru's small actions, but he didn't mind and smiled indifferently. Aru, you have just recovered your soul, and you and Xiao Wu must have a lot to say, so I won't disturb you here. I'll leave the time to you mother and daughter. I will come back to find you tomorrow. Also, Aru, do not return to the Stardo Great Forest. Just stay here with Xiao Wu, and no one will dare to covet your spirit ring and spirit bone. I have established a longevity academy, and you can go be a dean there. You can live well in human society from now on, and Xiao Wu will be able to stay by your side always. After speaking, Lu Chen waved at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, accompany your mother well. Too much time has passed since your mother's death, and she surely doesn't know the current situation. Xiao Wu hopped and skipped out from behind Aru. Although her eyes were still red, her pretty face was already full of joy. I know, Boss Lu Chen. Afterward, Lu Chen left. Inside the room, Xiao Wu began to detail to Aru some of the things she had experienced over these years. From leaving the Stardo Great Forest to attend Nuoding Academy, to Lu Chen resurrecting Aru and finding a way to repair her soul. One incident after another made Aru open her mouth in shock. That tall, handsome young man from just a moment ago was actually only in his teens, yet he had become a super Douluo. Not only was his combat power formidable, but he could also bring the dead back to life. Such a method of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bones was, to Aru, no different from a divine skill. A strange light flickered in Aru's eyes. She could see that her daughter had fallen hopelessly in love with Lu Chen. Because when Xiao Wu spoke of Lu Chen, her eyes were shining, as if stars were flickering within them. Xiao Wu was still talking incessantly, and listening to Xiao Wu's narration, Aru became increasingly curious about Lu Chen. Since he was her daughter's beloved, Aru would have to observe him carefully to see if he was worthy of her daughter's lifelong commitment. On the other side, after leaving the room, Lu Chen hurried back to the ice and fire yin-yang well, where he dug up 2 7-star dragon tongue orchids, and headed to the Stardo Great Forest with the 2 herbs. He found the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape living in the Lake of Life and gave these 2 herbs to them respectively. Back when Lu Chen was absorbing the spirit rings of the 3,000 Jun ants, it was thanks to the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape acting as protectors. At that time, Lu Chen had promised to give the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape 1 7-star dragon tongue orchid each. Lu Chen kept his word. Naturally, he would not break his promise. After Lu Chen handed the 2 herbs to the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, he instructed them. After absorbing these 2 herbs, your cultivation can advance further. I wish for you to break through your bottleneck soon and become vicious beasts of over 200,000 years. Additionally, the sacred soul grass has been cultivated by me. After Aru took it, she has now recovered her soul. She and Xiao Wu have reunited, and they will live in human society from now on. With my protection, there is no need to worry about anyone coveting their spirit ring and spirit bone. Your massive bodies are not suitable for going to human society, so just wait for an opportunity in the future to let Aru and Xiao Wu come back to the Stardo Great Forest to visit you. Once these words were spoken, the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape felt extremely excited, and their pupils, as huge as lanterns, seemed to have tiny glimmers of crystal light flickering. Beast kings do not shed tears easily, only when they haven't reached the point of heartbreak. Although the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape had powerful bloodlines, they also had their youth. When they were young, they owed much to Aru's care. They recognized Xiao Wu as their older sister, and to a certain extent, they also recognized Aru as their mother. The Sky Azure Bull Python's deep voice sounded like thunder. Lu Chen, you resurrected Aru and restored her soul. You are our great benefactor. If you have any orders in the future, we brothers will never refuse. The Titan Giant Ape also nodded heavily. Me too, Lu Chen chuckled and said. Then you still need to continue to improve your strength. Even if your bloodlines are special, you are at most 96th level Super Douluos. Mere 96th level Super Douluos, to me, can be slapped to death in a bunch with one palm. If you want to become my helpers, strive to raise your cultivation to over 300,000 years. After speaking, Lu Chen summoned his Destruction War Scythe Spirit, with 2 black, 6 red, and 1 purple gold. 9 spirit rings rose one by one, and suddenly the air froze. These 9 spirit rings of Lu Chen's second martial soul had not yet been modified by his power of creation, but even with just their initial spirit ring configuration, it still made the 2 beast kings, the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, feel suffocated. That purple gold million-year spirit ring almost pressed the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape flat onto the ground. Lu Chen used his space/spirit ability to cleave a spatial rift in midair, then flashed, entered the spatial rift, and disappeared from the Stardo Great Forest. Now, the promises Lu Chen had once made, he had all fulfilled one by one. He had said he would resurrect Aru and restore her soul, and now he had done it. He had said he would give the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape 1 7-star dragon tongue orchid each, and now he had also done it. Chapter 268. Aru and Qian. The next day, Longevity Sect. Lu Chen arrived outside the room of Xiao Wu and Aru once again. He did not rush in, but stood outside the door and called out loudly. Xiao Wu, Aru, are you awake yet? As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Wu's joyful voice came from inside the room. "We're up, Boss Lu Chen, we'll be out right away." Before long, the door opened. Xiao Wu came skipping out. When she saw Lu Chen, her eyes lit up. She hurried over in a few steps, and upon getting close, she reached out and wrapped her arms around one of Lu Chen's arms. Shortly after, the gentle and quiet Eru walked out of the room. Seeing her daughter so eager to cling to Lu Chen, a trace of reproach flashed in her eyes. She sighed inwardly, blaming herself for not being there all these years to properly teach Xiao Wu, which led to her developing such a personality. Where was a girl's reserve? How could she just throw herself into a man's arms like that? After walking over, Eru bowed slightly, her voice gentle and filled with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my life. Last night, I already heard Xiao Wu recount your past in detail. I must also thank Your Excellency for taking care of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is reckless. As a beast-to-human transformation, she dared to barge into human society. If it weren't for Your Excellency's care, I fear my silly child would have ended up becoming someone else's spirit ring and spirit bone." Eru was truly terrified. Before a beast-to-human transformation reaches the rank of spirit saint, they cannot hide from the perception of high-ranking spirit masters. A titled Douluo could spot them at a glance. If a spirit Douluo paid a little attention, they would also be highly likely to discover them. Therefore, when Xiao Wu first entered human society, she was absolutely walking a tightrope. One slip would have led to total destruction. Lu Chen smiled indifferently. Since Xiao Wu had followed him, she had indeed avoided many of the tragic fates from the original plot. She didn't need to sacrifice herself for Tang San, preserving her own spirit beast luck and destiny. In the original plot, although Xiao Wu was eventually resurrected, without her spirit beast luck and destiny, she had completely become a mere accessory, ending up only as the scabbard for the Asura demon sword, completely reduced to a vassal of Tang San. Don't talk about Tang San having deep feelings for Xiao Wu. If his feelings were so deep, why couldn't he let Xiao Wu become a god independently? In the end, Xiao Wu just became an opportunity for Tang San. Lu Chen smiled and handed over the food box in his hand. It was 2 breakfasts he had brought from the cafeteria before coming over. "Eru, it was just a small favor, no need to be so polite. Xiao Wu and I are classmates and roommates. We lived in the same dorm for 3 years and forged a deep friendship. While spirit rings and spirit bones are certainly tempting, to me, friendship is more precious. This is the breakfast I brought for you. After you eat, I will take you to Longevity Academy, which will make it easier for you to integrate into human society in the future." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the eyes Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen with were so tender they could drip water. Eru's eyes were also shining with brilliance. It was no wonder her daughter liked Lu Chen. He could value emotions more than profit and remained unmoved even when facing 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. This was definitely a good man worthy of entrusting one's life to. Eru took the food box and ate breakfast with Xiao Wu. After the mother and daughter were both full, they followed Lu Chen and headed down the mountain to Longevity Academy. A moment later, Longevity Academy. Lu Chen led Xiao Wu and Eru to the Academy's dean's office and found Yin, who was working. As soon as they met, a look of surprise appeared on Yin's face, and a look of shock appeared on Eru's face. As they looked at each other, both felt a sense of closeness as if looking at one of their own kind. After all, they were both 100,000-year beast-to-human transformations. Eru frowned and pondered. Although she had never met Yin, the aura on Yin gave her a sense of familiarity, so she spoke with some hesitation. "Blue Silver Emperor." Yin nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Lu Chen with eyes as gentle as water. "I used to be the Blue Silver Emperor, but now I am only the Blue Silver King. Our Blue Silver clan already has a new ruler, who is my master, Lu Chen. I once went to the Stardo Great Forest and seemed to have sensed your aura. You are the Soft Bone Emperor." Eru nodded slightly. The king of the forest, Titan Giant Ape, and the forest emperor, Sky Azure Bull Python, both respected her as a mother, so Eru had indeed been the uncrowned queen of the Stardo Great Forest. However, upon hearing how Yin addressed Lu Chen, Eru turned to look at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with a strange expression. Even if Lu Chen had become the new Blue Silver Emperor, for Yin to call him master directly, wouldn't that mean Yin had become a slave? Aru pursed her lips, her heart tightening slightly, worried that Lu Chen might be a pervert. She knew that among humans, there were some high-ranking nobles or powerful spirit masters who liked to keep female slaves by their side. Lu Chen wouldn't have such a perverted hobby, would he? Aru couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for her daughter's choice. At the same time, Lu Chen looked at Aru, whose personality was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and then looked at Yin, whose personality was submissive and tender. Compared to the still green Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, Aru and Yin could truly be called ripe. What am I thinking about? Lu Chen shook his head slightly, mobilized his divine thought to extinguish those unhealthy thoughts in his mind, and then said aloud with a smile. It seems you all know each other, so I won't introduce you further. Yin is the Vice Dean of our Longevity Academy. When I am not at the Academy, Yin is responsible for managing the daily affairs of the Academy. Aru, from now on, you will be the Dean of Academic Affairs at Longevity Academy. Work with Yin to manage Longevity Academy and be responsible for formulating teaching tasks for students of all grades. This is the first step for you to integrate into human society. Yin, you guide Aru. Aru, if you don't understand anything, just ask Yin. Having said this, Lu Chen paused and looked at Xiao Wu, who was following beside Aru. Xiao Wu, you and your mother have just reunited, and I don't want to separate you so quickly. However, I discovered an opportunity overseas and plan to take you, Zuqing, and Yan to that location to try our luck. This is a good opportunity, it would be a pity to miss it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately fell into a dilemma. She looked at Aru and then at Lu Chen, wanting to stay with her mother while also wanting to accompany Lu Chen. She clutched the corner of her clothes with both hands, opened her mouth, but could not make a sound for a long time. It was Aru who, not wanting her daughter to miss the opportunity, took the initiative to make the decision for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, go overseas with your excellency. Now that I have been resurrected, there is still plenty of time for us to be together, but once a precious opportunity is missed, it will be gone. Don't worry about me, I will wait for you to return right here in Longevity Academy. It just so happens that I have many things I want to ask Miss Yin about. Aru wanted to chat with Yin in private to see if Lu Chen was a pervert and if he had any perverted hobbies. At this time, Xiao Wu, since Aru had already made the decision for her, did not refuse anymore, but her pretty face showed a bit of reluctance. Mom, then wait for me to come back. I still have so many things I want to tell you. Chapter 269, Sea God Island. After settling Aru down, Lu Chen took Xiao Wu, called Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, and they set off once again, leaving the Longevity sect and flying westward towards the ocean. Lu Chen summoned 3 blue silver vines, which wrapped around the waists of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan respectively, and carried them as they flew. If only Lu Chen had 3 hands instead of 2, otherwise, he would have held all 3 women in his arms. In the sky, Lu Chen explained to the 3 women. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan, the place I am taking you to this time is called Sea God Island. It is a force left behind by a spirit master who once achieved a breakthrough to level 100. That spirit master who achieved a breakthrough to level 100 is now the sea god of the god realm. Last time I was hunting a spirit beast overseas, I met the high priestess of Sea God Island. She wanted me to become the successor to the sea god, but I wanted to create my own god position, so I refused her. I can create my own god position, but you can only inherit one. I want to pass this sea god position to Yan. Xiao Wu is a beast to human transformation, and the sea god was once human, so the possibility of him choosing you as his successor is not high. Zuqing has a dark attribute, while the sea god's attribute leans towards light, so the possibility of him choosing you as his successor is similarly not high. Considering all aspects, only Yan is the most suitable. Having said this, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, rest assured. Once I become a divinity, I will definitely choose suitable god positions for you to inherit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing did not resist Lu Chen's arrangements. For Xiao Wu, the fact that Lu Chen helped her resurrect her mother was enough to make her deeply grateful. It was just a sea god position, and after Lu Chen's analysis, she knew the possibility of her inheriting it was indeed low, so she had no complaints. As for Zhu Zuqing, she was naturally content. Ever since she met Lu Chen, he had given her the best spirit rings and spirit bone, as well as treasures like the Narcissus jade muscle bone and the dark demon evil god bead. She had even wanted to sneak into Lu Chen's room at night and crawl into his bed to repay his kindness, but unfortunately, Lu Chen was always cultivating and basically never slept, which left Zhu Zuqing helpless and forced her to give up. Xiao Wu stared at Lu Chen without blinking, her eyes as gentle as water, fixed on him, unwilling to look away for even a second. She said with a smile, "Boss Lu Chen, actually you don't need to explain too much. We all trust you, we will do whatever you arrange." Zhu Zuqing was also looking at Lu Chen, her eyes flashing with a light of trust, the absolute trust of someone who had entrusted her body and soul to Lu Chen. She nodded firmly. "Me too." Only Du Guyan felt somewhat anxious and hesitant. A look of hesitation appeared on her beautiful face, and she pursed her lips, not daring to look directly at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, do you trust me that much? That is the sea god who achieved a breakthrough to level 100 to become a divinity on his own. Even if he really wants to choose a successor, can I really be selected 100%? Du Guyan had been with Lu Chen for too long, and her threshold for what constituted a genius had been raised infinitely high. In her view, only a genius like Lu Chen, who became a super Douluo in his teens, would receive an invitation from the High Priestess of Sea God Island to become the successor to the Sea God. She was now 20 years old, but only a small spirit saint, not even a titled Douluo yet. Lu Chen believed she could become the successor to the Sea God, but if she failed to become the successor, wouldn't she be betraying Lu Chen's trust? Hearing Du Guyan's words, Lu Chen accurately perceived the lack of confidence in her tone. Since she was in such a rush to deny herself, it seemed he had put too much pressure on her. Being this unconfident won't do. Lu Chen looked at Du Guyan with encouraging eyes. "Yan Yan, there is no need to belittle yourself. You are a genius beyond doubt. To become a spirit saint powerhouse at only 20 years old, looking across the entire Douluo continent, you are in a league of your own." The clear sky Douluo Tang Hao, who was once praised to the heavens, only became a spirit saint powerhouse after the age of 30. Look at your equipment. After absorbing the dragon origin fruit, your jade phosphor snake evolved into a jade phosphorus dragon, and you have 6 pieces of spirit bone excluding the torso bone. If you really fight, even a spirit Douluo would be no match for you. Even if you encounter a titled Douluo, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the short term. If you can't become the successor to the Sea God, then no one in this world is qualified to be the successor to the Sea God. Seeing Du Guyan's spirits gradually lifting, Lu Chen brought out his final trump card. He took the vast sea cosmic shroud from his portable space and handed it to Du Guyan. "Yan Yan, this is the national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire, the vast sea cosmic shroud. But in reality, it is also the legacy item of the Sea God's heart. Take this Sea God's heart. As long as your talent is sufficient, the Sea God will 100% choose you to be his successor. When I said I would let you inherit the Sea God position, it was of course because I was absolutely certain of it." Holding the vast sea cosmic shroud and feeling the vast energy within it like surging waves, Du Guyan truly realized Lu Chen's good intentions. Her eyes turned slightly red, and she nodded vigorously. "I will definitely succeed, and I will absolutely not let down your expectations." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. He had done what he could. If the Sea God did not choose Du Guyan as his successor, then once he fought his way to the God realm, he would go to the Sea God's Sea God temple and have a kind and friendly chat with him. Lu Chen was very fast. He set off from the longevity sect in the morning and arrived at Sea God Island by the afternoon. On the sea surface around Sea God Island, rows of black fins were swimming in the ocean. Those were the guardians of Sea God Island, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan. Among them, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai, was once the mount of the Sea God. Facing Lu Chen, the intruder, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai, faithfully fulfilled her duty and launched an attack immediately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, hundreds of blue-gray tooth-shaped blades broke through the water from the ocean and shot towards Lu Chen. "Intruder, die for this king." Facing the attack, Lu Chen glanced at it and released a wisp of his divine thought. Suddenly, the world changed color. The clear, cloudless sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and strong winds raged. Those hundreds of tooth-shaped blades were instantly destroyed by the divine thought. The mighty divine might shrouded the sea surface. The devil spirit great white shark clan, which had been swimming on the surface just a moment ago, could not withstand the mental pressure. One after another, they fainted, turned belly up, and lay on the sea surface. Even the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai, felt as if her head was about to explode at this moment. She let out a shrill scream with her clear voice. Ah! In fact, Lu Chen hadn't used much effort. If Lu Chen had really wanted to go on a killing spree, he could have wiped out the entire devil spirit great white shark clan, including the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai, in an instant. That they couldn't even withstand a wisp of his divine thought was purely because Xiao Bai and her devil spirit great white shark clan were overall too weak. Such a shocking change occurred on the outskirts of Sea God Island, and the 7 guardians inside Sea God Island naturally reacted immediately. What kind of small fry dares to offend Sea God Island? The next moment, 7 blue lights converged from 7 directions of Sea God Island. Inside each of those 7 lights was a powerhouse at the titled Douluo level. They were the guardians of Sea God Island, the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God. As they got closer, the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God, led by Sea Dragon Douluo, all changed their expressions drastically. Under the deterrence of that divine thought, they were all facing a formidable enemy, as if they were facing a divinity. Against such an enemy, even if they activated the power of the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God, they would likely be no match. Only their high priestess, Bo Saishi, by mobilizing the power of the entire ocean, could possibly rival him. Just at this moment, a red light shot out from the Sea God Mountain in the center of Sea God Island. In an instant, the red light flew to the outskirts of Sea God Island. It's the High Priestess. With the High Priestess taking action, our Sea God Island will surely be safe and sound. Quote. Seeing that red light, the guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the incoming red light with expectant eyes. The red light dissipated, revealing High Priestess Bo Saishi, who was wearing a bright red robe and holding a brilliant golden scepter. Although her appearance was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes were filled with desolate loneliness. High Priestess Bo Saishi looked at Lu Chen and the Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan he had brought with him, and said calmly, "Your Excellency, you have come. These 3 girls, their aura is indeed not weak. To have such spirit power fluctuations at this age, they are truly worthy of being called heaven's proud daughters. But I cannot guarantee that they will definitely be chosen by the Sea God as his successor." Then she glanced at the sea surface, and her slender willow eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Your Excellency, please stop. Xiao Bai and her clan are just fulfilling their duty to guard Sea God Island, not intentionally acting as your enemy. Take those 3 girls and come with me to Sea God Island to receive the blessing of the Sea God." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Let's go then." As he spoke, he simultaneously withdrew that wisp of divine thought. Without Lu Chen's divine thought controlling it, all the strange phenomena in the world began to dissipate. High Priestess Bo Saishi glanced at the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God. "Sea Dragon, come with me. The other 6 of you, take care of Xiao Bai and her clan." The guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God were very surprised that High Priestess Bo Saishi actually knew Lu Chen and respectfully addressed him as Your Excellency. Who exactly was this divine rank powerhouse of unknown origin? This left the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God puzzled. But their trust in High Priestess Bo Saishi made them unconditionally believe in her. The 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God bowed respectfully and agreed. Next, High Priestess Bo Saishi and Sea Dragon Douluo led the way, and Lu Chen, with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan following behind, entered Sea God Island. The other 6 guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God landed on the sea surface to take care of Xiao Bai and the rest of the devil spirit great white sharks. A moment later, at the location of the Sea Dragon Pillar, High Priestess Bo Saishi instructed Sea Dragon Douluo, "Sea Dragon, you will preside over the blessing for those 3 girls." Then she looked at Lu Chen. "Your Excellency, do you really not want to try? If you agree, the Sea God will surely be very willing to let you become his successor." Lu Chen smiled without saying a word. Currently, he had 3 powerful forces within his body: life, divine power, destruction. Divine power, and power of creation. Even the Sea God's light could not penetrate his body. Now the Sea God had no chance of comparing himself to him. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, High Priestess Bo Saishi knew that Lu Chen was unwilling to become the sea god's successor. She sighed and didn't force it anymore, looking at Sea Dragon Douluo and nodding slightly. Sea Dragon Douluo's burly body bowed slightly, lowering his proud head, and he performed a salute with a respectful expression. Sea Dragon accepts the order. Then Sea Dragon Douluo strode to the front of the Sea Dragon pillar, his expression solemn and his eyes grave, and he looked at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan and said, "Which of you will receive the blessing first?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing both looked at Du Guyan. Du Guyan took a deep breath, touched the vast sea cosmic shroud in her arms, and called out, "I will." She swayed her water snake-like waist, leapt up, crossed the ring-shaped lake, and arrived in front of the Sea Dragon pillar. Sea Dragon Douluo didn't waste words, he immediately closed his eyes and began to pray, triggering the power of the Sea Dragon pillar. A brilliant blue light erupted from the Sea Dragon pillar and shone upon Du Guyan, beginning to test her talent and potential. In just a few breaths, the brilliant blue light retracted back into the Sea Dragon pillar. The next moment, the Sea Dragon pillar began to change colors continuously like a neon light. First white, then yellow, then purple, then black, and following that was red. At this moment, Sea Dragon Douluo stared with his eyes wide open in astonishment. A red trial was something that only High Priestess Bo Saishi had encountered before. But it wasn't over. That blinding blood-red light instantly transformed into a blue-gold light. The blue-gold light, which illuminated the world, enveloped the entire Sea God Island. Countless people of Sea God Island knelt down towards the source of the light, respectfully, praising the manifestation of the Sea God. Right in front of the Sea Dragon pillar, Sea Dragon Douluo opened his mouth wide. Blue gold. What level of trial is this? Sea Dragon Douluo didn't know what level of trial this was, but High Priestess Bo Saishi knew it clearly. In her desolate eyes, a light of excitement erupted, and she unconsciously took a few steps forward and said, "Sea God 9 trials. The Sea God has chosen his successor." High Priestess Bo Saishi was extremely excited. Being able to guide a Sea God successor to inherit the Sea God position before her death meant she would have no regrets. The brilliant blue-gold light began to contract rapidly, finally shrouding only Du Guyan, leaving a blue-gold trident mark on her smooth forehead. And this was the mark of the Sea God's successor. Du Guyan was still a bit dazed, but feeling the heat radiating from the vast sea cosmic shroud in her arms, she understood that she had been confirmed as the Sea God's successor. She had really succeeded. At this thought, Du Guyan turned around and returned to Lu Chen's side, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly, wanting to share her joy with him. Lu Chen also hugged Du Guyan back, patting her back gently to comfort her. This sea god was quite sensible, he didn't disappoint him. Lu Chen gave Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing a wink. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other, then crossed the ring-shaped lake one after the other and went to the front of the Sea Dragon pillar. Sea Dragon Douluo hadn't fully recovered yet. He instinctively performed the blessing for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, and the result shocked him once again. When blessing Xiao Wu, the Sea Dragon pillar shone with a great red light, and finally, a red 7-pointed star mark condensed on Xiao Wu's forehead. What Xiao Wu obtained was the red level 7 trials, also known as the top tier 7 trials. When blessing Zhu Zuqing, the Sea Dragon pillar shone with a great red light again, and finally, a red 7-pointed star mark condensed on Zhu Zuqing's forehead as well. Zhu Zuqing also obtained the red level 7 trials. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had both consumed immortal herbs and each possessed 3 spirit bones over 50,000 years old. With their talent, obtaining the red level 7 trials was a matter of course. Sea Dragon Douluo, who had performed the blessing for the 3 women. At this moment, he was completely numb. Were the spirit masters in the outside world now generally this talented? Then wasn't their Sea God Island just sitting in a well looking at the sky? Chapter 270. Transmigration, Sea God's Light, and the location of the Sea Dragon Pillar. High Priestess Bo Saishi was filled with admiration. Her gaze swept toward Du Guyan, then flickered over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, the look of astonishment in her eyes growing even more intense. As expected, the girls who can stay by His Excellency's side are not simple existences. Besides obtaining the Sea God 9 trials, they have actually obtained 2 top-tier 7 trials as well. By passing the top-tier 7 trials, one can become a reserve High Priestess of Sea God Island. My position can finally be considered to have a successor. As her voice faded, High Priestess Bo Saishi walked in front of Du Guyan. Her face was kind, and a gentle look flashed in her eyes, as if she were looking at her own most outstanding junior. Little girl, what is your name? Du Guyan was not timid, she introduced herself generously. Senior, my name is Du Guyan. High Priestess Bo Saishi nodded slightly. Now that you and your companions have all received the trials bestowed by Lord Sea God, I believe you already know the specific requirements of the trials through the marks on your foreheads. Do you want to start the trials now, or settle down on Sea God Island first and wait until tomorrow morning to start them? Upon hearing this, Du Guyan glanced at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing out of the corner of her eye. She saw the eagerness on both women's faces, and since she herself wanted to experience the Sea God's trials, she blurted out, "Let's start the trials now." High Priestess Bo Saishi nodded upon hearing this, then rose into the air. Her wide red ceremonial robes fluttered without wind, and her expression was gentle as she said, "Then follow me." After speaking, she turned and flew toward Sea God Mountain in the center of Sea God Island. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan all returned to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen waved his hand to summon 3 blue silver vines, which wrapped around the waists of the 3 women, bringing them along to follow High Priestess Bo Saishi toward Sea God Mountain. Du Guyan looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing curiously. My first trial is called Transmigration, Sea God's Light. Under the suppression of Sea God's Light, I must climb 333 steps within 1 year. What are your trials? Xiao Wu replied. It's somewhat similar to yours. The name is also Transmigration, Sea God's Light, but it requires climbing 133 steps under the suppression of Sea God's Light within 1 year. Zhu Zuqing nodded. I am the same as Xiao Wu. The trial standards given to us by the Sea God should be related to our strength. You are a Spirit Saint powerhouse, so the requirements are the strictest. Xiao Wu and I are both Spirit Kings, so the requirements are lowered accordingly. Du Guyan clenched her fists. She felt a sense of pressure. Indeed, her trial was the most difficult. However, in order to achieve divinity and to be with Lu Chen for a long time, she would risk her life to pass the trial. After a while, they arrived at Sea God Mountain. Looking at Sea God Mountain with its 1,000 steps, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan all showed expressions of amazement. High Priestess Bo Saishi glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had not received the Sea God's blessing, so theoretically, he did not qualify to stay on Sea God Island. But as soon as she thought of Lu Chen's strength, she could only endure it. As long as Lu Chen did not actively attack Sea God Island, she had no choice but to tacitly allow his presence. High Priestess Bo Saishi looked at Du Guyan and said, Miss Dugu, and the other 2 young ladies, this is Sea God Mountain, the location of your first trial. Within 1 year, I will arrange for the food and spare clothing you need to be delivered to you, so you will have no worries. Whether you can pass the trial depends on yourselves. As her voice faded, High Priestess Bo Saishi flew up, turning into a ball of red light, and reached the top of Sea God Mountain. In the blink of an eye, standing in front of the highest step of Sea God Mountain, High Priestess Bo Saishi invoked the divine force of the Sea God, causing the Sea God's light to descend from the sky, covering the 1,000 steps. In front of Lu Chen and the others, that towering Sea God Mountain, covered with various strange plants and emitting a sacred, bright aura, was instantly enveloped in strands of blue light. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, and made a gesture of encouragement. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan, go ahead. I believe in you. Encouraged by Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan each nodded firmly and strode toward the 1,000 steps covered by the Sea God's light. Just as the 3 women stepped onto the first step, a heavy pressure weighed down on them. Fortunately, the 3 women were mentally prepared. They were not flustered, and after exchanging glances, they continued to climb upward with determined expressions. With every step they took, the pressure they bore increased by a fraction. When they walked up to the 33rd step, the pressure suddenly doubled. One could see that the faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan were already slightly flushed, and beads of sweat could be seen sliding down their smooth foreheads, fair cheeks, and slender necks. Their breathing began to quicken, but they continued to climb upward unwaveringly. When they climbed to the 76th step, Zhu Zuqing was the first to be unable to hold on. Her face was flushed red, as if it were about to bleed. Martial soul. Possession. Zhu Zuqing gritted her teeth and summoned martial soul possession. Amidst a flash of faint light, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings rose from beneath her feet. Her spirit power surged through her meridians like a river rushing to the sea, which greatly increased her resistance and finally gave her the confidence to continue climbing. After Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu also couldn't help but summon martial soul possession when she climbed to the 84th step, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings rising from beneath her feet. The spirit power within her body circulated like a windmill, allowing Xiao Wu's body, which had already reached its limit, to once again surge with the power to move forward. Compared to the original storyline, the performance of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing now was undoubtedly much better. This was, of course, because besides taking immortal herbs, they each possessed 3 spirit bones over 50,000 years old, which was a huge boost to their physical bodies. In the end, Zhu Zuqing persisted to the 99th step. The 100th step exceeded her limit, causing her to be bounced off directly. When she was thrown into the air, Zhu Zuqing was already somewhat unconscious. It was Lu Chen who rose into the air and caught the dazed Zhu Zuqing. Lu Chen infused a trace of life divine power into her. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, Zhu Zuqing's condition improved rapidly, and her body, which was on the verge of collapse, seemed to regain its vitality. Her aching muscles and bones, her burning throat and internal organs, as well as her heart that felt like it was about to burst, all quickly returned to their peak state amidst a cool, refreshing sensation. Just then, Xiao Wu could no longer hold on either. She finally collapsed before the 107th step. Her face was red as if it were about to bleed, and the bones in her body were creaking. The next instant, Xiao Wu groaned and was bounced off by the sea god's light. In midair, Xiao Wu lost consciousness and fainted. Xiao Wu had been gritting her teeth and holding on just now, but now she could no longer bear it. It was Lu Chen again. After putting down Zhu Zuqing, he rose into the air once more and caught Xiao Wu. After holding Xiao Wu, Lu Chen could clearly perceive that Xiao Wu's body was convulsing, her muscles were twitching. Unconsciously, the spirit power in her meridians was dissipating, and wisps of blood were overflowing from her mouth and nose. Lu Chen frowned in distress, but he was also a person of firm mind and understood one truth. One must endure the bitterness of bitterness to become a person above others. Without experiencing cruel tempering, how can one have the opportunity to become a divinity in the future? Just like before, Lu Chen infused a trace of life divine power into her body. Under the nourishment of this life divine power, which was capable of bringing the dead back to life and regrowing flesh and bones, Xiao Wu's complexion improved rapidly. Her skin, her muscles and bones, her internal organs, under the soothing of the life divine power, all radiated vigorous vitality and began to repair quickly. Lu Chen brought Xiao Wu down to the ground and placed her side by side with Zhu Zuqing. Now, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had both reached their respective limits. Only Du Guyan was still holding on by herself. At this moment, she had already climbed to the 136th step. Chapter 271 Bibi Dong escapes. On the 136th step, Du Guyan's face was so red it seemed as if it were bleeding. She gritted her teeth, and sweat poured down her forehead, cheeks, and neck like rain. Martial soul possession. Du Guyan's body had reached its limit, and she finally summoned her martial soul possession. Emerald green scales emerged from beneath her blood-red skin, interlocking to form a dragon scale armor. Du Guyan, originally slender in figure, now looked a bit taller and more upright. 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose one after another. Relying on the boost from martial soul possession, Du Guyan felt her body relax, the pressure of the sea god's light offset by more than half. She took a deep breath, moved her long legs, and turned into an emerald green blur. Tearing through the air with a sonic boom, she sprinted toward the steps ahead. Crossing 3 steps at a time, in less than 10 breaths, Du Guyan had crossed 30 steps, arriving at the 166th step. However, at this moment, the pressure of the sea god's light doubled, causing Du Guyan to gasp violently. Every breath of air brought a burning sensation to her throat and lungs. The immense pressure slowed her footsteps again. Unable to continue crossing multiple steps at once, she could only walk 1 step at a time. 167, 168, 169. Du Guyan was drenched in sweat. Every step she took forward left a footprint of sweat on the stairs. Persist, persist. Du Guyan held onto this belief. Even though her bones cracked, her muscles were sore and swollen, and the scene before her eyes had become blurry. She never stopped her footsteps. Du Guyan had a stubborn temper. Once she set her mind on something, not even 9 bulls could pull her back. She had fallen in love with Lu Chen. In order to get closer to Lu Chen and to be with him for a long time, she absolutely could not give up halfway. She wanted to become a god, to become the sea god. It was just that subjective. Determination could not lower the objective pressure. Du Guyan walked slower and slower, even starting to sway with every step, consuming a great deal of time for each step forward. When she stepped onto the 200th step, Du Guyan fell to her knees with a thud, pressed down by the weight. Bloodshot eyes appeared in her gaze. Both her body and spirit had reached their limit. Even though Du Guyan had the cultivation of a spirit saint and possessed 6 spirit bones excluding the torso bone, allowing her physique to rival that of a titled Douluo, she had reached her limit at this moment. I can still continue forward. Du Guyan still did not give up. She gritted her teeth, and with a thought, 8 forest white bone spurs extended from her back. This was exactly the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. The 8 forest white bone spurs supported the ground, helping Du Guyan stabilize her swaying figure. The 8 bone spurs exerted force simultaneously, actually allowing Du Guyan to climb one more step. Crack, 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 crack. Under the pressure of the sea god's light, the 8 spider lances were also cracking, but this could not stop Du Guyan's forward progress. 201, 202, 203, 206, 207, 208. Finally, Du Guyan arrived at the 208th step. Her 8 forest white bone spurs were no longer just making cracking sounds, they began to burst with cracks. Du Guyan spat out a mouthful of blood, which exploded into a bloody mist under the pressure. She could no longer hold on. She was blasted away by the sea god's light. Meanwhile, at the end of the 1,000 steps, High Priestess Bo Saishi was filled with emotion. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, and then slowly exhaled before speaking with shock. To climb to the 208th step on the first attempt at the sea god's light, what profound foundation, what terrifying willpower. I really underestimated this girl. No wonder she could be chosen by Lord Sea God as his successor. She has the potential to become a god. On the other side, Lu Chen rose into the air, reached out his arms, and caught the blasted away Du Guyan. A thread of life divine power had already been infused into her. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, Du Guyan, who had been delirious just a moment ago, blinked her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Her gaze focused, and her eyes regained their luster. Du Guyan gasped a few times before speaking with some frustration. I already did my best, but I only climbed to the 208th step. And this is only the first trial of the Sea God 9 trials. I really don't know how long it will take for me to pass all the Sea God 9 trials. Lu Chen thought about the original plot, where the Shrek 7 devils, including Tang San, only advanced 30 or 40 steps when they first entered the Sea God's light. Now that Du Guyan had climbed to the 208th step on her first entry into the Sea God's light, yet still felt frustrated. If it were Tang San and the others from the original plot, they should really just find a rope and hang themselves. Lu Chen chuckled and comforted her. You've already done very well. Giving you 1 year for the assessment is to let you grow, adapt, and improve yourselves within this year. This is only the first day of the assessment. Don't be overly ambitious. Judging by your current progress, it will probably only take 3 months to pass this first trial. Afterwards, Lu Chen carried Du Guyan back to the ground. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had also woken up under the nourishment of the life divine power, and their bodies had returned to their peak state. Xiao Wu stood on the ground, jumping and hopping, twisting her waist, lifting her legs, and stretching her arms, before saying with bright eyes, "Boss Lu Chen, have you already treated us? I don't feel any fatigue in my body at all now. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like my body has even strengthened a bit." Zhu Zuqing also nodded quickly and said, "I have that feeling, too. It seems my physical fitness has been strengthened." Lu Chen put Du Guyan down and explained, "It should be because of the Sea God's light. Under the pressure of the Sea God's light, your own potential has been greatly developed. I use the life divine power to help you recover your bodies, leaving no hidden injuries or risks, which is why you feel like your physique has been strengthened. Lu Chen paused for a moment and said with a smile. After what just happened, you all know your physical limits. For the next period of time, don't rush to complete the assessment. You can go into the sea god's light to cultivate, using the pressure of the sea god's light to increase your respective cultivation speeds, while also letting your bodies adapt to the pressure of the sea god's light. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were both eager to try. If the sea god's light could speed up cultivation, it would be all benefits and no harm to them. However, at this time, it was already late, and the spirit masters of Sea God Island, following High Priestess Bo Seixi's instructions, had delivered a sumptuous dinner to them. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were not in a hurry to go cultivate and had a wonderful meal with Lu Chen and Du Guyan. Sea God Island was rich in products. Large lobsters, bread crabs, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and various special sea fish made everyone eat very happily. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan each kissed Lu Chen on the face to express their apologies for not being able to accompany him. Immediately, the three women entered the sea god's light. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing stayed around the 50th step, while Du Guyan stayed around the 100th step. Under the pressure of the sea god's light, they each began to meditate and cultivate. The heaven and earth energy of Sea God Island was abundant, allowing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan to clearly perceive their spirit power rising within them. As for Lu Chen outside the sea god's light, he did not need to cultivate deliberately. Relying on the formidable nature of his innate Tao body, with every breath, the various elemental energies between heaven and earth would flow continuously into his body. Turning into streams of warmth, it caused his spirit power to rise every second. Lu Chen looked at the three women in the sea god's light. Now that Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan have also started their assessments, there is no benefit in me staying here. I will wait until tomorrow and then return to the continent to handle some important matters. The next day, Lu Chen bade farewell to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, telling them to cultivate well on Sea God Island while he returned to the continent to handle things, and he would come back to visit them in a few days. Although Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan were reluctant to part, they would not hinder Lu Chen from handling important matters. After saying goodbye to the three women, Lu Chen cast his space/spirit ability and split open a space crack. Passing through the space crack, he left Sea God Island in the blink of an eye and returned to the continent. In the northwest of the Heaven Dou Empire, in the northern province, Xinfang City. This Xinfang City was no ordinary place. The city had the famous high-level Spirit Master Academy on the continent, Divine Wind Academy. As one of the 5 Elements Academies, Divine Wind Academy only recruited Spirit Masters with Wind attribute martial souls. It was a famous cradle for geniuses, and graduates from Divine Wind Academy were snatched up by various forces. Lu Chen came to Xinfang City with the intention of talking to the Dean of Divine Wind Academy to have Divine Wind Academy join Longevity Academy. Before he even reached Divine Wind Academy, in a small tavern on the street, Lu Chen heard a discussion. Have you heard? The deposed Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, has escaped from Spirit Hall. At that time, for some reason, the High Priest of Spirit Hall did not appear, and those other elders couldn't stop Bibi Dong in the fierce battle. That battle was incredibly intense. The newly rebuilt Supreme Pontiff Palace was demolished again. In the end, Bibi Dong was injured and left, and her whereabouts have been unknown since. No one knows where she went. Although Spirit Hall hasn't publicized it widely, I heard that all the holy temples, main halls, branch halls, and sub-halls are searching for traces of Bibi Dong. Hearing these discussions, Lu Chen drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and frowned slightly. Qian Dalu is truly a piece of trash. He couldn't even keep an eye on Bibi Dong. Now that Bibi Dong has run out, I don't know where she is hiding. She is the successor of the Rakshasa god. Even if she is crippled now, relying on the power of a divinity, she might not be unable to regrow her severed limbs. But it doesn't matter. As long as you give me a year, I will be able to accumulate enough, create my own god position, and leap to become a supreme god king. Chapter 272 Divine Wind Academy. Divine Wind Academy is located in the northern part of Xinfang City, covering an extremely vast area. A full third of Xinfang City is the campus of Divine Wind Academy. This shows the deep foundation and unfathomable connections of Divine Wind Academy. Lu Chen swept his divine thought and found the gate of Divine Wind Academy, then strolled to the entrance. After being stopped by 2 gatekeepers, Lu Chen did not play any tricks of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He directly stated his identity. Who was Lu Chen? Sect master of the longevity sect, Longevity Douluo. The #1 powerhouse on the continent today. With his own strength, he fought 16 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall alone, 199th rank Super Douluo, 198th rank Super Douluo, 397th rank Super Douluos, 296th rank Super Douluos, and 9 titled Douluos ranging from rank 92 to 95. In the end, Lu Chen won. With such terrifying battle achievements, in the Spirit Master's world of the Douluo continent, Lu Chen was now no different from a divinity descended to earth. As soon as Lu Chen revealed his identity, the 2 gatekeepers were so shocked their legs went weak, and they scrambled into the academy to report. Before long, the principal of Divine Wind Academy, Principal Feng Luyun, personally arrived at the gate of Divine Wind Academy. With a mix of respect and fawning, he invited Lu Chen into the reception room of Divine Wind Academy. In the reception room, an old man with white hair wearing black robes, none other than Principal Feng Luyun of Divine Wind Academy, was personally serving Lu Chen. Demonstrating impressive tea art, he personally delivered a cup of brewed emerald green tea to Lu Chen. He spoke with a face full of smiles. Today, the arrival of His Excellency Changsheng has made our Divine Wind Academy shine. Your Excellency, please have a taste. This is a specialty of our northern province, a tea that lingers with sweetness. It is a type of tea leaf produced only in the Hurricane Canyon. It endures the winds without withering, and it is extremely difficult to harvest. Only high-level spirit masters can pick it, so the price remains high. After drinking this tea, one feels refreshed, with a sweet aftertaste that lingers on the lips and teeth for a long time. Lu Chen gave Principal Feng Luyun some face. He reached out, picked up the teacup, brought it to his lips, and without minding the heat, took a gentle sip. A fragrance rushed straight into his nasal cavity. This fragrance was not cloying, but a crisp, refreshing scent that slightly invigorated one's spirit, leaving one feeling refreshed. After swallowing the tea, that lingering, multi-layered fragrance continued to slowly spread between his lips and teeth. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This tea was good. When he left, he could take some back to share with his father, mother, and brother Dugu. Principal Feng Luyun, who had been watching Lu Chen, noticed that Lu Chen was in a good mood, and his own heart relaxed slightly. If Lu Chen was in a good mood, then he definitely wasn't here to cause trouble today. Principal Feng Luyun cautiously probed. His Excellency Changsheng is always elusive on the continent. I wonder, what brings you to Divine Wind Academy today? Is there anything you need our Divine Wind Academy for? Lu Chen held the teacup in one hand, his thumb gently rubbing the patterns on the cup. He looked forward, as if he could penetrate the walls of the reception room to see the campus, which was full of youthful vitality and vigor. He chuckled and said, Principal Feng, let's speak plainly. I came to your Divine Wind Academy because I have taken a liking to your Divine Wind Academy. I have also established a Longevity Academy, but it was established too recently. Its teaching staff and talented students cannot compare to an old established high-level Spirit Master Academy like yours. I want the Longevity Academy to develop rapidly, so I cannot follow the conventional path. Therefore, I want to acquire your Divine Wind Academy. Why don't you name a price? In an instant, in Principal Feng Luyun's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Lu Chen actually wanted their entire Divine Wind Academy. Divine Wind Academy was his life's work. He absolutely could not just hand over Divine Wind Academy like this. Principal Feng Luyun clenched his fists, his expression full of grief and indignation. But he was merely a spirit Douluo. In front of Lu Chen, he only dared to plead aggrievedly. Your Excellency, this is not a matter of money. Divine Wind Academy is my life's work. It does not belong to me alone, it belongs to all the teachers and students of Divine Wind Academy. Our Divine Wind Academy also has its own pride. I ask that His Excellency Changsheng not make things difficult for us. Even if you gave me hundreds of thousands, or even 1 million gold coins, I could not sell Divine Wind Academy. Please, His Excellency Changsheng, spare us. Saying this, Principal Feng Luyun bent his waist deeply, his head already resting on his knees, his body folded in half. Seeing him like this, Lu Chen smiled indifferently. Principal Feng, you make me look like a villain. Although I am now the #1 powerhouse on the continent, I have also had times when I was weak. I have experienced the despair of being bullied. If you are unwilling, I will never force you. What I value most is mutual consent. Since you won't name a price, I will name one. 10 million gold coins. Hearing this number, Principal Feng Luyun gasped. The purchasing power of gold coins on the continent was still very strong. It wasn't as if every faction had the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which was rich enough to rival a nation. For a high-level spirit master academy like Divine Wind Academy, apart from fixed assets, the liquid capital on their books was at most around 150,000 to 160,000. 10 million gold coins was definitely an astronomical figure. This made Principal Feng Luyun's brain spin. That wasn't all. Lu Chen continued to increase the stakes. Plus 1 10,000-year spirit bone. Principal Feng, a 10,000-year spirit bone is definitely a treasure that is priceless. My sincerity is very clear. I do not want the name, Divine Wind Academy. I want you to lead all the teachers and students of Divine Wind Academy to join my Longevity Academy. From now on, we will prosper together and suffer together. Although you will lose the signboard of Divine Wind Academy, 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone are enough to compensate for all losses. Principal Feng Luyun felt dizzy, a surge of blood rushing to his brain, making him feel lightheaded. A dignified spirit Douluo powerhouse was actually swaying. His voice trembled. 10,000-year spirit bone. The preciousness of a 10,000-year spirit bone was enough to drive even a titled Douluo crazy. Principal Feng Luyun saw Lu Chen's sincerity. Although he possessed unparalleled strength, he did not use it to force others or bully them. Instead, he offered terms that no one could refuse. Principal Feng Luyun was actually already tempted. After a long silence, Principal Feng Luyun let out a deep sigh. He slowly straightened up, his aged face full of respect. It was not respect for Lu Chen's unparalleled strength. It was respect for the fact that even with such unparalleled strength, Lu Chen did not use it to bully others or force them into a difficult position. Putting himself in Lu Chen's shoes, Principal Feng Luyun felt that if he had such unparalleled strength, he would never be as approachable as Lu Chen. It was precisely because of this that Principal Feng Luyun felt genuine respect for Lu Chen. Principal Feng Luyun said in a deep voice, "I have seen Your Excellency's sincerity. It's just." Principal Feng Luyun closed his eyes with a conflicted expression. When he opened them again, he said without hesitation, "Your Excellency, for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now, the children of our Divine Wind Academy have been preparing for too long. If I were to take Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy at this time, all of the children's preparations would be wasted. As the principal, I am extremely tempted by 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone. But I cannot bear to see the disappointed looks in the children's eyes. I hope Your Excellency can understand." After saying this last sentence, Principal Feng Luyun seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He bent his waist once more, his body folding in half, his head buried on his knees. His body was trembling slightly. He was afraid that Lu Chen would be annoyed and kill him with a single slap. Lu Chen had offered 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone, yet he had the audacity to refuse. He even wanted to slap himself. Chapter 273, The Wager. Inside the reception room of Divine Wind Academy. Upon hearing Principal Feng Luyun's words, Lu Chen suddenly touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. He suddenly realized that it would be too boring if the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament lacked the 5 Elements Academies, Torture of Shrek Academy. Lu Chen made a decision instantly. The 5 Elements Academies still needed to be acquired, but the official acquisition would be best left until after the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament concluded. Lu Chen looked at Principal Feng Luyun again. "Principal Feng, since your final insistence is to have the Divine Wind Academy team participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now, then I shall grant your wish. Why don't we make a wager? 1 year from now, our Changsheng Academy team will also participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. If our 2 teams meet and your Divine Wind Academy team loses to our Changsheng Academy team, then your Divine Wind Academy will join our Longevity Academy in the future. As for the compensation you are owed, 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone, I will still provide them to you. If our Changsheng Academy team is not a match for your Divine Wind Academy team, then I will no longer bring up the matter of acquiring your Divine Wind Academy. What do you think of this? Principal Feng Luyuan's eyes widened, and he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. These terms were too generous. It made Principal Feng Luyuan feel as if he were dreaming. If they won, their Divine Wind Academy could continue to remain independent. If they lost, it would prove that their Divine Wind Academy was inferior to Longevity Academy, and joining Longevity Academy would allow for better development, plus they would still receive 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone. His Excellency Changsheng is truly a generous man. Principal Feng Luyuan was extremely excited, not knowing where to put his hands, and he quickly nodded in agreement. No problem, I agree. His Excellency Changsheng has considered everything so thoroughly for us. If I were to refuse, I would truly be ungrateful. With the terms His Excellency Changsheng has offered, I would be willing to bring Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy right now. Now that the children of our Divine Wind Academy team can still participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, I thank His Excellency Changsheng on their behalf. Having said this, Principal Feng Luyuan bowed deeply once more. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head and chuckled. He only hoped that Feng Xiaotian and the others from the Divine Wind Academy team wouldn't become depressed after being crushed by Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Yan Yan. 1 year later, after training on Sea God Island, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing would definitely be able to reach the Spirit Emperor level, and Du Guyan would definitely be able to reach the Spirit Douluo level. With 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors, they could dominate the entire field. Even with 4 other casual members, winning the championship of the Spirit Master competition would be an easy task. In this Spirit Master competition, their Changsheng Academy team would absolutely dazzle everyone. As for Shrek Academy, he would let this pile of trash reveal its true colors at the Spirit Master competition, so they would stop swindling people for tens of thousands of years and harming countless genius Spirit Masters over those tens of thousands of years. Lu Chen drank the emerald green tea in his hand in one gulp. It left a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth with a sweet aftertaste. He stood up and said, "Good tea, Principal Feng, just for this cup of tea today. When your Divine Wind Academy team meets our Changsheng Academy team at the Spirit Master competition in the future, I will have them go easy on you." Upon hearing this, Principal Feng Luyuan was displeased. He straightened his back, his face beaming with a confident smile, clearly very confident in the geniuses he had cultivated. His Excellency Changsheng, please do not underestimate the children of our Divine Wind Academy team. In order to stand out at the Spirit Master competition, they have been preparing for several years. Whether it is individual strength or team coordination, they have achieved the best possible results for their age group. Although they cannot compare to you, but a genius like you may not appear for thousands of years. What I mean to say is, if our Divine Wind Academy team meets your Changsheng Academy team at the Spirit Master competition, please go all out. As for who wins or loses in the end, it will depend on the children's own abilities. Don't let Principal Feng Luyuan's current confidence fool you. Only when he sees the strength of the Longevity Academy members 1 year later will he know what regret truly means. A hint of amusement rose in Lu Chen's eyes. He raised his hand, patted Principal Feng Luyuan on the shoulder lightly, chuckled, and said, "Very well. When the Spirit Master competition begins and our 2 Academy teams meet, I will certainly have them go all out to provide a brilliant Spirit Master match." Principal Feng Luyuan still nodded confidently. That is only right. After smiling, Lu Chen bid farewell to Principal Feng Luyuan. Seeing that Lu Chen enjoyed tea, Principal Feng Luyuan took a bag of 100 turn sweet aftertaste tea leaves from his own stock and gave it to Lu Chen as a gift. His Excellency Changsheng, these tea leaves were all picked by myself. Ordinary Spirit Kings and Spirit Emperors cannot go deep into the Hurricane Canyon. Only a Spirit Douluo expert like me can venture deep into the Hurricane Canyon to pick these 100 turn sweet aftertaste tea leaves. I know that with your Excellency Changsheng's strength, you have seen many treasures in your daily life, but these 100 turn sweet aftertaste tea leaves are the best I have to offer. Please do not despise them, Your Excellency Changsheng. Looking at the sincere Principal Feng Luyuan, Lu Chen did not refuse his kindness and casually took the bag of tea leaves from his hand. He was not a stingy person after all. Thus, Lu Chen took out the 20,000-year bloodthirsty berserk hurricane right leg bone from his portable space and casually tossed it to Principal Feng Luyun. This right leg bone is a 20,000-year spirit bone. It comes from a creature called a wolf token and has a bloodthirsty berserk skill. It matches your storm devil wolf spirit very well, so I'll give it to you. Originally, I intended to give you this spirit bone after you brought Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy. Seeing how polite you are, and since Divine Wind Academy will join Longevity Academy sooner or later, I'll give you this spirit bone in advance. In the future, I plan to do something big and will need some helpers. I value your Divine Wind Academy highly, so do not let me down. As his voice fell, Lu Chen waved his hand and then left the reception room without looking back. Inside the reception room, Principal Feng Luyun looked dazed, holding the spirit bone in his hands, which were trembling. This was a spirit bone, a 10,000-year spirit bone. It could trigger a war between two kingdoms, and without thousands or tens of thousands of people dying, the ownership of such a spirit bone could never be decided. Now, Lu Chen had casually tossed him a spirit bone. In his heart, Principal Feng Luyun felt a sense of, a warrior dies for his soulmate. He wished he could chase after him right now, bring Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy, and repay Lu Chen's great kindness. Principal Feng Luyun let out a long breath. Seeing that Lu Chen had already disappeared, he said with a shocked expression. Is this the foundation of the continent's #1 powerhouse? A 20,000-year spirit bone, just taken out like that? How can a mere bag of 100 turn sweet aftertaste tea leaves compare to the value of a spirit bone? How can I repay this? After the Spirit Master competition ends, regardless of whether the Divine Wind Academy team wins or loses against the Chengsheng Academy team, I will take Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy. His Excellency Chengsheng is so sincere, I cannot be ungrateful. As for this spirit bone, I am already very old. It would be better to give it to Xiaotian to absorb. He has the mutated spirit of the Storm Devil Wolf, the double-headed Storm Wolf, and possesses innate full spirit power. He has the potential to become a titled Douluo. It is a pity that he is currently obsessed with creating his own spirit ability, wasting quite a bit of cultivation time. With this bloodthirsty berserk hurricane right leg bone, it should be able to make up for his shortcomings in this area. After absorbing this spirit bone, Xiaotian will certainly be able to achieve better results in the Spirit Master competition a year from now. If Xiaotian can truly break through to become a titled Douluo in the future, he must repay His Excellency Chengsheng well. This is a massive debt of gratitude. Chapter 274, Yu Guhan's Refusal. After leaving Divine Wind Academy, Lu Chen looked back at it. It is now certain that Divine Wind Academy will join my Longevity Academy after the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament concludes. Now, it remains to be seen what choices the other academies will make. Subsequently, Lu Chen soared into the air and disappeared into the sky above Shenfeng City with a flicker. In the following time, Lu Chen visited Blazing City and Tianshui City, calling upon Blazing Academy and Tianshui Academy, respectively. The principals were Huo Ying of Blazing Academy and Shui Bingyu of Tianshui Academy. Their reactions were similar to Principal Feng Luyun's. Faced with the conditions Lu Chen offered, 10 million gold coins plus a 10,000-year spirit bone to bring their respective academies into Longevity Academy, they were extremely tempted. Yet, in the end, they hesitated. They wanted to agree but were unwilling, as their respective academy teams still had to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year later. They did not want years of hard work to be wiped out in an instant. They wanted to refuse but felt fearful, because Lu Chen, the #1 powerhouse on the continent, was sitting before them with a calm expression. If they refused Lu Chen and he happened to get angry out of shame, he might just wipe out their academies with a casual wave of his hand. Amidst the silence, Lu Chen once again proposed that wager. During the Spirit Master competition, when the two sides teams met, if the Blazing Academy team and Tianshui Academy team lost to the Chengsheng Academy team, then both academies would join Longevity Academy. Conversely, if the Blazing Academy team and Tianshui Academy team won against the Chengsheng Academy team, Lu Chen would never again mention having the two academies join Longevity Academy. Faced with this wager, Principal Huo Ying of Blazing Academy and Principal Shui Bingyu of Tianshui Academy finally made up their minds and agreed. Because of Lu Chen's absolute trust in Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, Blazing Academy and Tianshui Academy were effectively already in Lu Chen's pocket. Among the famous 5 Elements academies on the continent, Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, and Tianshui Academy had all been taken by Lu Chen. The next target was Thunder Academy. Lighting City, Thunder Academy. After Lu Chen arrived at Thunder Academy and revealed his identity, the principal of Thunder Academy, Yu Guhan, respectfully invited him inside. Yu Guhan was a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. Although he was the principal of Thunder Academy, among the 5 Elements academies, his strength was arguably the weakest. The other principals were all Spirit Douluo, while he was only a Spirit Saint. A Spirit Saint being able to become the principal of Thunder Academy was naturally due to his deep background. Yu Guhan's father was none other than the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Luomian. The power behind Thunder Academy was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even the previous principal of Thunder Academy was Yu Luomian. With Yu Luomian's support and his own decent talent, Yu Guhan had become a Spirit Saint in his 50s. A future breakthrough to Spirit Douluo was a certainty, so his becoming the principal of Thunder Academy was well deserved. In the guest room of Thunder Academy, Yu Guhan wore his family's hereditary, coffin face. He was not handsome, only average. Facing Lu Chen, the continent's #1 powerhouse, he lowered his arrogant head and asked with an incomparably respectful expression. His Excellency Changsheng, your arrival is a great honor, and I truly failed to welcome you properly. As the #1 powerhouse on the continent and the sect master of the #1 sect in the world, whether it is myself, my father, or my uncle, we all hold His Excellency Changsheng in the highest regard. As fellow members of the 7 great sects, we have always stood together to face the aggressive nature of Spirit Hall. Since His Excellency Changsheng has come this time, please do not hesitate to give your orders if there is anything you need us to do. Both our Thunder Academy and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan are willing to work with His Excellency Changsheng. Yu Guhan was usually very arrogant. As a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master, his strength was top tier among Spirit Saints, so he always looked down on others. But at this moment, in front of Lu Chen, he lowered his posture significantly. Not to mention him, even his father Yu Luomian and his uncle clan master Yu Yuanjun had to be cautious in front of Lu Chen, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous. Lu Chen glanced at Yu Guhan and thought to himself, Thunder Academy is an asset of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Trying to make Thunder Academy join Longevity Academy is like cutting flesh from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, many of the teachers and students at Thunder Academy come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even if I make them join Longevity Academy, I fear they would still yearn more for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thunder Academy is different from Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, and Tianshui Academy. Even if I acquire Thunder Academy, its teachers and students will not be of one mind with me. I will just ask one simple question. If there is a chance, I will gather the 5 Elements academies. If there is no chance, I will give up on Thunder Academy. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a calm smile, and frankly stated his purpose. The Longevity Academy I established is currently in its initial stages. I want to develop Longevity Academy rapidly, so I have come to discuss acquiring Thunder Academy with you. I won't waste time with pleasantries. I offer 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone for you to bring all the teachers and students of Thunder Academy to join my Longevity Academy. In the future, under my protection, all the teachers and students of Thunder Academy will have better development. Upon hearing this, the respectful expression on Yu Guhan's face immediately froze. Their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had expended a great deal of effort to develop Thunder Academy. Now, Lu Chen was asking for all their teachers and students to join Longevity Academy. This was like cutting flesh right off their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone were indeed extremely tempting to Yu Guhan, but they were not enough to make him betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The sect gave birth to him, raised him, and nurtured him. His father was the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He had no reason to betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Hoo-hoo. Yu Guhan gasped heavily a few times, calming the agitated emotions brought on by the 10 million gold coins and the 10,000-year spirit bone. In front of Lu Chen, he dared not show any anger, but his attitude was very firm. Yu Guhan smiled bitterly and refused. His Excellency Changsheng, this is like cutting flesh from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. To develop Thunder Academy, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has expended immense effort. Half of the teachers and students in the academy are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and its vassal families. You want me to take the entire school's faculty and students to join Longevity Academy? Isn't that asking for our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to join your longevity sect? This is impossible. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has a history of thousands of years of legacy, and today we are the second greatest sect in the world. It is absolutely impossible for us to join the longevity sect. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded. If it were Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, or Tianshui Academy, he would have been willing to spend a few more words. But for Thunder Academy, if they were unwilling, then so be it. Lu Chen suddenly stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Then that is that. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Farewell." As his voice fell, Lu Chen swaggered away. Seeing this, Yu Guhan was stunned. He just left. Yu Guhan had not expected that Lu Chen would leave so cleanly and decisively after his refusal. This caused his expression to become uncertain, and he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart, as if this would bring some bad consequences for him, for Thunder Academy, and for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Guhan would never have imagined that his refusal today would, in the near future, leave their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with no opportunity to preserve a single line of bloodline legacy. Watching Lu Chen's figure disappear, Yu Guhan thought with some relief. This His Excellency Changsheng is truly reasonable. In front of His Excellency Changsheng, I have preserved Thunder Academy for our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I believe my father and my uncle will surely praise me. Chapter 275, The Prostrating Huyan Zhen. Failing to acquire Thunder Academy, and not having made a bet with Yu Guhan, Lu Chen had already given up on Thunder Academy. Thunder Academy was too deeply intertwined with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even if it were brought into Longevity Academy, it would still have lingering ties to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Since that was the case, it was better to simply give up. Regardless, among the 5 Elements Academies, Lu Chen had already obtained 3. He just didn't know if the remaining one, Elephant Armor Academy, would be sensible. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived at Elephant Armored Academy. Elephant Armor Academy was not built in the city, but near the Elephant Armored Academy, directly controlled by the Elephant Armored Academy. When Lu Chen arrived at Elephant Armor Academy and stated his identity, the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, who also served as the Dean of Elephant Armor Academy, Huyan Zhen, came out to greet him almost at a run. Rumble. Because of his heavy weight, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, and as he ran, clouds of dust were kicked up from the ground. Arriving in front of Lu Chen, Huyan Zhen's old face showed an extremely sycophantic smile, and his robust, burly figure unconsciously bent down before Lu Chen. Back when Spirit Hall re-selected the 7 great sects, Huyan Zhen was on the scene, and he witnessed Lu Chen's unparalleled combat power with his own eyes. Even if the 6 high priests joined forces, even if Qian Dalu mobilized the angel divine power, they were no match for this gentleman. This gentleman, he was not just a simple super Douluo. This was a divine rank combat power without a divinity title. He was a truly invincible existence in the mortal world. Huyan Zhen, a mere level 89 spirit Douluo, even if his defensive power rivaled a titled Douluo, did not dare to act recklessly in front of Lu Chen. Because even a true titled Douluo could be slapped to death by Lu Chen with one palm. Huyan Zhen smiled fawningly, rubbing his large, cushion-like hands back and forth. He deliberately lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing Lu Chen, and spoke cautiously. His Excellency Changsheng, your arrival at our small Elephant Armor Academy truly makes the little one feel honored. Please come in, please come in. What is the matter? It is worth your personal arrival. You only need to give an order, and the little one would rush to Longevity Sect at full speed to await your orders. Huyan Zhen stood to the side, bent over, making a gesture to invite him in, lowering his posture to the extreme. Compared to Principal Feng Luyun, Huying, and Shui Bingyu, Huyan Zhen had seen Lu Chen's strength with his own eyes, so he was completely in a posture of wishing he could grovel. Lu Chen couldn't help but be amused. Before coming, he thought that Huyan Zhen, as the sect master of one of the lower 4 sects, the Elephant Armored Academy, would be a tough nut to crack. It turned out that this Huyan Zhen was not just sensible, he was truly a wise man. Accompanied by Huyan Zhen, Lu Chen walked into a reception room and sat down casually on a chair. Lu Chen sat, but Huyan Zhen dared not sit down. He stood next to Lu Chen, smiling fawningly while having people bring fruit, snacks, and tea. Lu Chen didn't waste words, looking at Huyan Zhen to state his purpose. Sect Master Huyan, the Longevity Academy I established is currently in its initial stage. I want Longevity Academy to develop rapidly, so I intend to acquire Elephant Armor Academy and let Elephant Armor Academy join my Longevity Academy to quickly enhance the foundation of Longevity Academy. Upon hearing this, a flash of pain crossed Huyan Zhen's eyes. After all, their Elephant Armored Academy had invested a lot and spent countless efforts for Elephant Armor Academy. But now that Lu Chen had spoken, Huyan Zhen did not dare to refuse at all. He gritted his teeth, and patted his chest in agreement. Hee, to be favored by His Excellency Changsheng is the fortune of our Elephant Armor Academy. I will give orders later to let the teachers and students of Elephant Armor Academy move and join Longevity Academy. In the future, my grandson Huyan Li will be sent to Longevity Academy to cultivate. I ask Your Excellency to take care of him. Huyan Zhen's decisiveness made even Lu Chen look at him with admiration. He didn't even hesitate to give Elephant Armor Academy to him. This guy. Lu Chen also nodded with satisfaction. Haha, Sect Master Huyan is indeed generous. I haven't even named a price, and you've already given Elephant Armor Academy to me. Then you might as well listen to my price. 10 million gold coins, plus a 10,000-year spirit bone, as compensation for my acquisition of Elephant Armor Academy. You don't need to rush to arrange the move. After the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament ends in a year, then merge Elephant Armor Academy into Longevity Academy. In the Spirit Master competition, you must let your Elephant Armor Academy team perform well. The better you perform, the more explosive the effect will be when Elephant Armor Academy joins Longevity Academy. While speaking, Lu Chen took out a golden gold coin stored value card from his portable space. This card contained 10 million gold coins and could be used at any bank on the continent. In addition, there was a 30,000-year strength type spirit bone. The origin of this spirit bone was dug out from an elder of the Clear Sky sect. Huyan Zhen's spirit was the defense type diamond mammoth, so a strength type spirit bone was the most compatible with him. Lu Chen handed the golden gold coin card and that strength type spirit bone into Huyan Zhen's hands, then smiled slightly and said, Sect Master Huyan is generous, so I cannot be stingy. The 10 million gold coins I promised, plus a 10,000-year spirit bone, will be given to you. First, this spirit bone is a 30,000-year strength type spirit bone. It will definitely bring you a significant improvement. Looking at the golden gold coin card in his hand and the spirit bone emitting astonishing energy fluctuations, Huyan Zhen's hands were trembling, his mouth was wide open, his expression was dull, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Huyan Zhen's breathing became increasingly rapid, his eyes turning red, somewhat similar to Down syndrome, showing how agitated his inner emotions were. This was a spirit bone. And not just an ordinary spirit bone, but a 30,000-year spirit bone that could be called a priceless treasure. Before Bibi Dong was dismissed, she had sent people to win over Huyan Zhen. In order for himself and the sect to advance further, Huyan Zhen had half-heartedly pledged loyalty to Bibi Dong. But Bibi Dong was too stingy. Besides painting pictures for him, she didn't give him many benefits at all. Bibi Dong's stinginess was traceable. Even to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were most loyal to her, she had never bestowed any spirit bone. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo could perform a spirit fusion skill, the two-phase stasis domain. They hadn't received any spirit bone rewards, so a mere Huyan Zhen wanting to get a spirit bone from Bibi Dong was simply wishful thinking. But now, Lu Chen directly gave Huyan Zhen a 30,000-year spirit bone, making him so excited that his teeth were chattering. This made Huyan Zhen want to slap himself. He must have been brain damaged to pledge loyalty to Bibi Dong. Now that Bibi Dong had been dismissed and had escaped from Spirit Hall, her whereabouts were still unknown. Huyan Zhen didn't know what to do: continue to pledge loyalty to Spirit Hall, or take the opportunity to get rid of Spirit Hall. Lu Chen had extended an olive branch. What was there to hesitate about? With a thud, Huyan Zhen's burly, pillar-like body knelt on one knee directly in front of Lu Chen. His hands tightly gripped the gold coin card and the 30,000-year spirit bone. He looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes. His Excellency Changsheng, I, Huyan Zhen, have been trapped at level 89 spirit power for too long. Today, receiving this spirit bone gifted by His Excellency Changsheng, if I can break through from level 89 spirit power to level 90, it is all thanks to the great kindness and virtue of His Excellency Changsheng. For such a kindness that is equivalent to a rebirth, I, Huyan Zhen, am willing to pledge my life to serve you. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to take the Elephant Armored Academy and Elephant Armor Academy to join His Excellency Changsheng's forces. I ask His Excellency Changsheng to accept me. Speaking to the end, Huyan Zhen deeply lowered his head. As if Lu Chen didn't agree, he would never get up. Seeing this, Lu Chen was also stunned for a moment, then laughed lightly. He raised his hand, and a force lifted Huyan Zhen up. He smiled lightly. Good. Since Sect Master Huyan intends to defect to me, I have no reason not to accept. My first task for you is to contact the other 3 sect masters of the lower 4 sects. As long as they are willing to bring their sects to defect to me, I will give each of them a 10,000-year spirit bone and 10 million gold coins as a settlement fee for each sect. Take 1 year as the limit. After 1 year, come and give me a reply, and I will formally take you all under my command. Huyan Zhen only felt an irresistible force surrounding him, lifting him up. Under that force, he felt his own smallness and deep powerlessness. His eyes were burning. His choice was absolutely correct. Following Lu Chen was definitely more promising than following Spirit Hall. For the first task Lu Chen gave him, Huyan Zhen was 100% confident in completing it. Originally, Bibi Dong could fool the sect masters of the lower 4 sects with just a pie in the sky. Now that Lu Chen was giving real money and silver, 10 million gold coins, plus a 10,000-year spirit bone. Unless one was truly brain damaged. Otherwise, even a fool would know who to defect to. Huyan Zhen said confidently. Please rest assured, His Excellency Changsheng. It won't take a year. I guarantee I will persuade the sect masters of the Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect to bring their sects to defect to you. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat Huyan Zhen's shoulder. Then I will leave it to you. Lu Chen sighed in his heart. The harvest this time was really not small. Huyan Zhen's eagerness to defect to him not only allowed him to obtain the allegiance of the Elephant Armored Academy, one of the lower 4 sects, but Huyan Zhen also had the opportunity to pull in the other 3 sects of the lower 4 sects, the Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect, to pledge loyalty to him. Now, most of the Spirit Master's world would be under Lu Chen's control, and he was getting closer and closer to the thing he wanted to achieve. Lu Chen's eyes shone with brilliance. He was going to completely topple the feudal rule of the 2 great empires and lead the Douluo continent into a brand new era. Chapter 276, The Conversation Between Aru and Yin. After leaving the Elephant Armored Academy, Lu Chen was in quite a good mood. This Huyan Zhen was very sensible. He had brought the Elephant Armored Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy to pledge their allegiance to him together. As long as Huyan Zhen could also win over the Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect, then the lower 4 sects would all be under his command. Furthermore, the Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, and Tianshui Academy would also truly merge into the Longevity Academy after the Spirit Master competition ended. The Spirit Master forces that Lu Chen could control would rapidly increase in a short period of time. Only the Thunder Academy remained. Since they were unwilling to pledge their allegiance to him, Lu Chen simply gave up on them. My harvest from this trip back to the continent has already been quite significant. It is time to go back and accompany Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan for their assessments. Lu Chen turned around, preparing to fly overseas. But he suddenly thought, since I have already returned to the continent, I should at least go back to the sect to see if everything is going smoothly there. Thinking of this, Lu Chen swept out his divine thought, determined his current location, and then flew off in the direction of the Longevity sect. In less than half an hour, Lu Chen had returned to his loyal Longevity sect. He first returned to the academy at the foot of the mountain, intending to visit Aru and Yin. Now, Yin was the vice dean, and Ru was the dean of students. The two women managed the Longevity Academy in an orderly fashion together. Over the past half year, as Lu Chen had become the strongest expert on the continent, more and more students were willing to enroll in the Longevity Academy. Now, within the academy, in the classrooms, and on the playground, one could see the figures of youths wearing school uniforms and overflowing with youthful vitality everywhere, bringing a sense of vigorous life to the academy. However, the Longevity Academy still lacked those truly talented students. Those who had displayed powerful talent early on had long been snatched up by the various advanced Spirit Master Academies. If not for this reason, Lu Chen would not have considered acquiring the Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy. Lu Chen was very confident in the future of the Longevity Academy. As long as he remained as the anchor, the future development would only get faster and faster. Outside the office, Lu Chen had just returned when he heard the voices of Ru and Yin talking, coming from inside the room. Ru asked tentatively, "Miss Yin, there are no outsiders here. I treat you as a sister, so please tell me the truth. Why do you address His Excellency Lu Chen as master? Did he demand it? In private, is he somewhat of a pervert, and does he ask you to do things you don't want to do?" Ru was ultimately worried that her daughter had fallen for a pervert. Under the brainwashing of the Blue-Silver Sovereign, Yin's loyalty to Lu Chen had been carved into her marrow and deep into her soul. She would absolutely never say a bad word about Lu Chen. She said gently and calmly, "Master is the best master in the world. I was originally deceived by others and sacrificed my spirit ring and spirit bone. Having lost my power, I was hidden in a dark and damp cave, making me feel pain every moment. It was Master who saved me. He is like a ray of light in my life. It was he who resurrected me, gave me back my spirit ring and spirit bone, and restored my origin of life. Everything I have today was bestowed upon me by Master. Recognizing him as my master is only natural and logical. If he wants to do anything to me, how could I possibly be unwilling?" Outside the room, listening to the conversation between Ru and Yin, Lu Chen could barely keep a straight face. He seemed to have been mistaken for a pervert. However, Yin's words made Lu Chen feel much better. The Blue-Silver Sovereign was indeed overbearing, having deeply carved loyalty toward him into Yin's marrow and soul. Although Tang Hao was already dead, Tang San was still alive. Next time, he would take Yin to see Tang San and see if Tang San could recognize his own mother. If Tang San saw his mother being so submissive to him, the expression on his face would be absolutely explosive. Just thinking about it was very interesting. Lu Chen's lips curled up, forming a mischievous smile. Subsequently, he coughed twice, pushed open the door, and walked into the dean's office. Hearing the coughing sound, both Ru and Yin were startled. With their perception abilities, they had not sensed anyone outside the room. As a result, two coughs suddenly came, which made the two women's expressions sink, and they both looked towards the doorway. At Lu Chen's realm, his aura had been completely restrained. Without a divine rank or higher, it was impossible to detect his aura at all. Therefore, it was completely normal that Ru and Yin could not sense him. Lu Chen walked in with a calm expression, as if he had not heard the conversation between Ru and Yin just now. After all, being mistaken for a pervert by his mother-in-law was not something that should be brought up. Seeing that it was actually Lu Chen, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Ru's gentle face. After all, gossiping about one's superior behind their back and being overheard by them was awkward. Ru did not know where to put her hands, so she could only helplessly pinch the corner of her clothes. Her crystalline toes, hidden inside her light cloth shoes, were forcefully gripping the ground, as if she wanted to dig a crack in the floor. Oh my God! Ru now really wished that a crack would appear on the ground so she could crawl inside. Being heard by her superior and son-in-law while secretly gossiping about him was a social death sentence. What should she do now? Ru's mind went blank, her lips moved, and she said softly with a dry laugh, "Your Excellency, when did you return?" Compared to Ru's embarrassment, Yin was completely overjoyed. Her eyes shimmered with rippling light as she looked at Lu Chen without blinking, and with a mix of surprise and excitement, she pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, you are back." After Lu Chen walked closer, his gaze was gentle, his expression steady, and he appeared serious as he nodded with a slight smile. I came back to instruct you on a few things. I am preparing to send people to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now, and I need you to select 7 members from the Academy. 4 main team members and 3 reserve members. Since they are representing the Longevity Academy, during this 1 year, you must train the 7 members well and improve their strength as much as possible. When Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan return, they will lead the 4 main team members and 3 reserve members to participate in the Spirit Master competition together. My goal this time is the champion of the Spirit Master competition. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately agreed. I understand. Please rest assured, Master, I will arrange it shortly. At the same time, Aru, hearing Lu Chen mention Xiao Wu, could not care about the embarrassment and hurriedly asked. Your Excellency, how is Xiao Wu now? Did she not come back with you? Lu Chen turned to look at Aru. Because Aru had just been misunderstanding him as a pervert, Lu Chen was as serious and solemn as possible at this moment. Beneath his slightly messy azure long hair was a handsome face that was perfect and impeccable. His sword-like eyebrows slanted up into his temples, and his star-like eyes were deep and boundless. Under that gaze, Aru felt her heart tremble and did not dare to look directly at Lu Chen. She seemed to hear her own heartbeat, echoing in her ears with a thumping sound. In any world, good looks are always the strongest pass. With his uninhibited and unrestrained temperament, Lu Chen casually curled his lips into a calm smile, revealing a charm that made people intoxicated. Aru, don't worry about Xiao Wu. She is cultivating overseas. Not only is she not in any danger, but it is actually very beneficial to her. When she returns next time, she will at least be able to reach the Spirit Emperor realm. Aru nodded, dazed and mesmerized, not daring to look directly at Lu Chen at all, exclaiming in her heart. Who could resist this? No wonder Xiao Wu is so devoted to him. After Lu Chen finished talking about the serious matter, he prepared to leave. Yin, Aru, I will leave the matters of the academy to you. After saying this, Lu Chen turned and left. No longer having to face Lu Chen's handsome face, Aru was finally able to calm down. She looked at Lu Chen's tall and straight back. No wonder Yin voluntarily calls him master. It turns out it's because he saved Yin. He is handsome, and his casual smile even made my heart beat faster. He is powerful and is the strongest expert on the current Douluo continent. He doesn't judge by origin and doesn't discriminate against transformed spirit beasts. He saved my life, and his great kindness to me is something I could never repay even in my next life. I actually suspected that he was a pervert in private. I really shouldn't have done that. Although there is more than one girl by his side, he is indeed a good match for Xiao Wu. Aru, he is your daughter's boyfriend, why is your heart beating faster? Aru felt both ashamed and guilty in her heart, feeling that she had let Lu Chen down by actually suspecting her own savior. Chapter 277. Visitors from the Star Luo Empire. Longevity Sect. Lu Chen, who was walking up the mountain, had a faint trace of sorrow between his brows. As someone who hadn't even tasted meat yet, he was actually considered a pervert who played very wildly in private. This was slander, a monstrous slander. The current 13-year-old Lu Chen could be called pure and flawless. He was still a Xiao Chunan. Compared to the Shrek scumbag trio, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, Lu Chen was absolutely clean. Sigh. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Wait until I become an adult. Lu Chen's expression was firm, his brow full of seriousness. As for the next words, he only recited them in his heart. The first thing I'm going to do is, do it, do it, do it, do it. Meanwhile, Du Gubo, who had learned of Lu Chen's return to the Longevity Sect, flew over rapidly in just a few flashes. Turning into a black shadow, he landed right in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at this and looked at the hurried Du Gubo, asking, Big brother Dugu, what's wrong? I see everything in the sect as usual. What could be so urgent? Du Gubo's expression was strange as he gave Lu Chen a somewhat annoyed glare. A guest has come from the Star Luo Empire. They didn't make a big scene or notify the Heaven Do imperial family, they just secretly came to our Longevity Sect. It's clear they're here for you. Moreover, this guest has quite a connection with you, he's the biological father of one of your little girlfriends. Anyway, I didn't know how to handle it. For the sake of your little girlfriend's face, I settled the guest in a guest room. Since you're back, go meet him. He came here specifically for you, so how to respond depends on your intentions. Hearing Douluo say it was a guest from the Douluo Empire and the father of one of his little girlfriends, Lu Chen immediately understood that Zhu Zuqing's father had come looking for them. Since it was Zhu Zuqing's biological father, it was only right and proper that he should meet him. However, if the other party wanted to use this to make unreasonable demands, he had no obligation to agree. Lu Chen nodded with a calm expression. I understand, big brother Douluo. Then I'll go meet him and see what his intentions are. A moment later, in the main peak hall of the longevity sect, the guest from the Douluo Empire was led into the hall. He was a middle-aged man wearing a black formal suit, with handsome and extraordinary features. His skin was very pale and his figure was slender. He lacked masculine ruggedness and instead possessed a sort of feminine delicacy. If not for his Adam's apple, he would look like a beautiful middle-aged woman with a bit of dressing up. This was Zhu Zuqing's biological father. No wonder the daughters he produced were each more beautiful than the last. This father himself was a beautiful man whose gender was hard to distinguish. This middle-aged man was named Zhu Shangwu, the Duke of the Nether of the Douluo Empire, who held an extremely special status within the empire. Upon entering the hall, Zhu Shangwu immediately saw the handsome young man in a blue robe sitting in the main seat. After observing him carefully, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. This boy's looks are on par with mine. Immediately, Zhu Shangwu performed a standard noble etiquette and spoke in a voice that leaned towards feminine delicacy. Zhu Shangwu, the Duke of the Nether of the Douluo Empire, greets His Excellency Changsheng. Zhu Shangwu. Hearing this name, Lu Chen gave the pale-skinned, slender, woman-like Zhu Shangwu a strange look. This appearance and figure didn't have the slightest connection to being heroic and martial. Lu Chen said in a clear voice, Duke, Your Excellency, there is no need for such formality. You are a Duke of the Douluo Empire. Having traveled thousands of miles to my longevity sect, I wonder what your business is. Seeing that Lu Chen was so direct and skipped the pleasantries to ask about his intentions, Zhu Shangwu stood up and continued in his delicate voice. I have come this time mainly for two things. First, my daughter, Zhu Zuqing, ran away from the Nether Duke's mansion. According to the information I've obtained, she came to the Heaven Do Empire and is following His Excellency Changsheng. As her father, I am very worried about her safety, so I came to see her and take her back to the Nether Duke's mansion. After all, that is Zhu Zuqing's true home. I am deeply grateful to His Excellency Changsheng for taking care of her during this time. Please, His Excellency Changsheng, bring my daughter out. Lu Chen glanced at him casually and said in a flat voice. Zuqing isn't here, she is outside to cultivate. As for returning to the Nether Duke's mansion, I think that's unnecessary. It's not where you were born that is home, but where you feel at peace that can be called home. Zuqing doesn't like the Nether Duke's mansion. She's doing quite well here with me. Although you are Zuqing's father, I cannot let her leave with you. Strangely, upon hearing Lu Chen say this, Zhu Shangwu, as the father, didn't show any signs of anger. It was as if he also agreed with Lu Chen's words. Zhu Shangwu sighed softly. What His Excellency Changsheng says makes sense. Even if I take Zuqing back, she wouldn't be happy. With His Excellency Changsheng's abilities, if you want to keep Zuqing in the longevity sect, a mere spirit Douluo like me couldn't possibly take her away by force. His Excellency Changsheng, I will continue to entrust Zuqing to your care in the future. Zuqing has an engagement with the third prince of the Douluo Empire, Dai Mubai. I have no way to intervene, but for His Excellency Changsheng, I imagine this won't be much of a problem. Lu Chen's expression froze as he began to seriously observe Zhu Shangwu. As Zhu Zuqing's father, it seemed he did care about his daughter. Thinking about it, back then Zhu Zuqing was only a spirit grandmaster with level 27 spirit power. Without the nod from Zhu Shangwu, the head of the Zhu family, she could never have escaped the Nether Duke's mansion. Based on that alone, Lu Chen set aside his casualness and nodded solemnly, replying, Please rest assured. As long as I am here, Zuqing will not face any more threats. As for that bullshit engagement, if the Douluo royal family has the guts, let them come find me. Zhu Shangwu's expression relaxed slightly, secretly lamenting that Zhu Zuqing had found a reliable home for herself. Their Hell Civet Zhu family seemed to have a lofty status in the Star Luo Empire, but in reality, they were just vassals of the White Tiger Dai family. The Hell Civet was merely a decent high-tier spirit. Its greatest value was as fusion material for the Hell White Tiger. To cooperate with the Dai family's imperial succession rules, their Zhu family had to contribute several exceptionally talented girls in every generation, but in the end, only one could survive. Those were the most talented girls of the Zhu family. If nurtured properly, becoming a titled Douluo might be hard, but becoming a spirit saint or spirit Douluo would certainly be no problem. Regarding this situation, the Zhu family could only swallow their anger in silence. As a father, Zhu Shangwu still felt some affection for his daughter, Zhu Zuqing. Seeing Zhu Zuqing escape her original fate, Zhu Shangwu also felt a bit of joy in his heart. Looking at Lu Chen again, there was a bit more approval in Zhu Shangwu's eyes. His Excellency Changsheng, then let me speak of the second matter. I have been entrusted by the Star Luo Emperor to invite His Excellency Changsheng to the Star Luo Empire to witness our million-strong army. Compared to the decaying Heaven Do imperial family, the Star Luo royal family is the hope for the future. If not for the interference of Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire would be no match for the Star Luo Empire. I'm sure His Excellency Changsheng can understand our Star Luo Emperor's intentions. As long as His Excellency Changsheng is willing to go to the Star Luo Empire, wealth and glory will be within reach. Whatever the Star Luo royal family has, our Star Luo Emperor is willing to share it with His Excellency Changsheng. His Excellency Changsheng, our Star Luo Emperor is extremely sincere. As long as you can assist the Star Luo Empire in achieving its eternal legacy, both you and the longevity sect will be able to share in the nation's prosperity and enjoy glory for generations. The cards were finally on the table. This was likely the true purpose of Zhu Shangwu's visit to the longevity sect. The one trying to win him over wasn't Zhu Shangwu, but that Star Luo Emperor. Hey, Lu Chen wanted to overturn the feudal rule of the Heaven Do Empire, and he similarly wanted to overturn the feudal rule of the Star Luo Empire. For the Star Luo Emperor to want his help in unifying the Douluo continent was simply a pipe dream. Lu Chen propped his elbow on the armrest, his palm slightly curved to support his cheek, with an indifferent expression. Patriarch Zhu, go back and tell your Star Luo Emperor that I only care about increasing my strength and don't care about wealth and glory. Tell him not to waste his thoughts. The wealth and glory of the mortal world are nothing but passing clouds to me. What I want is within my reach. Why would I need someone else to share it with me? Lu Chen spoke that last sentence with overwhelming dominance. Zhu Shangwu's body shook. Indeed, as the strongest person on the continent, Lu Chen could easily obtain whatever he wanted. The Star Luo Emperor's recruitment held no temptation for him at all. He took a deep breath, a trace of awe appearing in his dark eyes. Since His Excellency Changsheng is unwilling to go to the Star Luo Empire, it seems my trip was in vain. I hope His Majesty will not blame me when the time comes. His Excellency Changsheng, then I shall take my leave. Hearing Zhu Shangwu ask to leave, Lu Chen looked at him with burning eyes. Simply because this Zhu Shangwu still cared for his daughter Zuqing, Lu Chen decided to give him a chance. Patriarch Zhu, for Zuqing's sake, if your Zhu family doesn't want to continue staying in the Star Luo Empire, just send me a message. I can take you all out of the Star Luo Empire, and the Dai family won't dare to cause you trouble. Think about it carefully. There's no rush to reply. When you've figured it out, give me a definitive answer. As soon as these words were spoken, waves rose in Zhu Shangwu's heart. Leaving the Star Luo Empire, this was a path he had never even imagined. He frowned deeply. Although their Zhu family had to contribute several talented girls every generation, the girl who survived would become the Empress of the Star Luo Empire. This was the foundation of the Zhu family's enduring prosperity in the Star Luo Empire. He ultimately refused. Thank you for your kindness, His Excellency Changsheng, but our Zhu family is doing well in the Star Luo Empire and doesn't need to leave. Lu Chen smiled indifferently. No need to hurry, this promise remains valid. Chapter 278, 3 months. Zhu Shangwu had left. Although he failed to complete his mission of recruiting Lu Chen to the Star Luo Empire, he was very satisfied knowing that his daughter could live well here with Lu Chen. He left in a very good mood. Meanwhile, in the main peak hall, Lu Chen stood by the window, overlooking the entire longevity sect with an unobstructed view. He used his divine thought to watch Zhu Shangwu as he quickly descended the mountain and finally left the longevity sect. Lu Chen suddenly shook his head and laughed. The Star Luo Emperor, who gave him the courage to think he could recruit me, the #1 powerhouse on the continent, through mere wealth and status. It seems he's grown too accustomed to being high and mighty. That group of ministers around him has pampered him so much he's lost his bearings. To think that by sending someone over to say a few words about sharing glory and riches, I would eagerly rush to the Star Luo Empire to serve at his beck and call. Behind him, a figure walked up slowly. It was Douluo Bo, who picked up the conversation and said, "Glory and riches, only someone like you could be so indifferent to them. On this continent, whether it's ordinary people or spirit masters, what they ultimately pursue is glory and riches. How many high-level spirit masters are willing to give up their freedom and join the imperial family as consecrated elders just for a noble title? What they want is nothing more than those 4 words, glory and riches. The Star Luo Emperor probably thinks you're just another high-level spirit master, no different from the others except for being stronger. Using glory and riches to recruit you is the most normal thing in the world to him. By refusing the Star Luo Emperor's recruitment, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge against you from now on. You'll be fine since you're powerful, but it might be difficult for our longevity sect to expand its influence into the Star Luo Empire in the future." Lu Chen didn't turn around, but a cold light flashed in his azure eyes. Hey, if the Star Luo Empire truly has the audacity to become an enemy of our longevity sect, then there will be no need for that empire to exist anymore. Lu Chen spoke nonchalantly, but the bone-chilling intent within his words made even Douluo Bo, a level 97 super Douluo, feel his hair stand on end. He exclaimed, "Could you actually destroy the Star Luo Empire? That's not a problem that can be solved by simply killing an emperor." Lu Chen smiled without saying a word, merely gazing into the distance as if he could see the future of the Douluo continent, where the old system collapsed and a new one rose from the ground. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't answer, Douluo Bo didn't press further. He believed that with Lu Chen's abilities, he could handle any problem. A touch of warmth appeared on Douluo Bo's face, his eyes showing a hint of longing. "Lu Chen, you said you'd take my granddaughter overseas to find an opportunity. Now that you're back, where is she?" Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Douluo Bo with a smile. "Big brother Douluo, don't get too excited when you hear what I'm about to say. I took Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zuqing to Sea God Island. That is the place of the Sea God's legacy. Now, Yan Yan has obtained the Sea God 9 trials and become the successor to the Sea God. As long as she successfully passes the Sea God 9 trials, she will be the new Sea God. Your granddaughter is about to become a god." As soon as these words were spoken, Douluo Bo's expression froze. His mouth hung open and his eyes widened in a look of sheer dumbfoundment. His body was trembling, and his hands were clenched tightly into fists. He was excited, too excited. His Douluo lineage was actually going to produce a god. Ha 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 ha. Douluo Bo snapped out of it and couldn't stop laughing. His voice echoed within the hall, spittle flying everywhere. "My granddaughter is going to become a god. Lu Chen, meeting you is the greatest blessing for us grandfather and granddaughter." Douluo Bo spoke with extreme gravity, his eyes burning as he looked at Lu Chen. Without Lu Chen, they would still be suffering from the torment of their poison. Especially Douluo Yan. She likely would have died under its agony, leaving Douluo Bo to bury his own child. It was precisely because of Lu Chen's appearance that they were able to avoid this tragedy. Furthermore, Douluo Bo's ability to become a level 97 Super Douluo and Douluo Yan's ability to become the successor of the Sea God were both inseparable from Lu Chen's full support. Now, Douluo Bo felt truly and sincerely fortunate. Then Lu Chen said with a light laugh, "So, big brother Douluo, I'll leave the sect's affairs to you. I'm going back to Sea God Island to accompany Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zuqing during their Sea God trials." Douluo Bo didn't hesitate. With a face full of smiles, he patted his chest and guaranteed, "Leave it to me without worry." Having received Douluo Bo's guarantee, Lu Chen didn't stay in the sect any longer and set off for Sea God Island. Relying on the divine travel skill that was Space Slash, he returned to the foot of Sea God Mountain in an instant. At this time, Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Douluo Yan were still cultivating within the Sea God's light, so Lu Chen didn't speak to disturb them. He sat on the ground casually, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation, guiding his spirit power to circulate faster, increasing the speed of spirit power condensation by 30%. Lu Chen couldn't help but think to himself, the cultivation efficiency of this meditation method is simply too low. With my current vision and knowledge, it shouldn't be a problem to create my own cultivation technique. Let's do it. Subsequently, Lu Chen poured his divine thought into his limbs, bones, and internal organs, observing the changes as spirit power circulated through the meridians across his body, recording every single change. He would use this as the foundation for creating his technique. Only someone as skilled and bold as Lu Chen, relying on his massive life origin, would dare to let spirit power circulate through all the major and minor meridians of his body without restraint. Some meridians cannot be circulated through recklessly. Doing so could result in qi deviation at best, or death from body explosion at worst. But Lu Chen wasn't afraid of these problems at all. His mental force had transformed into divine thought, allowing him to control every change in his body. His body had evolved into a divine body. Even if his spirit power ran wild like an unbridled horse, it was impossible for his body to explode. Creating a technique was not the work of a single day. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan continued to cultivate in the sea god's light. Lu Chen attempted to create his own technique while in meditation. Time passed day by day. In a flash, 3 months had passed. Such a short amount of time was certainly not enough for Lu Chen to create a technique. The more one wanted a technique to fit themselves perfectly, the more one needed to tap into their own potential. Lu Chen possessed the innate Dao body and needed to create a technique that suited it. He had a feeling that the day he finished creating this technique would be the day he truly reached level 100 and became a god. However, 3 months was enough for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan to complete their transformation. After cultivating in the sea god's light for 3 months, their spirit power had each increased by 1 level. Xiao Wu broke through from level 55 to level 56 spirit power. Zhu Zuqing broke through from level 53 to level 54 spirit power. Du Guyan broke through from level 75 to level 76 spirit power. Today, 3 months later, they were attempting to traverse the sea god's light once again. Chapter 279, Passing the Sea God's Light. At the foot of Sea God Mountain, Lu Chen watched Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan as they warmed up and made final preparations in front of the steps of Sea God Mountain. He frowned slightly and advised, the trial of transmigration. The sea god's light gave you a 1-year time limit. In fact, you don't need to be in a hurry at all. Are you sure you want to attempt the pass now? Xiao Wu turned around, waving her small fist, and spoke with a face full of confidence. After 3 months of training, we have all adapted to the pressure of the sea god's light. Since we can pass the trial, we don't want to waste time here. Zhu Zuqing also looked at Lu Chen, her pretty face showing a look of determination. If every trial takes a whole year, wouldn't it take 7 years to pass all the trials? So we need to seize the time. When we are sure we can pass the trial, we can go and try. Du Guyan stretched her water snake waist, turned her head to face Lu Chen, and gave a charming smile. Xiao Wu and Zuqing each only have 7 trials, but I have a full 9 trials. Since they want to pass the trials quickly, I need to make even better use of my time. Seeing that the 3 women had made up their minds, Lu Chen didn't say anything more. Although he knew that to cultivate under the sea god's light could increase cultivate speed, passing the trial directly would also grant immediate spirit power rewards. He encouraged the 3 women, saying, then go ahead. I will be here watching you. If you encounter any fatal danger, I will naturally step in. Under Lu Chen's encouragement, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan turned completely into determination. After each taking a deep breath, they rushed towards the sea god's light without looking back. As they stepped onto the first step, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly weighed down on them. One could see that the clothes the 3 women were wearing were already tightly pressed against their bodies, outlining their well-defined and enchanting curves. Among them, Zhu Zuqing was the most magnificent. Although she was the youngest, her figure was the best. Her chest was full and plump like mountains, her waist was slender and could be held in one hand, her rear was rounded and full of tension like a full moon, and her long legs were extremely well proportioned and full of explosive power. Next was Du Guyan. She was already 20 years old. As a thoroughly mature woman, her figure was hot. Although slightly inferior to Zhu Zuqing, it was still top tier and proud, with surging waves that were mouth-watering. Finally, there was Xiao Wu. In fact, Xiao Wu was not small either, but compared to the exceptionally gifted Zhu Zuqing and the maturely developed Du Guyan, she didn't seem as prominent. After 3 months of adaptation, the sea god's light on this first step did not bring too much pressure to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. They were still as swift as the wind, their movements agile, and their steps didn't stop for a moment as they rushed towards the steps behind. The 11th step, the 21st step, the 31st step. In less than a minute, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan had respectively climbed to the 120th step, the 108th step, and the 144th step. The gap in cultivation and the strength of their physiques were fully displayed at this moment. Zhu Zuqing had the lowest spirit power and the weakest physique, so she fell behind. Du Guyan had the highest spirit power and the strongest physique, so she rushed to the front. Xiao Wu was in the middle of the two. Seeing the 133rd step waving at her, under the pressure of the sea god's light, Xiao Wu, whose face was flushed red, quickly completed her martial soul possession. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 spirit rings rose beneath her feet. The spirit power circulated rapidly within her meridians like a windmill, greatly increasing her resistance and making her originally heavy steps become light. Ah, Sister Xiao Wu is going to start sprinting. Xiao Wu let out a loud cry, her red eyes staring fixedly at the 133rd step. The muscles in her legs were tight, and with every step, a footprint formed by sweat appeared as she rushed towards that 133rd step. First spirit ability, waist bow. Fourth spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body. Xiao Wu used her first and fourth spirit ability. The first spirit ability improved her physical attributes in all aspects, and the fourth spirit ability released a layer of golden energy shield. With the support of these 2 spirit ability, Xiao Wu, whose body had reached its limit, burst forth with another surge of power. Xiao Wu's gums were bleeding from biting down so hard, and her eyes were fixed on the 133rd step. Relying on the weakening effect of the Paragon Golden Body on the sea god's light, she strode forward. The 130th step. The 131st step. The 132nd step. The 133 road step. Even with her consciousness blurred, Xiao Wu relied on sheer willpower to finally step onto the 133rd step. At that moment, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly vanished. Xiao Wu stumbled and fell onto the 133rd step. She gasped for breath, and a smile finally appeared on her flushed face. The red 7-pointed star on her forehead suddenly burst with a blinding red light, and a majestic voice sounded in her mind at the same time. Top Tier 7 Trials. First trial, completed. Reward. Spirit power increased by 1 level. Reward. Spirit ring increased by 500 years. Streams of heat poured out from the red 7-pointed star on Xiao Wu's forehead, flowing through her limbs, bones, and internal organs, making her feel warm all over, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. The fatigue brought to her body by the transmigration of the sea god's light just now quickly receded under the nourishment of this warm current. Furthermore, Xiao Wu's spirit power began to soar. She had only recently reached level 56 spirit power, and now she was starting to sprint towards level 57 spirit power. Xiao Wu's face was full of surprise. That was a whole level of spirit power. If she were to cultivate on her own, it would take at least 3 months. She no longer lay limp on the steps, but immediately sat upright, activated her meditation method, and began to organize the surging spirit power within her body. The spirit power fluctuations emanating from her body grew stronger and stronger. Anyone could see that she had gained great benefits. With Xiao Wu as an example, Zhu Zuqing felt greatly encouraged. She cheered herself up in her heart, then she also summoned her martial soul possession. Streams of black qi swirled around her, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 spirit rings rose beneath her feet. Xiao Wu can do it, and I can do it too. Zhu Zuqing's face was as red as a cooked shrimp. After her martial soul possession, her spirit power circulated through her meridians like a rushing river, making her feel that the pressure of the sea god's light was greatly reduced. She strove forward, crossing 3 steps at a time, and soon reached the 120th step. Zhu Zuqing's figure swayed, and she once again felt the pressure of the sea god's light double. Source of darkness. 5th spirit ability, Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. Zhu Zuqing first used the source of darkness from her left arm bone. Dark energy flowed through her entire body. With the enhancement of this dark energy, any spirit ability she performed would receive a 40% boost. Next was Zhu Zuqing's fifth spirit ability, Nether Shadow Piercing Strike, which allowed her body to turn from solid to ethereal. Originally, it could reduce physical damage by 50%, but with the enhancement of the source of darkness, it could reduce physical damage by 70%. Even the pressure of the sea god's light was greatly weakened. Taking this opportunity, the black shadow that Zhu Zuqing had transformed into flashed forward rapidly, crossing one step with each flash. Soon she arrived before the final 3 steps. Zhu Zuqing used the ethereal effect of the Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. Braving the pressure of the sea god's light, she strode forward step by step. The 130th step. The 131st step. The 132nd step. The 133 road step. At that very moment, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly dissipated, and Zhu Zuqing, like Xiao Wu, collapsed directly onto the steps. Zhu Zuqing reappeared. Every inch of her skin was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Her forehead, cheeks, and neck were drenched in sweat, which poured down like rain. Her hair was slightly messy, clinging tightly to her skin. Her black leather clothes and skirt were soaked with sweat, making her look as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Now Zhu Zuqing was gasping for breath, not wanting to move even a finger. In the next moment, the red 7-pointed star on her forehead suddenly burst with a blinding red light, and a majestic voice sounded in her mind at the same time. Top Tier 7 Trials. First trial, completed. Reward. Spirit power increased by 1 level. Reward. Spirit ring increased by 500 years. Hearing this voice, Zhu Zuqing's expression immediately turned to joy. She finally knew why the spirit power fluctuations emanating from Xiao Wu's body were getting stronger and stronger. She also followed Xiao Wu's example, sat upright, activated her meditation method, and began to absorb the streams of warm current flowing through her body. This caused her spirit power to start sprinting from level 54 towards level 55. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had both passed their trials. At the same time, Du Guyan also reached the 248th step. She was a spirit saint with level 76 spirit power and had 6 spirit bone except for the torso bone. Her physical fitness was several times that of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Even without summoning her spirit, relying purely on her physical fitness, she had reached the 248th step. However, by this point, her body was also swaying a bit. Looking at the remaining steps, Du Guyan's flushed face showed an admirable determination. Xiao Wu and Zuqing both succeeded. I absolutely cannot fail. Amidst a burst of emerald light, Du Guyan completed her martial soul possession. Her delicate body was clad in a piece of green dragon scale armor, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, 7 spirit rings rose beneath her feet. At the same time, behind her, 8 white bone spikes extended out to both sides. It was the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. 5th spirit ability, green phosphorus dragon armor shield. The green phosphorus dragon armor on her body burst with a brilliant emerald light, forming a green spherical shield around her. Du Guyan didn't hide anything and directly used her full strength. After her martial soul possession, with the support of the external spirit bone 8 spider lances and the 5th spirit ability green phosphorus dragon armor shield, she rushed towards the steps ahead like a cannonball. Sometimes crossing 3 steps in one stride, sometimes 5. In just a few breaths, Du Guyan reached the 300th step. At this point, the pressure of the sea god's light doubled again. Du Guyan's face turned bright red, but she still moved forward step by step with unwavering determination. 301, 302, 303, ... When she reached the 330th step and was about to step onto the 331st, the sea god's light, whose pressure had doubled again, forced Du Guyan to half kneel on the ground. HMPH. Du Guyan let out a muffled groan, bloodshot eyes appearing as her vision turned completely red. I cannot give up. Du Guyan used both her hands and feet, and the 8 spider lances on her back also exerted force. With a creaking sound, cracks appeared on the 8 spider lances, but she finally managed to stand up. The 331st step. The 332nd step. The 333 road. Du Guyan stepped up with half a foot, but the other half simply wouldn't move. Ah! Du Guyan let out a series of sharp screams. Her body was trembling violently, her skin was so red it seemed ready to bleed, and a large number of capillaries were bursting. Finally, with a bang, a mist of blood erupted from Du Guyan's body, making her look like a person made of blood from a distance. This scene was too tragic. However, Du Guyan risked her life and finally took that last half step. In an instant, when she stepped onto the 333rd step, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly vanished. Her body swayed, and she fell onto the steps. I succeeded. Du Guyan spoke weakly, but a satisfied smile was on her face. She saw Lu Chen quickly flying towards her position, and the blue-gold trident on her forehead erupted with a burst of blue-gold light, followed by a majestic voice sounding in her mind. Sea God 9 trials, first trial, completed. Reward. Spirit power increased by 2 levels, reward, Sea God affinity 5%. Amidst streams of warm current, Du Guyan's body recovered rapidly. At the same time, her spirit power began to surge, sprinting from level 76 to level 77, and then rising from level 77 to level 78. Chapter 280. Content of the second trial. Lu Chen arrived through the air, landing beside Du Guyan, and pressed his hand on her shoulder, infusing strands of life divine power into her. He looked at the blood-covered Du Guyan and sighed softly, a trace of heartache on his face, but a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Yan Yan, you've truly impressed me. Earlier, while I was at the foot of Sea God Mountain, I watched you linger before the 332nd step for a long time. I was worried for you. I originally thought you wouldn't be able to take that final step, but you endured even as your blood vessels ruptured to force that last step. I am proud of you. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, Du Guyan's cracked internal organs, ruptured blood vessels, and torn flesh, were all repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Life divine power was indeed the world's top-tier spirit pill. Du Guyan's pale lips regained their color. Hearing Lu Chen's praise, her heart felt incredibly sweet. Even passing the first trial of the Sea God 9 trials, receiving a 2-level spirit power reward, and 5% Sea God affinity didn't make her as happy as hearing Lu Chen's praise. The pain of the internal and external tears gradually subsided under the soothing of the life divine power. Du Guyan gazed at Lu Chen with eyes as gentle as water, her lips moving as she said in a slightly raspy voice. I don't want to fall too far behind you. You are already a level 99 super Douluo, with godhood in sight. Having finally gained the chance to become a god, I will pass the trials even if it costs me my life. Lu Chen's heart was touched. Whether it was Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, or Zhu Zuqing, they were all cultivating and passing trials with their lives on the line just to catch up to his footsteps sooner. His heart filled with even more affection. Under the continuous healing of the life divine power, Du Guyan's body, which had been on the verge of collapse, quickly recovered to its peak state. In just this short moment, Du Guyan's body was restored to its original state. She stood up from the steps and stretched her body. Aside from the large bloodstains remaining on her, there was no sign of injury at all. This was the power of life divine power. Just then, High Priestess Bo Saishi, wearing a bright red sacrificial robe, flew down from Sea God Mountain and landed in front of Lu Chen and Du Guyan. She first nodded to Lu Chen to show her respect for him. Then she looked at Du Guyan, and a hint of admiration flickered in her somewhat lifeless eyes. Reaching the 333rd step in only 3 months, this talent and perseverance shocked even High Priestess Bo Saishi. She had originally thought the sea god chose Du Guyan as the successor out of respect for Lu Chen's face. Now it seemed the sea god chose Du Guyan as the successor entirely because he saw her potential. She was qualified to become the next sea god. High Priestess Bo Saishi spoke in a gentle voice. Miss Dugu, congratulations on passing the first trial of the Sea God 9 trials. Next, you have 3 days of rest. You can wait until 3 days later to begin the second trial of the Sea God 9 trials. After her body recovered, Du Guyan's spirit power had also reached level 78. She was full of energy and didn't want to waste 3 days. She glanced at Lu Chen and then said resolutely, "We don't need rest. I want to start the second trial of the Sea God 9 trials immediately." High Priestess Bo Saishi hesitated upon hearing this, but finally just smiled. "Very well. I will always be guarding Sea God Mountain. While I cannot help you during the trials, you can tell me if you have any other needs." Du Guyan wasn't polite. Currently, her body was covered in sticky bloodstains, which was very uncomfortable. She stopped High Priestess Bo Saishi and said, "We certainly won't let the High Priestess interfere with our trials. We just need to trouble the High Priestess to have someone bring us some food and a change of clothes." High Priestess Bo Saishi immediately nodded. "No problem, that's only right." Then High Priestess Bo Saishi flew away to make preparations as Du Guyan had requested. Du Guyan wanted to take Lu Chen's arm, but seeing she was covered in blood, she forced herself not to approach him. She hurried down the steps. After meeting up with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, Du Guyan looked at Zhu Zuqing. "Zuqing, I'm counting on you now." Zhu Zuqing nodded. "It just so happens that Xiao Wu and I are also covered in sticky sweat." Then the three women left Sea God Mountain. In a corner at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Zuqing activated her right leg spirit bone skill, Dark Swamp. Strands of dark air currents spread out, forming a dark space shrouded in black mist. Using the cover of the black mist, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan took off their dirty clothes. While washing their bodies, they discussed the content of the second trial. Du Guyan said, "The second trial of my Sea God 9 trials is to cross that layer of the ring sea outside without killing a single sea spirit beast. What about your second trials?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing answered almost in unison. "Me too." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other. Xiao Wu said thoughtfully, "Our trials are exactly the same, and the requirement only says not to kill a single sea spirit beast, it doesn't say we can't work together." Zhu Zuqing's tone also betrayed a hint of excitement. "If we can work together, then this second trial of crossing the ring sea won't be able to stop us at all. We'll be able to pass it very quickly." After a brief exchange, Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing were all very excited because they believed they had found a loophole in the trial. But would the Sea God's trials really be that simple? Just then, under High Priestess Bo Saixi's arrangements, a spirit master from Sea God Island brought some food and a change of clothes for Lu Chen and the others. After the spirit master put the items down, he didn't stay and quickly left. From the bundle, Lu Chen picked up the clothes prepared for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. He walked to the outside of the dark space formed by the dark swamp and called inside. "Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan, the change of clothes prepared for you has been delivered." Xiao Wu's giggling voice came out. "Boss Lu Chen, help us bring the clothes in." Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan didn't voice any objections either. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Then I'm coming in." Lu Chen then stepped into the dark space. Under the cover of the black mist, everything around was pitch black, and one couldn't see the specific situation at all. But that was for others. Lu Chen had consumed the looking through autumn water dew, and his eyes had the ability to see through all things. In his azure eyes, starlight-like glimmers flickered. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan in the black mist were completely exposed to his sight. The magnificent mountains, the round and full moons. Lu Chen saw them all clearly. After he handed the clothes to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan and emerged from the dark space, he let out a long breath and sighed in his heart. What a beautiful scene, truly breathtaking. After a while, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan were all fully dressed, and Zhu Zuqing withdrew her dark swamp spirit ability. The expressions on the three women's faces were normal, showing no embarrassment or anger over the small interlude just now. After putting on their new clothes, they followed Lu Chen to eat. The food Sea God Island prepared for them was very sumptuous, all specialties from the ocean. While eating, Lu Chen asked, "After passing through the Sea God's light, what rewards did you all receive?" Xiao Wu spoke first, her expression extremely excited. "I was rewarded with 1 level of spirit power, and all my spirit rings were increased by 500 years. Now I'm at level 57 spirit power. Although a 500-year increase for all spirit rings isn't much, it made my second spirit ring evolve into a purple spirit ring. Now my spirit ring configuration is 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black." Zhu Zuqing swallowed the sashimi in her mouth. "The reward I got is exactly the same as Xiao Wu's. Now I'm at level 55 spirit power, and my spirit ring configuration has also become 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black." Du Guyan's expression shifted, and she put down the lobster she had half peeled. "The reward I received is different from Xiao Wu and Zuqing's. I was rewarded with 2 levels of spirit power and 5% sea god affinity. My spirit power has increased to level 78. As for this sea god affinity, I haven't discovered its effect yet. Du Guyan didn't know the function of sea god affinity, but Lu Chen knew it perfectly well, so he explained with a smile. It probably relates to the sea god's legacy. Once your sea god affinity reaches 100%, you will be able to become the new sea god. Chapter 281, Xiao Bai's Interception. At the foot of Sea God Mountain. By the time the group had eaten and drunk their fill, various crab shells, shrimp shells, and seashells were scattered all over the ground. Xiao Wu stood up and stretched lazily, only to find that her little belly was a bit bloated. It was so round that it looked as if she were pregnant, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't suck it back in. She rubbed her round little belly and glanced at Lu Chen with some concern. She was afraid that if she grew fat, Lu Chen would no longer like her. Xiao Wu immediately made up her mind and looked toward Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. Zuqing, Yan Yan, are you guys full? I'm full. Let's go move around a bit. We'll try to brave the Ring Sea first and see how difficult it is. As fellow girls, Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan immediately understood Xiao Wu's concerns about wanting to stay active to maintain her figure. They also had similar worries, so the 2 women immediately stood up. I'm full too. Then let's go get some exercise. The 3 girls called out to Lu Chen and then headed toward the Ring Sea together. Lu Chen was the last to stand up leisurely. He still had a crab leg dangling from his mouth and his hands behind his head as he walked toward the Ring Sea. The second trial's main opponent is that devil spirit great white shark. I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan. A moment later, on the shore of the Ring Sea, Zhu Zuqing took the initiative to volunteer, saying, I'm the fastest, I'll give it a try first. Xiao Wu and Du Guyan agreed, thinking that it made sense. Zhu Zuqing exhaled, her black eyes becoming incredibly sharp and filled with killing intent, as if she had entered a hunting state. In the next instant, she summoned her martial soul possession. Wisps of black air currents swirled around her, and 5 spirit rings, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, rose from beneath her feet. With a whoosh, her figure flickered and shot out like a black shadow, appearing over the surface of the Ring Sea. Beneath the surface, countless long, narrow shadows suddenly became restless. With a series of splashing sounds, those narrow shadows launched an attack towards Zhu Zuqing. One could vaguely see that these were fish-type spirit beasts nearly a meter long. Although their bodies were a meter in length, their mouths accounted for half a meter. Their mouths were like sharp swords, glinting with a chilling light. This sword-shaped fish was a sea spirit beast with excellent offensive power. A school of sword-shaped fish consisting of 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts was something even 10,000-year spirit beasts wouldn't dare provoke lightly. As they attacked now, the sound of breaking wind echoed continuously. If one were pierced by their sword-like mouths, a transparent hole would likely be stabbed through them instantly. Observing from the shore, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan's hearts leapt into their throats at the sight. However, their worry was completely unnecessary. Zhu Zuqing was extremely fast. As she dashed across the sea surface, the air currents she generated slammed into the water, kicking up large waves that surged to both sides. Those sword-shaped fish simply couldn't keep up with her speed, all their attacks hit nothing but air. Often, by the time the sword-shaped fish reached her previous position, Zhu Zuqing had already dashed several meters further. Zhu Zuqing didn't attack proactively. She was testing them this time, testing the number and strength of these sword-shaped fish. Her eyes sparkled with insight. Their attack power is formidable and their speed is very fierce. These sword-shaped fish can't catch me, but they are more than enough to catch Xiao Wu and Yan Yan. Fortunately, there only seem to be 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts here, with no 10,000-year ones. Given the strength of Xiao Wu, Yan Yan, and myself, if we give it our all, breaking through the blockade of these 100-year and 1,000-year sword-shaped fish shouldn't be too big of a problem. Just as Zhu Zuqing relaxed slightly, beneath the surface, a massive creature had quietly emerged. The shadow was a full 20 meters long, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. As the behemoth rose, a blue dorsal fin broke the surface. Zhu Zuqing noticed it. Her expression changed, and she twisted her body in midair, erupting with a powerful surge of spirit power. Using the counter force of the spirit power, she forcibly changed direction and sped elsewhere, trying to shake off the behemoth. But how could that massive creature let her off so easily? Boom! With a flick of its tail, the behemoth whipped up a wave tens of meters high that poured toward Zhu Zuqing like an endless wall of water. Before that wave, Zhu Zuqing was like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Unwilling to be overturned by the wave, Zhu Zuqing gritted her teeth and reacted quickly. Fourth spirit ability, Nether Shadow Clone. As her fourth spirit ring flashed with light, Zhu Zuqing's figure blurred, and one clone after another stepped out from her main body. With the original body plus 8 clones, the 9 Zhu Zuqings moved with agile and swift motions. The original body stepped onto a clone and leapt up. With the help of the 8 clones, Zhu Zuqing's original body jumped 100 meters into the air. The waves rolled over and crashed into Zhu Zuqing's 8 clones, instantly dispersing them into clouds of black mist. Seeing this from 100 meters up, Zhu Zuqing's expression became tense and serious to the extreme. That behemoth is the 100,000-year spirit beast from the outskirts of Sea God Island. How is that possible? For this second trial, they actually let in a 100,000-year spirit beast. A 100,000-year spirit beast is even stronger than an average titled Douluo. Asking us to face one, is that even something we can do? Zhu Zuqing couldn't fly. Although she had jumped 100 meters high, she soon began falling back toward the sea. The behemoth in the ocean, the 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark king, Xiaobai, flicked its body and leapt out of the water. A thick and powerful tail, carrying the sound of breaking wind, slammed toward Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing's face was grave. Her body was falling continuously with nowhere to gain leverage. Facing this tail strike, she had no way to dodge. Fifth spirit ability, Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. Her fifth spirit ring brightened. Enveloped in a burst of black light, her body shifted from solid to ethereal, turning into a dark shadow. The tail struck her body but passed directly through her. Not only did it fail to cause her damage, but she even managed to plunder some spirit power from it. Sensing this, Xiaobai also let out a soft sound of surprise, not expecting her attack to hit nothing. With a splash, Xiaobai fell back into the seawater. Zhu Zuqing relied on the etherealization of the Nether Shadow Piercing Strike to dodge that blow, avoiding being heavily injured by Xiaobai in one hit. At this time, she didn't dare linger. She landed on the water, and at the moment of impact, she erupted with spirit power. Using the slight buoyancy of the seawater, Zhu Zuqing dashed back toward the shore. Xiaobai pursued relentlessly from behind, its blue dorsal fin cutting through the water. Its speed was even superior to Zhu Zuqing's, allowing it to get closer and closer. It seemed as if it could swallow her whole just by opening its mouth. Sensing the danger, Zhu Zuqing desperately squeezed out her spirit power, increasing her speed by a few more notches. Only then did she narrowly manage to run back to the shore before Xiaobai could bite her. Xiaobai originally wanted to leap out of the water, but upon seeing Lu Chen on the shore, its beastly eyes filled with fear. A very pleasant, mature female voice came from its mouth. I am the guardian of your second trial, the 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark king, Xiaobai. Your second trial is to successfully reach the opposite shore under my interception. Lord Sea God knows your strength is insufficient and has placed restrictions on me. I cannot use my domain abilities, and my overall strength is greatly reduced. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. Don't think about sneaking across while I'm resting, I'll be watching you constantly. As the words fell, Xiaobai's massive form sank back into the seawater. On the shore, Zhu Zuqing exited her martial soul possession state. Panting slightly, she looked at Xiaowu and Du Guyan. This devil spirit great white shark king gives me too much pressure. Moreover, it's hard to find leverage in the sea. Even if the three of us join forces, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass this trial. Xiaowu sighed and said with furrowed brows. I thought there would be a loophole for us to exploit in this second trial, but the sea god directly summoned a 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark. Even if it doesn't use its domain, it's still a 100,000-year level spirit beast. At most, it's gone from being comparable to a super Douluo to being comparable to an ordinary Douluo. A faint light flickered in Du Guyan's emerald eyes. There's no need to be so dejected. The requirement of the trial is that we cannot kill a single sea spirit beast, but I can poison them. At worst, I'll just give them the antidote after we pass. It's just that for 100,000-year level spirit beast, I don't know how much effect my poison will have. Lu Chen walked over, immediately attracting the gazes of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. He chuckled and said, "This is a great opportunity. Having a 100,000-year sea spirit beast as a sparring partner, where else would you find such a good thing? Yan Yan, you are to become the sea god in the future. You must familiarize yourself with how to fight in the ocean. This is a perfect chance. Don't think too much. Go on. Use this 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark to properly hone your combat techniques and learn how to exert your maximum combat power in the water." Hearing this, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan felt their spirits lift. That's right, a 100,000-year sea spirit beast as a sparring partner was not something one encountered every day. The three girls then entered the water together. While practicing swimming to get used to the water, they dealt with those 100-year and 1,000-year sword-shaped fish. Once they adapted, they would go and challenge the 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai. Chapter 282, Injuring Xiao Bai. Sea God Island, the Ring Sea at the foot of Sea God Mountain. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan had already been training in this Ring Sea for a month. Through their training, they had adapted to underwater combat, and their battles with the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai, had greatly honed their fighting techniques. After all, having a 100,000-year spirit beast as a sparring partner was a stroke of luck that many could only dream of. By now, the three girls had figured out all of Xiao Bai's various skills. Without using her domain abilities, Xiao Bai's strength was significantly restricted, and the three girls began to entertain the thought of clearing the trial. On the shore of the Ring Sea, after discussing their strategy for clearing the trial, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan high-fived each other and shouted in unison with feminine vigor. "Let's go." After a month of tempering, the tacit understanding between them had grown increasingly profound. Sometimes, no words were needed, a single look was enough to understand the other's meaning. Finally, with a splash, the three girls leapt into the Ring Sea. Their figures moved like swimming fish, kicking up a trail of spray as they swam toward the opposite shore. The numerous sword-shaped fish in the Ring Sea, like beasts smelling blood, lunged toward Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan one after another. Du Guyan instantly completed her martial soul possession, her body covered in emerald green dragon scale armor. Her fourth spirit ring flashed, and she condensed streaks of invisible water arrows, firing them rapidly at the sword-shaped fish. This was Du Guyan's fourth spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. The water arrows contained a neurotoxin that, while not fatal, could make a person or spirit beast lose control of their body. The invisible water arrows were dense. Although the sword-shaped fish tried their best to dodge, more than half were still hit. Under the erosion of the neurotoxin, these sword-shaped fish turned belly up and floated to the surface of the sea. The number of attacking sword-shaped fish drastically decreased. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing flanked them from the left and right, knocking out the remaining fish one by one. A group of 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts ultimately couldn't stir up any significant trouble. After dealing with these sword-shaped fish, the real test arrived. A massive creature emerged beneath the surface. It was the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai. With a flick of her tail, Xiao Bai whipped up waves in the seawater, sending an unmatched force surging toward them along with the billows. This was the sea, the home turf of sea spirit beasts. Under the successive impacts of the waves, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan all felt their centers of gravity waver, as if their bodies were about to be swept away. With solemn expressions, the three girls held hands tightly. No matter where the waves pushed them, at least they weren't separated. Amidst the churning waves, Xiao Bai took the opportunity to launch an attack, opening her bloody maw to bite down on the three girls drifting with the current. Xiao Wu erupted with spirit power, forcibly stabilizing herself in the waves, and shouted, "Leave it to me." Fourth spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body. Xiao Wu's fourth spirit ring flashed as she quickly flickered in front of Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, blocking the biting Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's mouth clamped down on Xiao Wu's Paragon Golden Body, producing a series of tooth-gritting screeches. The Paragon Golden Body truly lived up to its name as a divine defensive skill. Even a 100,000-year spirit beast like Xiao Bai couldn't forcibly crush it. Taking advantage of the fact that the paragon golden body had not yet dissipated, Xiaowu's right leg kicked out fiercely. Star-shattering flash. Her entire right leg glowed, and with a single kick, she unleashed hundreds of fine, shimmering flashes. The devil spirit great white shark had thick skin and tough flesh, so ordinary attacks couldn't hurt it at all. Unfortunately for her, Xiaobai currently had Xiaowu in her mouth. The fine flashes Xiaowu kicked out exploded inside Xiaobai's mouth, creating hundreds of wounds. Blood spread through her oral cavity, and Xiaobai let out a roar of pain, her teeth clenching even harder. Xiaowu's paragon golden body emitted an overburdened cracking sound, looking as if it would shatter in the next instant. Xiaowu was in extreme danger. Once the paragon golden body broke, her physical body could not withstand the tearing of Xiaobai's teeth. Third spirit ability, teleportation. Xiaowu activated her third spirit ability, teleporting directly out of Xiaobai's mouth and causing her bite to hit nothing but air. The constant sharp pain coming from her mouth made Xiaobai's eyes turn slightly red. She roared, "Damn it, I'll bite you all to death." Xiaobai twisted her body, churning up massive waves as she continued to lunge at the three girls. Fortunately, Xiaowu's distraction just now had bought time for Du Guyan and Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing unleashed the source of darkness, using it to buff her fourth spirit ability to perform the Nether Shadow clone. Each of the 8 clones separated from her main body possessed strength no less than the original. Now, these 8 clones met the lunging Xiaobai with a fearless posture. However, the massive gap in strength meant that all the attacks from Zhu Zuqing's clones failed to damage Xiaobai's blue skin. Xiaobai could shred one of Zhu Zuqing's clones with a single bite. But this was exactly what Zhu Zuqing wanted to see. Her clones contained the power of darkness. Once shredded, the dark energy would stain the enemy's body, acting like a mark that significantly lowered their defense. When Xiaobai shredded all 8 of Zhu Zuqing's clones, it was equivalent to being hit with 8 marks. A layer of black light could be seen covering the surface of Xiaobai's skin, and its luster grew dim under the influence of the dark energy. Du Guyan moved instantly. Powerful spirit power erupted from her body, pushing away the surrounding seawater. She leapt forward, taking the initiative to meet Xiaobai. Sword Spine. Du Guyan activated her left leg spirit bone skill, Sword Spine. It came from a 70,000-year sword spine dragon left leg bone and possessed extremely powerful offensive force. Her left leg erupted with light, transforming into a sword spine. Like a furious axe cleaving down, it tore through the seawater and smashed directly toward Xiaobai's head. Even as a 100,000-year spirit beast, Xiaobai felt a great threat. However, the pride in her heart would not allow her to retreat. Knowing full well that Du Guyan's strike would pose a threat to her, Xiaobai still charged head-on. Her eyes were blood-red as she roared, "A mere spirit saint thinks they can stop me." Bang! In the next instant, Du Guyan's sword spine slammed into Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai had already been marked with 8 layers of darkness by Zhu Zuqing's clones, and her defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. This gave Du Guyan the opportunity. The sword spine struck her head, instantly tearing her flesh and sending blood flying. Even her brain suffered a violent tremor. Xiaobai let out a shrill scream of agony. Ah! Her massive body thrashed in the water, causing the sea to churn with sky-high waves and surging undercurrents. Under the impact of the waves, Du Guyan felt exceptionally uncomfortable. The cold seawater slapped wildly against her face, giving her a suffocating sensation. With a grim expression, Du Guyan gathered her spirit power. 7th spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Avatar. Du Guyan activated her martial soul avatar, transforming into a 10-meter-long jade phosphorus great dragon amidst an emerald green glow. Though she was only half the size of the devil spirit great white shark, the aura she erupted caused the devil spirit great white shark's frantic thrashing to freeze for a moment. Taking this chance, Du Guyan broke through the water, then pulled Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing along as they shot toward the opposite shore. "Let's go, quickly." Seeing this, Xiaobai, whose head felt like it was exploding with unbearable pain, let out a roar filled with fury. "You injured me and still want to run? Not a chance." Immediately, Xiaobai lunged forward, chasing after Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. Chapter 283. Breakthrough, Ring Blockade. Xiaobai was restricted from using her domain ability. Without the demon shark domain, she could only exert less than 70% of her strength. This left Xiaobai feeling quite unwilling. If she could use her domain ability, she could resolve Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan in minutes. Despair beam. Xiaobai opened her bloody mouth, her spirit power circulating to her throat, and sprayed a blue-gray pillar of light, shooting straight towards Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. About 50 meters ahead, Du Guyan noticed this and immediately threw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing to the left and right. But she herself didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely by that despair beam. Ah! Du Guyan let out a scream, but a hint of craftiness flashed in the depths of her eyes. From such a distance, Xiaobai only saw Du Guyan being hit and didn't see the craftiness in her eyes. Xiaobai felt her revenge was taken and laughed heartily, then continued to attack. Demon Shark Teeth. Xiaobai's body erupted with terrifying spirit power, churning dozens of tons of seawater to form a vortex. Dozens, even hundreds of blue-gray tooth-shaped light blades shot out from the vortex, creating a series of whistling sounds as they headed straight for Du Guyan. At the same time, Du Guyan stopped pretending. The despair beam hadn't caused her any harm. The despair beam is a mental attack. Once hit, one will fall into a stiff state, unable to move and unable to use spirit abilities. This is a very powerful spirit ability, but Du Guyan happened to have a mental permanent skull. This is a passive skill that can consume mental force to grant immunity to mental attacks, charms, and other mental type skills. As a mental skill, the despair beam was negated by Du Guyan at the cost of 1/3 of her mental force. Facing the incoming demon shark teeth, Du Guyan made two preparations. Mirror reflection. 5th spirit ability, green phosphorus. Dragon armor shield. Spirit power surged wildly within Du Guyan. Part of it flowed to her right arm, which bloomed with brilliant silver light, forming a giant mirror in front of her that reflected the real world. Another part of her spirit power was poured into her 5th spirit ring, its black light like a knife that swallowed everything. A jade-green spherical light shield formed around her, half a foot thick, giving off a solid feeling. Xiaobai was shocked to see this. Her despair beam had clearly hit Du Guyan, so why could Du Guyan still use spirit abilities? Just as Xiaobai was completely bewildered, the incoming demon shark teeth struck the silver-white mirror, creating water-like ripples on its surface as it swallowed the teeth one by one. Crack, 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 crack. Mirror reflection also had its limit. As more and more demon shark teeth poured in, cracks began to splinter across the mirror like a dense spiderweb, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, the demon shark teeth reflected back from the mirror, shooting towards Xiaobai. Crack, bang. The mirror reached its limit and shattered completely with a bang, ultimately reflecting back only 70% of the demon shark teeth. After all, this was the strongest strike from a 100,000-year spirit beast. For Du Guyan's 50,000-year mirror reflection spirit bone to reflect 70% of the attack was already remarkable. The remaining 30% of the demon shark teeth tore through the mirror and struck Du Guyan's green phosphorus dragon armor shield. Although the green phosphorus dragon armor shield rippled violently, it did not break. As Du Guyan's strongest defensive spirit ability, enhanced by her martial soul avatar, the defensive power of the green phosphorus dragon armor shield reached a top-tier level, enough to withstand a blow from a titled Douluo. The remaining 30% of the demon shark teeth were quickly exhausted, failing to harm Du Guyan at all. On the other side, Xiaobai saw her own demon shark teeth being reflected back, her eyes filled with terror as she cried out in alarm. She knew the power of her own spirit ability perfectly well. This was her strongest strike, even she couldn't block it. Xiaobai didn't have time to wonder why Du Guyan could still move and use spirit abilities after being hit by her despair beam. With a flick of her tail and a twist of her body, she tried to dodge the demon shark teeth. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing had been waiting for her. Zhu Zuqing held her breath in the waves, stabilized herself, and took the initiative to approach Xiaobai, activating her right leg spirit bone skill. Dark swamp. Streams of black air erupted from her body, enveloping Xiaobai and forming a dark space within a 100-meter radius. The dark energy encroached upon Xiaobai. Although it couldn't suppress much of her strength, it still restricted her movements. Xiaobai felt as if she had fallen into a whirlpool. No matter how she erupted her spirit power, her speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. Damn, another ability I've never seen before. You guys sure know how to hide your tricks. Unable to move, Xiaobai became a sitting duck. Hit by the reflected demon shark teeth, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, dozens of gashes were ripped into Xiaobai's massive body. Ah! Blood flowed freely. Xiaobai was in excruciating pain, wailing incessantly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing attacked Xiaobai once again. Xiao Wu used Aurora Blade. Zhu Zuqing used Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. Xiao Wu's left arm turned into a light blade. While Xiaobai was twisting her body frantically, she opened a 3-meter-long gash on its back. No blood flowed from that wound, instead, it looked charred, turning pitch black. As for Zhu Zuqing, she used Nether Shadow Piercing Strike to turn from solid to ethereal, transforming into a dark shadow. Using her speed to pass through Xiaobai's body repeatedly, she continuously plundered Xiaobai's spirit power, causing her aura to plummet. "You two, get out of the way!" Du Guyan suddenly shouted. Her 6th spirit ring shone, and then she spat out a black pillar of light. 6th spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam. Hearing the shout, Xiao Wu used teleportation to escape, while Zhu Zuqing relied on her speed to leave quickly. Only the heavily wounded Xiaobai remained. Terror flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. The Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam, enhanced by the Jade Phosphorus Avatar, made this 100,000-year spirit beast feel a sense of life-threatening danger. Xiaobai desperately squeezed out her spirit power, erupting her aura to briefly break through the suppression of the dark swamp, churning the waves as she fled into the distance. However, the Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam was too fast. Although Xiaobai tried hard to dodge, her thick tail was still hit by the Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black pillar of light hit Xiaobai's tail, immediately causing bursts of white smoke from the flesh. The skin and meat were corroded and began to rot bit by bit. This intense pain was no less than being executed by 1,000 cuts or being torn into 10,000 pieces. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If Lord Sea God hadn't restricted my domain ability, I would definitely kill you all. Xiaobai shouted with rage and hatred. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan all showed looks of pity. After all, Xiaobai had accompanied them in training for a month, yet they had dealt such heavy blows to her. Du Guyan took a deep breath. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, let's go first. Once we pass the second trial, we'll ask Lu Chen to heal Xiaobai. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing responded in unison. Okay. Then Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan quickly swam towards the opposite shore. As for Xiaobai, she was heavily wounded, her breath faint, her body bleeding continuously, and her tail corroded by poison. Her speed was greatly reduced, leaving her powerless to chase them. Before long, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan successfully swam to the opposite shore. The moment they landed, a majestic voice rang in each of their minds. Sea God 9 trials, second trial, break through the ring blockade, successful. Reward, 2 levels of spirit power, 5% Sea God affinity. Top tier 7 trials, second trial, break through the ring blockade, successful. Reward, 1 level of spirit power, all spirit rings increased by 500 years. Top tier 7 trials, second trial, break through the ring blockade, successful. Reward, 1 level of spirit power, all spirit rings increased by 500 years. But at this moment, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan didn't care about the rewards they had just obtained. They looked at Lu Chen, who had arrived on the opposite shore long ago. Xiao Wu's face was somewhat pale due to excessive spirit power consumption. She spoke urgently. Boss Lu Chen, please help Xiaobai. After all, she trained with us for so long, and yet we beat her into this state. Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan also looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Lu Chen glanced at the ring sea and didn't refuse, saying with a smile. Very well, I'll save her then. She is, after all, the sea god's little pet. Although you did it to pass the trial, the sea god will surely be a bit unhappy seeing Xiaobai in this state. After speaking, Lu Chen reached out his hand. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible giant hand reached into the ring sea, churning waves dozens of meters high. The invisible hand grabbed Xiaobai and carried her towards the shore. A moment later, Xiaobai was brought before Lu Chen. Her eyes were blood red, clearly furious to the extreme. While wailing, she roared, "What else do you want to do to me?" Lu Chen didn't answer. He pressed his hand on Xiaobai's head, and a surge of life divine power was infused into her. Jade green light enveloped her entire body. Instantly, Xiaobai stopped screaming. In that cool and refreshing sensation, the gashes on her body began to heal rapidly as new flesh grew. The hole on her head also filled back up. As for the corroded flesh on her tail, under the sweep of the life divine power, drops of poisonous liquid were expelled. The rotten skin and meat fell off on their own, and nerves and vessels regrew. The flesh budded and rapidly grew into a brand new tail. Xiaobai looked at Lu Chen in extreme shock. She had followed the sea god and personally felt the vastness, greatness, and majesty of divine force. The methods Lu Chen was using now were extremely similar to the sea gods back then. That was divine force. Only divine force could be omnipotent. In a short time, Xiaobai's body was mostly recovered. Except for the excessive consumption of spirit power, her injuries were completely healed. Even her life origin was stimulated by the life divine power, greatly increasing her natural talent and potential. In the coming time, as long as she cultivated well, her cultivation would surely advance further. Having realized this, Xiaobai looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of both awe and respect, as well as a hint of gratitude. Her body erupted with a burst of blue-gray light. Within the light, her body suddenly shrank. A moment later, Xiaobai transformed into a tall, beautiful woman with blue skin, special markings on her cheeks, and a slender, graceful figure that exuded an exotic charm. This was also the first time Xiaobai had revealed her second form in front of Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. Having turned into human form, Xiaobai's eyes were full of gratitude as she bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me. Otherwise, my strength might have regressed because of this. With the special divine force bestowed by Your Excellency, I am confident that after my next seclusion, my strength will improve even more." Then Xiaobai turned and gave Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan a complicated look. Although she was injured by these three, it was also thanks to their pleading that Lu Chen was willing to save her. Therefore, Xiaobai's previous hatred vanished without a trace. "You are very strong. Even without using my domain ability, I am still a 100,000-year level spirit beast, enough to rival an ordinary titled Douluo. 1 spirit saint and 2 spirit kings, the various skills you unleashed were truly eye-opening. This time, we've become friends through our fight. You're welcome to visit the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan in the future." After speaking, Xiaobai bowed to Lu Chen again to show her respect, then leapt backward. Amidst the blue-gray light, she transformed back into the 20-meter behemoth. With a splash, Xiaobai fell into the Ring Sea, her body sinking and quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 284, Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. Sea God Island, Ring Sea. It wasn't until Xiaobai returned to her original form and jumped back into the Ring Sea that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan finally stared with wide, shocked eyes. Xiao Wu pointed toward the Ring Sea, her voice filled with shock. "Xiaobai can transform into a human. How is this possible? Once a 100,000-year spirit beast transforms into a human, they can actually change back into a spirit beast. Da Ming, Ming, and even I can't do it. How did Xiaobai manage it?" Lu Chen said with a faint smile. "Perhaps it's the uniqueness of sea spirit beasts. Don't just stand there in shock. Hurry and absorb the spirit power you were rewarded with. It would be a pity to let it go to waste." Upon hearing this, the three girls snapped out of it immediately. They sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating their meditation method to absorb the spirit power rewarded by the sea god. Among them, Du Guyan was rewarded with 2 levels of spirit power. She was originally at rank 78 spirit power, and after absorbing the 2 levels, she first broke through to rank 79 and then broke through to rank 80, becoming a quasi-spirit Douluo. Additionally, Xiao Wu was rewarded with 1 level of spirit power, breaking through from rank 57 spirit power to rank 58 spirit power. She was not far from becoming a 6-ring spirit emperor. Then there was Zhu Zuqing, who was also rewarded with 1 level of spirit power, breaking through from rank 55 spirit power to rank 56 spirit power, catching up rapidly behind Xiao Wu. The 3 girls each passed their trial. High Priestess Bo Saishi once again flew down from Sea God Mountain, her robes fluttering as she slowly landed in front of Lu Chen. Bo Saishi took the initiative to bow and greet him. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Lu Chen nodded slightly, then looked at the golden sphere of light in Bo Saixi's hand. Although it was his first time seeing it, he recognized it at a glance. Without a doubt, this was a god-bestowed spirit ring. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Bo Saishi took the initiative to explain. Your Excellency, this is a god-bestowed spirit ring, a gift from the sea god. Anyone whose spirit power reaches a bottleneck for the first time during the trials will receive a god-bestowed spirit ring. There is no danger in absorbing a god-bestowed spirit ring. Its age will adjust to the most suitable level based on the individual's endurance limit. Lu Chen was naturally well aware of this. He looked toward Du Guyan's position. Yan Yan's spirit power has broken through to rank 80, and she just happens to need an 8th spirit ring. This god-bestowed spirit ring has come at the perfect time. Before long, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, having finished absorbing their spirit power, woke up. Bo Saishi handed the golden sphere to Du Guyan and explained the effects of the god-bestowed spirit ring in detail once more before speaking. Miss Dugu, absorb the god-bestowed spirit ring first. After you break through to become a spirit Douluo, you may still rest for 3 days as before, and then I will take you all to participate in the third trial. Du Guyan held the god-bestowed spirit ring with a look of pleasant surprise. She had been wondering where to hunt a spirit beast, but now, with the god-bestowed spirit ring, there was no need to hunt one. Yan Yan, Lu Chen suddenly spoke, drawing Du Guyan's attention. His expression was extremely solemn. Worried that she didn't realize how precious the god-bestowed spirit ring was, he said bluntly. You have a full set of 6 spirit bones, and your physical condition far exceeds that of a spirit Douluo, even rivaling some titled Douluo. This god-bestowed spirit ring is an opportunity. Hold on and strive to absorb 100,000-year spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit ring. It was like a sudden enlightenment for Du Guyan as she realized, yes, the god-bestowed spirit ring had no upper limit. As long as she could endure it, she could even elevate this god-bestowed spirit ring to 100,000-year spirit ring. Her eyes burned with intensity as she looked at Lu Chen, then at the god-bestowed spirit ring in her hand, and nodded vigorously. Lu Chen, I understand. I will definitely succeed. After speaking, Du Guyan first adjusted her condition, regulating her spirit power over and over until her body, mind, and spirit power all reached their peak state. Only then did she release a wisp of spirit power to trigger the god-bestowed spirit ring. In an instant, the god-bestowed spirit ring erupted with golden light and shattered, turning into streams of golden air that flowed around Du Guyan and entered her body through the various acupoints across her form. Immediately, spirit rings rose from beneath her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. In addition to these original 7 spirit rings, a brand new spirit ring began to condense. Wisps of golden light condensed into a golden spirit ring, which then gradually faded into a white spirit ring. It was the most common kind, a white decade soul ring. But this white color came quickly and left just as fast. Within moments, the white light grew brighter and brighter, quickly turning into a yellow glow. The spirit power pressure it emitted was more than 10 times greater than that of the white spirit ring. The white decade soul ring transformed into a yellow century soul ring. Seeing the heaven-defying effect of the god-bestowed spirit ring, both Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing showed looks of envy. Who wouldn't be envious of being able to obtain a spirit ring of the highest possible age within their body's endurance? Lu Chen smiled and comforted them. Don't be envious. You are also in the middle of your trials. Xiaowu is at rank 58 spirit power and Zuqing is at rank 56. You will both reach rank 60 spirit power soon. When that time comes, the High Priestess will also bring you God-bestowed spirit rings. Bo Saishi withdrew her gaze from Du Guyan, nodded slightly, and said warmly. Indeed, Lord Sea God is fair. As long as your cultivation reaches a bottleneck for the first time during the trials, you will receive a God-bestowed spirit ring. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she said with a grin. The Sea God is actually quite nice. If I get a God-bestowed spirit ring, I'll use it as my 7th spirit ring. It will definitely help me unlock the best martial soul avatar. Zhu Zuqing's expression was firm, and her voice carried a hint of respect. My cultivation is the lowest. It seems I need to hurry and cultivate. I can't waste a resource like the God-bestowed spirit ring. While they were talking, Du Guyan's 8th spirit ring had already transformed from a yellow century soul ring into a purple 1,000-year spirit ring. A surging spirit power pressure spread out, disturbing the surrounding air currents and turning them into wisps of breeze that made everyone's clothes flutter. The purple of the spirit ring continued to deepen. Finally, after an hour of stabilization, the purple spirit ring transformed into a black spirit ring. The spirit power pressure of the black spirit ring had grown heavy enough to stagnate the surrounding air, forming a distorted field. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing had already moved far away to avoid affecting Du Guyan. Bo Saishi had already left and had someone bring food and fruit. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing ate while waiting for Du Guyan to finish absorbing the spirit ring. This wait actually lasted for 3 days. During this time, the spirit power pressure emanating from Du Guyan had reached a terrifying level that made one's heart tremble. That black 10,000-year spirit ring was like a black hole devouring light. Just the aura leaking out made Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing shudder, as they were both still only spirit kings. Only Lu Chen was able to maintain a normal expression. Du Guyan, still absorbing the spirit ring, was trembling violently. Her brows were furrowed, and her expression was grave. Her bones, meridians, organs, and flesh, all were under immense pressure. Fortunately, she had a full set of 6 spirit bones and had undergone the tempering of the sea god's light, which allowed her to endure until now. Finally, at a certain moment, that deep, black hole-like black spirit ring erupted with a flash of piercing blood-red light. Over the following moments, the blood-red light rapidly saturated the entire spirit ring. The black 10,000-year spirit ring finally transformed into a red 100,000-year spirit ring. Ah! Du Guyan let out a long cry, her breath as long and continuous as a surging river. Compared to an average titled Douluo, the current Du Guyan was not lacking in the slightest. Around Du Guyan, 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, pulsated up and down, their various colors reflecting off one another. Lu Chen said with a look of joy. It looks like the absorption was a success. After a long while, Du Guyan opened her eyes, her emerald green pupils shining brightly. She leapt up from the ground, and the 8 spirit rings around her were withdrawn into her body one by one. Lu Chen walked over with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing and asked curiously, Yan Yan, how do you feel? When Du Guyan saw Lu Chen, her face blossomed into a smile, and she jogged over to him, having no intention of hiding anything. My spirit power has increased to rank 84. The God-bestowed spirit ring is truly miraculous. Also, my 8th spirit ability, although there's only one, its power is even greater than the 9th spirit ability of a titled Douluo. My 8th spirit ability is called Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. It can be used for both offense and defense, and it also provides strong control. It condenses a black hole-like energy sphere. Once unleashed, it can turn everything within a 100-meter radius into a distorted space. All enemies within that space will be torn apart by a devouring force and ultimately swallowed whole. I'm confident that with this one move, Dragon Emperor Heterodimension, I can stand against any titled Douluo from rank 91 to rank 94. Chapter 285, Title Body Tempering. Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. Hearing this name, Lu Chen was momentarily dazed, but he quickly snapped out of it and praised her with a smile. Not bad. A 100,000-year 8th spirit ring, in the entire Douluo continent, besides me, it's only you. It's a pity that because it's a God-bestowed spirit ring, you can only obtain one skill. But it doesn't matter, this one skill is enough for you to fight above your level. Come on, I'll take you to wash up first, get some food, and have a good sleep. Once you've recovered your energy, we'll go find High Priestess Bo Saishi to begin your 3rd trial. Du Guyan's eyes sparkled with light. A 100,000-year 8th spirit ring was something anyone would be proud of. But Du Guyan wasn't arrogant, this was just a small step in her journey to catch up to Lu Chen. She still had a long way to go. At least, once she passed the Sea God 9 trials, she would be able to become the Sea God and have the qualification to stand side by side with Lu Chen. Taking Du Guyan with them, Lu Chen and the others headed to Sea Dragon City. After washing up there, they had a good meal and a long sleep. When they woke up the next day, all 4 of them were fully refreshed. Lu Chen and the others went to Sea God Mountain and found Bo Saishi guarding the Sea God Temple. Under Bo Saixi's lead, they headed to the other side of Sea God Island. There was a precipitous cliff near the ocean. Under the constant impact of the waves, the cliff was extremely smooth, so much so that even a fly would slip if it stood on it. Bo Saishi rose into the air and hovered in front of the cliff. She summoned her spirit. Her spirit was the sea god itself. A majestic figure clad in golden armor and holding a golden trident rose from behind her. The moment that majestic figure appeared, it was as if the ocean had welcomed its true master. The sea breeze died down, and the waves stopped churning. The originally turbulent ocean became as gentle as a cat that had its first moved, showing an extremely docile side. At the same time, spirit rings rose one after another beneath Bo Saixie's feet, 8 black and 1 red. This was a spirit ring configuration that surpassed the common knowledge of the spirit master's world. It was only because Bo Saixie was the divine servant of the sea god, relying on the sea god's legacy, that she could have such a spirit ring configuration. Relying on her sea god spirit, Bo Saixie displayed a hint of the sea god's divine might to calm the ocean. She pointed the golden trident forward, and waves rose in the sea as 3 deep-sea sunken silver pillars slowly emerged from the water, sending out ripples that spread in circles. This spectacular scene left Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan in awe. After doing all this, Bo Saixie retracted her spirit and turned back to Lu Chen and the others, her gaze falling on Du Guyan. Your third trial, I believe you all already know, is tidal body tempering. The 3 of you will jump onto the deep-sea sunken silver pillars respectively. Iron chains will lock your hands and feet, leaving you to face the battering of the tides. Miss Dugu, for your Sea God 9 trials, you must undergo tidal body tempering for 12 hours every day. Miss Xiao Wu, Miss Zuqing, for your top tier 7 trials, you must undergo tidal body tempering for 7 hours every day. If you cannot endure it, you can end it early, but the body refining time missed today must be made up tomorrow. If you can endure it, you can also extend the body refining time. That way, it won't take a year. It might be possible to complete this stage of tidal body tempering in 9 months or even half a year. Bo Saixie finished speaking. Lu Chen said with a smile, I will be guarding here the whole time. When your bodies reach their limit, I will use life divine power to help heal your bodies, ensuring you'll be back on your feet in no time. Go on. You've passed the first and second trials. Passing the third trial will surely be no problem at all. Under Lu Chen's comfort, the expressions on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan's faces turned resolute. Du Guyan looked at Bo Saixie and nodded. Senior, please send us over. Bo Saixie waved her delicate hand, and columns of water erupted from the ocean. These water columns formed a staircase, connecting the cliff all the way to the 3 deep-sea sunken silver pillars. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan were once again amazed by this jaw-dropping sight. Bo Saixie was truly a super Douluo. Her control over the power of the ocean had reached a pinnacle. As long as she was within the range of the ocean, she possessed power that was infinitely close to a divinity. Then, the 3 women stepped onto the staircase formed by water columns and walked onto the 3 deep-sea sunken silver pillars. 4 chains extended from each of the deep-sea sunken silver pillars, and with a series of clanking sounds, the chains locked onto the hands and feet of the 3 women. Bo Saixie's face was solemn and serious. Get ready, I'm going to withdraw my power. As soon as she finished speaking, Bo Saixie withdrew her power. The previously calm sea surface instantly became turbulent. The sea wind wailed like ghosts and wolves, kicking up waves dozens of meters high. With the force of crashing waves, they slammed against the deep-sea sunken silver pillars and against the bodies of the 3 women. Boom, boom, the bone-chilling seawater, carrying fierce force, left Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan breathless. Du Guyan was slightly better off. After all, she was a spirit Douluo expert. Even if she couldn't use her spirit, her physical fitness was not something Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing could compare to. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were still spirit kings. Under the battering of such waves, their heads soon felt dizzy, their bodies turned icy cold, and waves of nausea hit their brains, making them gag. Not even 10 minutes had passed, and they were already like this. Trying to endure 7 hours of tidal body tempering seemed like an impossible dream. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan's delicate bodies trembled slightly. Under such torture, thoughts of giving up couldn't help but emerge in their hearts. But as soon as they thought of Lu Chen, they were filled with strength again, tearing the thought of giving up to pieces. Although they couldn't use their spirits or spirit abilities, they at least still had spirit power to use. They silently circulated their spirit power to increase their body's resistance, letting it flow throughout their bodies to bring a trace of meager warmth to their icy cold forms. Boom, boom. The waves relentlessly battered their bodies, tempering their will and forging their physiques. Like a piece of scrap iron, as long as it underwent thousands of hammerings, it could also turn into refined steel. On the cliff not far away. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen also felt a bit uneasy, but thinking that passing the trial would bring unimaginable benefits, he hardened his heart and watched Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan undergo tidal body tempering without moving. Bo Saishi noticed that Lu Chen's hands, hidden behind his back, were clenched into fists. She knew that Lu Chen's heart was definitely not as calm as it appeared on the surface. She sighed inwardly. Although Lu Chen was a bit of a philanderer, he was still a man of sentiment and righteousness. Instead, she comforted him. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. Tidal body tempering tempers the will and the physique. They will never be in any danger. I also hope they can pass the trial. If Miss Dugu can become the new sea god, then I, as the high priestess of Sea God Island, can achieve karma perfection and die without regrets. Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. Without turning his head, he said firmly, "They will definitely pass the trial. I have always believed in them." On the other side, although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's wills were resolute, their physiques and spirit power had limits. After enduring for 5 hours, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's spirit power was exhausted, and their bodies reached their limits, nearly on the verge of collapse. Their consciousness had blurred. They closed their eyes and fainted. At this point, if they continued to force themselves, it would likely endanger their lives. Bo Saishi raised her hand and waved, and the chains binding their hands and feet opened. Without the chains to support them, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing plunged toward the ocean below under the impact of the waves. Lu Chen flickered forward and instantly appeared before the two women. He scooped up Xiao Wu with one hand and caught Zhu Zuqing with the other, bringing them back to the cliff. Lu Chen's expression was tense as he infused strands of life divine power into Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's bodies. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, the two women's bodies quickly improved, and their pale cheeks and lips slowly regained a hint of color. This allowed Lu Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. There was still Du Guyan. As a spirit Douluo, she stubbornly endured for 10 hours during her first tidal body tempering before finally fainting. The moment she lost consciousness, Bo Saishi opened the chains binding her, and Lu Chen flashed forward to bring Du Guyan back. Just as before, he infused strands of life divine power into Du Guyan's body, causing her condition to improve rapidly. Lu Chen held Du Guyan and used 2 blue silver vines to tie around the waists of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, who had not yet woken up. Then he looked at Bo Saishi and said, "High Priestess, let's head back for today. We will continue tidal body tempering tomorrow." Bo Saishi looked at Lu Chen with a gaze full of awe. Even though he was not yet a divinity, he could use life divine power with such ease. Lu Chen was even more impressive than the sea god of old. She nodded and said, "As it should be." Afterward, they departed. Bo Saishi returned to the sea god temple, while Lu Chen took Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan back to Sea Dragon City to recover. Chapter 286, Body Refining Major Achievement. After waking up the next day, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan had their bodies fully restored to their peak states under the healing of Lu Chen's life divine power. Having experienced the first tidal body tempering, they all felt that their will and physique had been greatly enhanced. Although tidal body tempering was agonizing, the improvement it offered was very evident. So after breakfast, the 3 girls went to undergo tidal body tempering again. Under the constant battering of the waves, the will and physique of the 3 girls were significantly strengthened. In less than 3 days, the 3 girls had completely adapted to tidal body tempering, not only being able to complete the fixed daily training. For Du Guyan's Sea God 9 trials, she had to undergo tidal body tempering for 12 hours every day. For Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's top tier 7 trials, they had to undergo tidal body tempering for 7 hours every day. Now they had met the requirements, and even at the strong insistence of the 3 girls, they would perform extra training after completing their daily sessions. From an initial 30 minutes of extra training, to an hour, then 3 hours, then 6 hours. It could be said that, if Lu Chen hadn't used life divine power to treat them every day, their bodies would have been ruined long ago given the intensity of their extra training. Thanks to the miraculous nature of life divine power, no matter how much extra training the 3 girls did or how many times their bodies neared collapse, they would be lively and energetic the next day after being healed by the life divine power. Even more, because life divine power could activate their life origin, develop their potential, and break through their limits, their training effectiveness was directly doubled. The tidal body tempering training that originally required a year was compressed by half through their sheer effort. They achieved the training results in just 6 months. The back of Sea God Island. The tides surged, waves of fierce billows relentlessly battering the bodies of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. But this could not destroy their will. Instead, it made their resolve even firmer. Facing wave after wave, the spirit power within Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan pulsed rhythmically. This was the experience they had gained from their confrontation with the tides. Once a wave struck, they would let their spirit power burst forth instantly. Once the wave receded, they would likewise hide their spirit power within their dantian. This not only allowed them to resist the waves but also saved spirit power and imbued it with the characteristics of the tides, endless and surging, expanding their recovery capabilities to an unimaginable degree. With this endurance and recovery, they would be able to stand undefeated in any future battle against any enemy by outlasting them in a war of attrition. Furthermore, the physical quality of the 3 girls, their bones, skin, flesh, organs, and meridians, under the repeated battering of the waves, became like refined iron with its impurities purged, tough, powerful, and unafraid of any hardship. If they were to fight their selves from 6 months ago, they could knock their former selves down in less than 3 moves. The 6 months of tidal body tempering had brought them truly massive improvements. Of course, another reason for this was Lu Chen using life divine power to nourish their bodies every day. Otherwise, with the way they performed long hours of extra training after their scheduled sessions every day, their bodies would have collapsed long ago. Back to the present. After another round of crashing waves, Du Guyan, whose figure had become leaner, her skin tanned to a wheatish hue, and whose eyes alone shone brightly, suddenly felt the blue-gold trident pattern on her forehead glow and heat up, emitting a brilliant light as a majestic voice echoed in her mind. The 3rd trial of the Sea God 9 trials, tidal body tempering, is complete. Reward. Spirit power increased by 2 ranks, Sea God affinity increased by 10%. Du Guyan's emerald eyes suddenly erupted with startling light. She had succeeded. Her efforts of undergoing continuous tidal body tempering 24 hours a day during this period had not been in vain. She had finally have the trial time and successfully completed the tidal body tempering assessment ahead of schedule. What she was most grateful for was Lu Chen. Without Lu Chen accompanying her day and night and using life divine power to nourish her body, her mind and body would likely have completely collapsed long ago. Clang. With several crisp sounds, the iron chains binding Du Guyan's hands and feet opened, granting her freedom once more. She did not leave the deep-sea sunken silver pillar immediately but instead sat cross-legged and began to absorb the warm current surging within her, the 2 ranks of spirit power rewarded by the sea god. After absorbing 100,000-year spirit ring through the god-bestowed spirit ring, Du Guyan's spirit power had reached rank 84. As she absorbed these 2 ranks of reward spirit power, her rank first broke through to rank 85 and then rank 86, making her a standout even among spirit Douluos. On the other 2 deep-sea sunken silver pillars, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, who had also grown much leaner, received their respective rewards as the majestic voice rang out in their minds. The 3rd trial of the top tier 7 trials, tidal body tempering, is complete. Reward. Spirit power increased by 1 rank, all spirit rings increased by 1,000 years. The 3rd trial of the top tier 7 trials, tidal body tempering, is complete. Reward. Spirit power increased by 1 rank, all spirit rings increased by 1,000 years. Clang, clang, accompanied by the crisp sounds, the chains on the 2 girls opened. With expressions of joy, they also sat cross-legged and began absorbing the rewarded rank of spirit power. During these 6 months of tidal body tempering, although they lacked time for meditative cultivation, their spirit power had circulated spontaneously to resist the impact of the waves, allowing them each to increase their spirit power by 1 rank. Over the 6 months, Xiao Wu's spirit power had risen from rank 58 to rank 59. After absorbing the rewarded rank, she finally broke through the rank 60 threshold. Over the 6 months, Zhu Zuqing's spirit power had risen from rank 56 to rank 57. After absorbing the rewarded rank, she ultimately reached rank 58. Xiao Wu was only one spirit ring away from becoming a spirit emperor. Zhu Zuqing was still 2 ranks away from becoming a quasi-spirit emperor. While the 3 girls were absorbing their reward spirit power, High Priestess Bo Saishi summoned her sea god spirit once more. With the mighty power to calm the seas, she made the ocean tranquil. The surface, which had been filled with howling winds and surging waves, became as calm as a lake, shimmering under the sunlight. Then, High Priestess Bo Saishi looked at Du Guyan with an admiring expression. What terrifying willpower, to actually shorten the tidal body tempering, which originally required a year, to 6 months through extra training. Being chosen by Lord Sea God, she truly is no ordinary person. After half an hour of absorption, Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, having stabilized their current spirit power realms, woke up one after another. Their auras were smooth and unified, having completely integrated the rewarded spirit power into their own. Only Xiao Wu had not yet awakened. A surge of spirit power erupted from her body, condensing into a spirit beast with vermilion eyes and snow-white fur, the soft bones rabbit. That was exactly Xiao Wu's true form. As a 100,000-year beast to human transformation, Xiao Wu could condense her first 6 spirit rings on her own. Now that she had reached rank 60, she took the opportunity to begin condensing her 6th spirit ring. Around her, 5 spirit rings, 4 purple and 1 black, slowly rose from beneath her, pulsing rhythmically. Then, the phantom of the soft bones rabbit behind her spat out a milky white bead. The bead landed above Xiao Wu's head and then shattered, transforming into a milky white spirit ring. This new spirit ring, along with the original 5, rhythmically pulsed around Xiao Wu. As time passed, the color of the milky white ring gradually deepened, turning yellow, then purple, and finally black. Palpitating pressure emanated from that black 10,000-year spirit ring, making the surrounding air feel viscous. This black 10,000-year spirit ring was definitely no ordinary one. Xiao Wu had consumed the immortal herb Yearning Heartbroken Red, absorbed 3 spirit bones of over 50,000 years, and undergone tempering from the sea god's light and tidal body tempering. Now, her physique was comparable to an ordinary spirit Douluo. Thus, the black spirit ring she had condensed herself was also unimaginably powerful, already exceeding the 50,000-year mark. Chapter 287. Dark Demonic Evil God Miao. Zhu Zuqing, who was also at the Spirit King realm, looked at her good sister Xiao Wu already beginning to condense her 6th spirit ring and about to become a spirit emperor expert. Her beautiful face was filled with an indescribable envy. Zhu Zuqing's pair of black eyes stared unblinkingly at Xiao Wu's position. She took a deep breath and said, "How wonderful, Xiao Wu. You'll be a spirit emperor soon. If I want to catch up with you all, I'll have to work even harder." These words were heard perfectly by Lu Chen as he arrived through the air. His hair fluttered in the wind, and a free and easy smile appeared on his face. "Zuqing, if you want to break through level 60 spirit power earlier, there actually is a way." As soon as he said this, a burning light erupted in Zhu Zuqing's eyes. She stepped forward 2 paces, her hands folded over her heart, and said with an excited expression, "Lu Chen, you have a way for me to break through quickly." With 1 step, Lu Chen instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters, space seemingly compressing beneath his feet, as he landed on the deep-sea sunken silver pillar where Zhu Zuqing was located. "There is a way, but it's a bit dangerous." Zhu Zuqing's expression was resolute. Having experienced the tempering of the sea god's light and the tidal body tempering, she no longer feared any danger. Her clear and melodious voice carried a determination to forge ahead regardless of obstacles. "I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of becoming a burden to you all. As long as I can increase my strength, I won't hesitate even if it means being smashed to pieces." Seeing Zhu Zuqing's firm will, Lu Chen guided her, saying, "The solution lies in the dark demon evil god bead I gave you back then." The dark demonic evil god tiger was created when the god of evil's power descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate into the dark demonic evil god tiger. That dark demon evil god bead is exactly what was condensed from the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil origin. If you can refine it, the evil attribute within will surely cause your hell civet spirit to evolve, and increasing your spirit power is a certainty. However, the evil attribute is too overbearing. If you cannot subdue it, the evil attribute will surely consume your will. This path is a narrow escape from death. Do you still want to try?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing pulled out the dark demon evil god bead from her bosom. Ever since Lu Chen gave her the bead years ago, she had kept it with her. Over these years, absorbing the dark attribute aura of the dark demon evil god bead had increased Zhu Zuqing's cultivation speed by 30%. Now, hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhu Zuqing turned her gaze to the dark demon evil god bead once more. There was no hesitation on her face, only determination. I am willing to try. Even if it ends in death, I cannot give up this opportunity to increase my strength. As her voice fell, Zhu Zuqing threw herself into Lu Chen's embrace, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Lu Chen on the cheek. A hint of regret appeared in her blurred eyes. Lu Chen, you gave me so many opportunities that shouldn't have belonged to me, allowing me to grow step by step to where I am now. I love you so much. It's a pity I haven't been able to give myself to you. If I succeed in absorbing the dark demon evil god bead this time, I am willing to stay by your side day and night. If I fail, even if my soul flies away and spirit scatters, I hope you can be happy forever. Fortunately, even without me, there's still Xiao Wu and Yan Yan, they will always love you. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's heartfelt confession, Lu Chen's heart trembled. He hugged Zhu Zuqing back and spoke in a deep voice. Zuqing, you will definitely succeed. Being held by Lu Chen, Zhu Zuqing felt filled with happiness. Gently sniffing the warm scent on Lu Chen's body, her heart was filled with a strong longing. If she could live, Zhu Zuqing absolutely did not want to die. She wanted to stay by Lu Chen's side forever. Come on, dark demon evil god bead, let me see just how overbearing your evil attribute is. Zhu Zuqing bit her lower lip, her dark, deep eyes projecting a ruthless determination to burn her bridges. After a long time, Lu Chen released his embrace. Zhu Zuqing took a deep look at Lu Chen, as if to carve his appearance into her heart, before finally backing away step by step. Once at a distance, Zhu Zuqing began to attempt to absorb the dark demon evil god bead. She injected her spirit power into the dark demon evil god bead. The result was like a stone dropped into the ocean. The dark demon evil god bead was like a bottomless black hole, showing no reaction after swallowing her spirit power. At this moment, Lu Chen reminded her. Use blood. Integrate your mental force and spirit power into a mouthful of heart's blood and spit it onto the dark demon evil god bead. It's best to also integrate your will that hungers for power into the blood. Only by triggering the resonance of the dark demon evil god bead do you have a chance to absorb it into your body. Zhu Zuqing immediately complied. She first closed her eyes, mobilized her mental force, circulated her spirit power, gathered it at her heart, and burst forth with a strong will. Power. I want power. Carrying this thought, Zhu Zuqing suddenly opened her eyes and struck her own chest with a palm. This palm strike was full of force, causing her pain and making her heart chamber tremble violently. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which dripped onto the pitch-black dark demon evil god bead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Driven by Zhu Zuqing's intense will for power, the previously motionless dark demon evil god bead finally reacted, erupting with an evil black light that seemed capable of swallowing the surrounding light, turning day into night and bringing ultimate darkness to the world. Zhu Zuqing's face lit up with joy, but before she could react further, the black dark demon evil god bead melted into a hot, overbearing current of air. Through Zhu Zuqing's fair and delicate skin, it entered her meridians. That current was too overbearing. Zhu Zuqing's original spirit power was no match for it and was instantly scattered. Then, that overbearing current rampaged through Zhu Zuqing's body, sweeping through her internal organs and limbs, eroding every organ and every cell, almost melting her body. HMPH. Zhu Zuqing let out a muffled groan, her fair, beautiful face showing an expression of pain. She slumped to the ground, struggling to get into a cross-legged sitting posture. I can't die. Driven by this strong will, she began a fierce resistance, mobilizing her mental force to gather the scattered spirit power in an attempt to fusion with that overbearing current. But the essence within that overbearing current was the evil attribute, the most sinister and wicked. How could it be so easy to fusion? Unsurprisingly, the spirit power Zhu Zuqing had just gathered was scattered once again. She was unwilling to give up. Enduring the excruciating pain of her muscles and bones being burned, she gathered her spirit power once more. But this time she had learned her lesson. She didn't touch the large streams of the overbearing current, instead retracting all her spirit power into her dantian, compressing it with all her might to condense the power into a single force, all for a better eruption. Meow. Zhu Zuqing's will merged with her hell civet spirit. The hell civet let out a loud cry. Relying on the spirit power compressed to the extreme, the hell civet rushed out of the dantian and bit off a fragment of that overbearing current. That overbearing current was rampaging through various parts of Zhu Zuqing's body, in short, it was dispersed. The hell civet did not try to swallow the large masses of the overbearing current, but specifically went after the small wisps. It first ate the fragments. Although the overbearing current was still stubborn, Zhu Zuqing, relying on her extremely compressed spirit power, forcibly suppressed it, absorbing and refining it. As wisp after wisp of the overbearing current merged into the hell civet's body, an evil aura erupted from the spirit. Although it wasn't obvious, it was certain that the hell civet was becoming even more powerful. This made Zhu Zuqing overjoyed. She controlled the hell civet to begin devouring more of the overbearing current. This process was not entirely smooth, but after all, this was Zhu Zuqing's body, her home field. As long as Zhu Zuqing's will remained, she could wring power from her body, regrouping to devour the overbearing current. This caused her body to tremble violently, almost reaching the brink of collapse. But the previous tempering in the sea god's light and the tidal body tempering had filled Zhu Zuqing's body with resilience. Even as her body neared collapse, she could still tenaciously endure. As time passed minute by minute, the hell civet devoured much of the overbearing current, and its own form actually underwent a massive change. Its originally slender and long body became more burly and robust, as if changing from a cat into a tiger. Pitch black fur fluttered. Behind its rear, the tail turned into a bone whip, seemingly pieced together from segments of white bone, with a barb at the end. On its back, a pair of broad black feathered wings grew, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, wreathed in wisps of evil aura. The evil god hook and evil god wings. The signature organs of the dark demonic evil god tiger had actually grown on the body of the hell civet. This made the hell civet 90% similar to the dark demonic evil god tiger. What had this evolved into? Dark demonic evil god meow. Just as Zhu Zuqing's hell civet evolved, in the god realm an unknown distance away. A majestic figure completely shrouded in black light, gave a light chuckle and spoke with great interest. A bit interesting. This majestic figure was precisely the god of evil. The mutation of the white tiger into the dark demonic evil god tiger had been his doing. The god of evil had only made a slight move, and there was the dark demonic evil god tiger, which could be called invincible among its peers on the Douluo continent. The power of the god of evil was absolutely beyond imagination. Chapter 288. Xiao Wu's sixth spirit ability. As Zhu Zuqing was absorbing the dark demon evil god bead, Lu Chen waved his hand, and a blue silver vines rapidly extended, wrapping around Du Guyan's waist and bringing her to his side. After Du Guyan drew closer, her gaze was also drawn to Zhu Zuqing. Under the impact of that domineering airflow, Zhu Zuqing's body trembled violently, her delicate face twisted in an expression of agony, and her willow-like brows were tightly furrowed as if she were enduring immense pain. Streams of blackish-gray qi surged uncontrollably from her body, staining the surrounding sky a gloomy darkness and disturbing the air to form a massive blackish-gray vortex. Its powerful tearing force continuously swallowed the energy of heaven and earth like a whale. Du Guyan's expression grew more tense. Lu Chen, I heard what you all said just now. What's the deal with that dark demonic evil god tiger's bead? Zhu Qing's current situation doesn't look good. If something really happens to her, it'll be too late for regrets. Lu Chen's eyes remained fixed on Zhu Zuqing as he replied without turning his head. The dark demonic evil god tiger was a spirit beast I hunted back then. It had a cultivation of 60,000 years, but its combat power could rival a 100,000-year spirit beast. The dark demon evil god bead is formed from the dark demonic evil god tiger's origin, possessing its most fundamental evil attribute. It is indeed dangerous to absorb. After all, subduing an evil attribute is no easy task, but I believe Zuqing will definitely be able to do it. She has always been a strong and brave girl. Having gone through so much training and obtained so many opportunities, the evil attribute of a mere dark demon evil god bead is not enough to consume her will. Although Lu Chen spoke casually, Du Guyan could hear the tension in his voice. She curled her lip inwardly, thinking to herself that men really were contradictory, clearly nervous to death, yet still putting on an act. However, Du Guyan did not voice these thoughts. She simply stayed by Lu Chen's side in silence, waiting with him. After about 5 hours, Zhu Zuqing's body was completely shrouded in black mist. Her figure became flickering and indistinct, making it impossible to see clearly. Fortunately, Lu Chen had consumed the looking through autumn water dew, which gave him the ability to see through all sorts of strange things. This allowed him to peer through the black mist and see Zhu Zuqing hidden within. Zhu Zuqing's situation was not good, her body had reached its limit. Behind her, a pair of scarlet eyes could be faintly seen. The owner of those eyes was none other than the dark demonic evil god tiger. Within the black mist, a flickering phantom of the dark demonic evil god tiger opened its bloody maw, pacing back and forth behind Zhu Zuqing, ready to swallow her whole at any moment. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen wanted to intervene several times, but he ultimately held back. Only if Zhu Zuqing subdued the evil attribute herself could she achieve 100% fusion with the dark demonic evil god tiger's power. If he intervened to help her, her fusion would likely stall at 70% or even 50%, making it impossible to reach 100%. Just then, Xiao Wu, who was on another deep-sea sunken silver pillar, also finished condensing her 6th spirit ring. This 6th spirit ring ultimately reached a level of 60,000 years. Its age was even higher than the 8th spirit rings of many spirit Douluos. But considering the circumstances, this was normal. Xiao Wu had consumed the yearning heartbroken red, absorbed 3 spirit bones of over 50,000 years, and undergone the sea god's light and tidal body tempering. If she couldn't absorb a 60,000-year spirit ring, it would truly be a waste of the opportunities she had received. When Xiao Wu opened her vermilion eyes, she didn't even have time to show joy before her gaze was drawn to the commotion on Zhu Zuqing's side, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Whoa, what's going on? Such an evil aura, it actually makes me feel an instinctive chill. It's the aura of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Zuqing, something must have happened to her. Following a swishing sound, a blue-silver vine stretched over and wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist. Xiao Wu did not resist, allowing the blue-silver vines to coil around her waist. Under the pull of the blue-silver vines, Xiao Wu was brought back to Lu Chen's side. Xiao Wu was very happy to see Lu Chen. But immediately after, when Xiao Wu saw that Zhu Zuqing's position was already covered by a thick black mist, her expression changed and her heart skipped a beat. Boss Lu Chen, what's going on? Did something happen to Zuqing? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing shared a very deep bond, and Xiao Wu naturally didn't want to see anything happen to her. Lu Chen smiled slightly and comforted Xiao Wu, saying, "Don't worry, Zuqing is absorbing the power of the dark demon evil god bead. If she succeeds, her strength will take a qualitative leap. We must have faith in her." Zuqing's determination to become stronger is extremely firm. By the way, Xiao Wu, congratulations on finally condensing your 6th spirit ring and becoming a spirit emperor expert. Hearing this, the worry for Zhu Zuqing on Xiao Wu's face quietly transformed into a touch of smugness. She placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head back with her nose in the air, showing just how excited and happy she was inside. Through my hard work and perseverance to the end, the 6th spirit ring I condensed is 60,000 years old, hee. My spirit power is now level 63, and this 6th spirit ring provides the skill I liked most back then, nothingness. Once the nothingness skill is activated, my body will completely merge into the air, allowing me to evade any lethal damage, granting 100% immunity to physical attacks and 50% immunity to energy attacks. With this skill, even if I face a spirit saint or a spirit Douluo in the future, I'll be able to tangle with them for a short while. Even though Lu Chen had anticipated this, he still gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Wu's skills, teleportation, paragon golden body, and nothingness, were each more powerful than the last at ensuring survival. Haha, they are all very powerful life-saving skills. They perfectly suit the nature of the soft bones rabbit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed slightly, she pouted, and the smile on her face gradually vanished. Boss Lu Chen, are you calling me a coward? HMPH, I'm ignoring you. With those words, Xiao Wu turned her head away, leaving Lu Chen with the back of her head and her scorpion braid. Having turned away, Xiao Wu looked toward Zhu Zuqing's position again, a flash of worry in her eyes. Seeing the huffy Xiao Wu, Lu Chen smiled. Was that being a coward? That was called valuing one's life. Lu Chen himself was someone who valued his life. Looking at his skills, Blue Silver Wool, Reincarnation Blue Silver Emperor, Substitute Blue Silver Emperor, and Wildfire Cannot Consume It, the Spring Breeze Brings It Back to Life, they were all skills maxed out for survival. Time continued to pass minute by minute, until an hour later. From within that black mist, a tiger's roar suddenly rang out. Ang! The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the black mist that had spread out, filled with an evil aura, began to flow back toward the center. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Du Guyan were all drawn to the center of the black mist. As the last wisps of black mist merged into Zhu Zuqing's body, a transformed Zhu Zuqing appeared before their eyes. Zhu Zuqing was in a state of martial soul possession, but unlike before, her eyes had turned completely blood red. On each side of her fair cheeks were 3 black markings, and her black hair fluttered wildly even without wind. Behind her, a pair of broad wings with a wingspan of over 3 meters spread out to the sides, exuding an aura of infinite evil. In addition, there was a tail composed of bone segments raised high, with a barb at the end that flickered with a faint, sharp cold light. Beneath her feet, 5 spirit rings, 4 purple and 1 black, pulsated up and down, emitting a pressure that seemed to solidify the air. The current Zhu Zuqing looked like a humanoid dark demonic evil god tiger. Chapter 289, Nether Possession. Between the blinks of her crimson eyes, Zhu Zuqing showed a look of amazement. As she clenched her fist experimentally, she felt a surge of power erupting from within her body. With this power, she was confident that she could hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast without using any spirit abilities. What domineering power! To be able to hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast relying solely on the strength of her physical body. Zhu Zuqing was incredibly excited. The gains from absorbing the dark demon evil god bead this time were truly immense. Her spirit had evolved. Her Hell Civet spirit had evolved into the Nether Spirit Tiger Spirit, gaining the base stats and the 6 major attributes of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Evil, darkness, time, space, wind, and lightning. Among them, the time and space attributes were too obscure, making them extremely difficult to develop. But even putting aside the time and space attributes, as long as she developed the evil, darkness, wind, and lightning attributes, she could multiply her strength several times over on her original foundation. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's martial soul possession state again, a pair of evil god wings grew from her back, and an evil god hook grew from behind her tailbone. The evil god wings granted her the ability to fly, which was truly like adding wings to a tiger. In battles below the rank of titled Douluo, having the ability to fly allowed one to remain invincible. The evil god hook made her combat style more flexible and varied. Its barbed end possessed an extremely powerful piercing ability. Once struck by those barbs, any flesh and blood would have a clean hole pierced through it. Only by personally becoming her enemy could one truly appreciate how terrifying Zhu Zuqing's current strength was and experience that sense of despair. At this moment, Lu Chen's amazed voice drifted over. Evil god wings, evil god hook, the signature parts of the dark demonic evil god tiger have now grown on your body. Zuqing, it seems you have 100% fused with the power of the dark demon evil god bead. Besides the evolution of your spirit, how much has your spirit power increased? Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Zhu Zuqing's crimson eyes flashed with excited light. She retracted her spirit and returned to her original appearance. However, her figure seemed to have changed slightly. She was taller, her chest was magnificent, and her hips were as round as a full moon. Those exaggerated body proportions made Lu Chen's gaze somewhat reluctant to pull away. It seemed the power of the dark demon evil god bead had also tempered Zhu Zuqing's body, making her physical development more mature. Zhu Zuqing stared at Lu Chen without blinking, as if her vision could only accommodate him alone. She spoke with an excited voice. Besides the evolution of my spirit power has also increased to rank 60, but I feel that the increase in spirit power shouldn't stop there. Once I obtain my 6th spirit ring, that dormant spirit power will be able to manifest completely. Lu Chen, I'm so happy. After fusing with the power of the dark demon evil god bead, I finally have the qualification to chase after you. Lu Chen nodded inwardly. The dark demon evil god bead came from a dark demonic evil god tiger with 60,000 years of cultivation, which was enough to rival any 100,000-year spirit beast. It was certainly impossible for it to only raise Zhu Zuqing's spirit power by 2 ranks. After Zhu Zuqing woke up, Xiao Wu, who had originally looked worried, now had a happy smile on her pretty face. Zuqing, congratulations. You've also achieved a breakthrough to rank 60 spirit power. Earlier, when you were emitting the evil aura of the dark demonic evil god tiger, I thought something had happened to you. Now that you're fine and have gained such enormous benefits, it's truly wonderful. On the other side, although Du Guyan wasn't as enthusiastic as Xiao Wu, a smile appeared on her face as well. Congratulations, Zuqing. Hearing the voices of Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, Zhu Zuqing finally noticed that they were both beside Lu Chen. Her attention had been entirely on Lu Chen just now, and she hadn't noticed them at all. Facing their congratulations, Zhu Zuqing responded to each with a smile. Xiao Wu, congratulations to you too for condensing your own 6th spirit ring and becoming a spirit emperor. Yan Yan, thank you for your congratulations. Lu Chen waved his hand, and a blue-silver vine extended, wrapping around Zhu Zuqing's waist. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan Yan, you have already passed the title body tempering. It's time for us to head back. One more thing, Xiao Wu and Zuqing, since your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, you can go to High Priestess Bo Saishi to ask for your god-bestowed spirit rings. As his voice fell, Lu Chen used the blue-silver vines to take Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan away from the deep-sea sunken silver pillar and back to the top of the cliff. High Priestess Bo Saishi was waiting right there. Without Lu Chen having to speak, Bo Saishi took out 2 golden beads with amazement and sent them to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing respectively. Miss Xiao Wu, Miss Zuqing, these are the god-bestowed spirit rings granted to you by Lord Sea God. You have truly opened my eyes today. To be able to pass the title body tempering, which normally requires a year to complete, 6 months ahead of schedule, your talent and perseverance are truly breathtaking. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she gigglingly took the golden bead. Thank you, Sea God. Thank you, High Priestess. However, I already have a 6th spirit ring, so I'll keep this god-bestowed spirit ring as my 7th spirit ring. Zhu Zuqing's eyes were filled with joy as she also took her own god-bestowed spirit ring. Thank you, Sea God. Thank you, High Priestess. I just broke through to rank 60 spirit power, so I happen to need a 6th spirit ring right now, Lu Chen said with an encouraging smile. Zuqing, absorb the god-bestowed spirit ring now. We will all be here to act as your protector. You must persist until the very end and strive to absorb a 6th spirit ring of over 50,000 years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhu Zuqing looked at Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, both of whom had looks of encouragement on their faces. This heartened Zhu Zuqing, and she nodded with a determined expression. Then I shall begin. As her voice fell, Zhu Zuqing sat down cross-legged and mobilized a trace of spirit power to touch that god-bestowed spirit ring. In an instant, the god-bestowed spirit ring shattered, and wisps of golden air currents erupted, pouring into her body from all over. They washed through her muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs, finally pouring into her nether spirit tiger spirit to condense a milky white 6th spirit ring. This was only the beginning. As time passed second by second, that white decade soul ring transformed into a yellow spirit ring, then a purple spirit ring, and finally into a black spirit ring. When the god-bestowed spirit ring reached the level of a 10,000-year spirit ring, the true test for Zhu Zuqing began. The spirit power pressure radiating from her body grew heavier and heavier, making the surrounding air feel viscous. This spirit power pressure wasn't enough to threaten Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, or Du Guyan, but they still actively moved further away to avoid interfering with Zhu Zuqing. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, feeling quite emotional in his heart. Tisk tisk, Xiao Wu's 6th spirit ring has already reached 60,000 years, and Zuqing's 6th spirit ring won't be lower than 60,000 years either. Absorbing spirit rings by surpassing their limits will make their potential stronger and stronger. In the future, I should find a god position for each of them. They must be at least a first-class god. Just as Lu Chen was imagining the future, the god-bestowed spirit ring Zhu Zuqing was absorbing had already reached the 50,000-year level. The 50,000-year spirit power pressure brought her no small amount of stress. But this was still far from Zhu Zuqing's limit. She gritted her teeth, and several faint veins bulged on her fair forehead. I must persist. This is definitely not my limit. Zhu Zuqing's body began to tremble. Unconsciously, she completed her martial soul possession. A pair of wide wings with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters spread out from her back, and a tail composed of skeletal segments rose high, its barbs flashing with a cold, grim light. Relying on her evolved nether spirit tiger spirit, Zhu Zuqing's physical endurance was greatly increased. Even though her bones were making popping sounds and her flesh and internal organs felt a tearing pain, she still gritted her teeth and persisted until the end. Just as Zhu Zuqing could no longer hold on, the Black Sixth Spirit Ring's age had reached the 70,000-year level. What a terrifying number! A 70,000-year Sixth Spirit Ring. After absorbing the Dark Demon Evil God Bead, Zhu Zuqing's potential and physical fitness had both undergone a qualitative leap, which allowed her to successfully absorb a 70,000-year Sixth Spirit Ring in one go. When she opened her eyes and let out a heavy panting breath, her entire body was soaked in blood and sweat. The blood mixed with sweat seeped out from under her skin, making her look like a person covered in blood. Lu Chen flashed forward, placing his hand on Zhu Zuqing's shoulder and pouring wisps of life divine power into her body to heal her internal and external injuries. Zuqing, are you okay? Zhu Zuqing's eyes were exceptionally bright. Under the healing of the life divine power, her condition began to rapidly improve, and she then shared her joy with Lu Chen. I feel okay now. I successfully persisted until the end and raised the age of my sixth spirit ring to the 70,000-year level. My spirit power has increased to rank 64, and I've gained a very powerful sixth spirit ability, Nether Possession. It can invoke the power of darkness to bless my body, increasing my attack power by 150% and my speed by 150%. At the same time, while in the Nether Possession state, the power of my other 5 spirit abilities is also boosted by 150%. As a 70,000-year spirit ability, the boost this Nether Possession brings me is comparable to a martial soul avatar. Chapter 290, Demon Shark Shock. Cheers. In a spacious and bright hall in Sea Dragon City, a table was placed in the center, covered with various seafood dishes. Seated around the table were Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. Each held a coconut with a small opening and a straw inserted. The 4 of them raised their coconuts and clinked them together over the table, causing a few drops of coconut juice to splash out, releasing a sweet and fresh aroma. Lu Chen smiled, feeling relaxed. He took a sip of the coconut juice and glanced at the vibrant Xiao Wu, the child-faced and busty Zhu Zuqing, and the passionate and hot Du Guyan, feeling an extraordinary sense of satisfaction in his heart. Swallowing the coconut juice, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "It's been nearly 10 months since we arrived at Sea God Island. You've passed through the Sea God's Light, the Ring Sea Blockade, and the Tidal Body Tempering. Your strength has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. Over these 10 months, the diligence and sweat poured out by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan were obvious to all. A portion of effort brings a portion of harvest. Having put in the hard work and sweat, the gains for the 3 women were also immense. Xiao Wu broke through from level 55 spirit power to level 63. Zhu Zuqing broke through from level 53 spirit power to level 64. Du Guyan broke through from level 75 spirit power to level 86. Lu Chen's deep blue eyes sparkled as if he were seeing a grand blueprint, causing his emotions to stir uncontrollably. There are still 2 months left until the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. I want you to win the championship. At that time, our Longevity Academy will become famous throughout the Douluo continent. The deans of Divine Wind Academy, Tianshui Academy, Blazing Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy will jointly announce their decision to join Longevity Academy after the competition. This will completely solidify Longevity Academy's foundation as the #1 academy on the continent. With 2 months left, what are your respective next trials? Can you complete them within that time? On the 3 beautiful faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, each with its own unique charm, an identical look of determination appeared. Lu Chen rarely made requests of them, and now he finally had. It was as if raging fires were burning in the 3 women's eyes. They were determined to win the Spirit Master competition and could not let Lu Chen down. The 3 women's emotions were stirred, and the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to ignite. In fact, there was no need for such concern. The young Spirit Masters in the Spirit Master competition were, at most, Spirit Elders or Spirit Ancestors. The most remarkable ones, known as the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, Yan, Xie Yu, and Huliena, were merely 3 Spirit Kings. Now, with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, 2 spirit emperors and 1 spirit Douluo, it was practically a dimensional strike. Going to the spirit master competition would be a total slaughter of the other young spirit masters. It was entirely possible they would traumatize the other young spirit masters to the point of screaming, "Don't come over here." Du Guyan extended her small lilac tongue to lick the coconut juice from the corner of her lips. Her eyes were charming, but her voice was exceptionally firm. "Lu Chen, don't worry. The championship of this Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament will definitely belong to Longevity Academy. The 4th trial of my Sea God 9 trials is called Demon Shark Shock. It involves challenging and defeating the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan, which includes the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai. This time, she will be at full strength and can use her domain power. At full strength, Xiao Bai can rival a Super Douluo, and there's also the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan with their unknown strength. This trial might be difficult, but I will definitely find a way to pass it within 2 months." After she finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing spoke in unison. "The 4th trial of my top tier 7 trials is also Demon Shark Shock." Xiao Wu's slender, fair fingers pinched the straw, stirring the coconut juice aimlessly, her expression thoughtful. "Although Xiao Bai can erupt with full strength and command the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan, we don't need to fight alone. With the 3 of us working together, it's not impossible to pass this trial within 2 months." Zhu Zuqing also actively offered her opinion. "After my spirit evolved, I gained the ability to fly. When the time comes, I'll take you both into the sky, which will at least keep us in an undefeated position. The Devil Spirit Great White Sharks are the overlords of the ocean. As long as we don't fight them in the water, our chances of winning will increase by at least 30%. Following that, Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing began discussing the Demon Shark Shock trial one after another. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his hand to rub his chin, a look of interest appearing on his face. The original 4th trial, the Whale Shark War, was changed by the Sea God to Demon Shark Shock because I killed the evil spirit Orca King ahead of time, and the remaining evil spirit Orca clan fled into the deep sea. The difficulty of this trial is not small, defeating Xiao Bai at full strength and the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan. However, defeating them is not the same as killing them. There's no need to force Xiao Bai and her clan to fight to the death. I think the essence of this trial is to have Xiao Bai and the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan truly recognize Yan Yan as the Sea God's successor. As long as absolute strength is shown and Xiao Bai is made to concede wholeheartedly, then this trial will be passed." Cough, cough. Lu Chen coughed twice, drawing the attention of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan to himself. "Whether someone loves you or not is very obvious. Someone who loves you will be worried to death if you even cough once. Someone who doesn't love you wouldn't care even if you hung yourself, they'd just think you were playing tug of war with the ceiling beam." As soon as Lu Chen coughed, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan immediately stopped their discussion and looked toward him in unison. Under the gaze of the 3 women, Lu Chen gave a slight smile. "Let's eat first. After finishing, we'll go find Xiao Bai. Only by truly sparring with the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan can we know their actual strength." The 3 women agreed. Although their eating movements were very elegant, their speed was startlingly fast. The various seafood dishes on the table were quickly consumed. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Chen took Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan for a leisurely stroll to the outskirts of Sea God Island. Stepping onto the golden sand and feeling the sea breeze with its slight briny scent, the 4 of them felt their moods relax. With a slight stir of his divine thought, Lu Chen located Xiao Bai's position. Then, a voice exploded in Xiao Bai's mind. "Xiao Bai, we've come to see you." The voice boomed like a clap of thunder, leaving Xiao Bai's head spinning, but she didn't dare to delay for a moment. With a flick of her tail, she moved rapidly through the ocean. A moment later, she arrived at the beach where Lu Chen and the others were. Splash! As a large wave surged in the sea, a vigorous figure suddenly leapt out of the water. That streamlined blue-gray body rapidly shrank to human size amidst a burst of light. With a tall stature, blue-gray skin marked with shark tooth patterns, and an exotic charm radiating from her entire body, Xiao Bai landed in front of Lu Chen and the others. Xiao Bai stood with her hands on her hips, her entire being exuding a heroic and valiant aura. Only when She looked at Lu Chen, did a trace of awe appear. But when she looked at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, her face was full of the joy of imminent revenge, her tone laced with a bit of gritted teeth. Girls, we meet again. Last time at the Ring Sea, you really put me through the ringer. Before, my strength was restricted, and I couldn't use the demon shark domain, leaving me with less than 70% of my power. Now I can use my full strength, and I have my clansmen to help me. Let's have a good spar again. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan already knew the content of the fourth trial from the marks on their foreheads. As the examiner for the fourth trial, Xiaobai had naturally received her mission from the sea god as well. Xiaobai had been bullied too miserably last time. Now that she had a chance to settle a personal grudge under the guise of official business, Xiaobai was very excited. Chapter 291, Lu Chen's Plan. The outskirts of Sea God Island. Looking at Xiaobai's gritted teeth, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Xiaobai didn't have any killing intent, she was just somewhat resentful because she had been beaten too badly last time. As long as it was within the scope of the trial, Lu Chen wouldn't do anything to favor Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, nor would he threaten Xiaobai. Lu Chen smiled relaxedly and said, Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan, go ahead. Only by truly defeating Xiaobai and her clan in actual combat and gaining their recognition can you pass the demon shark shock trial. The eyes of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan flickered. They also wanted to experience Xiaobai's full power after she deployed her domain in actual combat. Du Guyan swayed her hips and stepped forward, her eyes flashing with a bright light, exuding soaring confidence. She chuckled and said, Xiaobai, compared to half a year ago, our strength has undergone earth-shaking improvements. Don't look down on us. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing cooperated with Du Guyan at this time, standing to her left and right, forming a pincer attack on Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaobai's mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. She cracked her knuckles, making a popping sound. Half a year ago, I only used less than 70% of my strength. This time, I'll show you my full power. At this point, Xiaobai looked at Lu Chen again and bowed with a look of awe and respect. Your Excellency, please rest assured. I will strictly follow the rules of the trial and will not harm their lives. However, during the trial, some injuries are inevitable. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. Getting injured is unavoidable. You can fight with all your might. If they get hurt, I'll heal them. With Lu Chen's guarantee, Xiaobai truly breathed a sigh of relief. Her legs bent slightly, and she leapt backward with all her strength, spinning 360 degrees in midair. Her body erupted with a brilliant blue-gray light as she transformed back into her original form as a devil spirit great white shark. Then let us battle in the ocean. With a splash, Xiaobai jumped back into the sea. She let out a silent, long cry. At her call, one devil spirit great white shark after another rushed over. Hundreds of blue dorsal fins could be seen swimming on the sea surface, churning the water and forming a massive whirlpool with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The whirlpool continued to expand outward, like a dark abyss capable of swallowing everything in heaven and earth. Such power was, of course, because Xiaobai had summoned 300 devil spirit great white sharks, about 200 of which were adults. Adult devil spirit great white sharks all had 1,000-year cultivation bases. About one-third of them were outstanding, with approximately 66 being 10,000-year devil spirit great white sharks. This was an extremely terrifying force. Under Xiaobai's leadership, the devil spirit great white shark clan could even briefly contend with a level 98 super Douluo. Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing also felt immense pressure, but they had to fight a battle to know the gap in their strength. The three girls summoned their martial soul possession, and circles of spirit rings rose beneath their feet. Du Guyan's spirit ring configuration was 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's configurations were both 4 purple and 2 black. With their current strength, their combined efforts were enough to suppress any ordinary titled Douluo. But this time, the enemy was the devil spirit great white shark clan led by Xiaobai. Zhu Zuqing picked up Xiao Wu and flew over the ocean using her evil god wings. Du Guyan activated her martial soul avatar, transforming into a jade phosphorus great dragon, also gaining temporary flight capability. They were unwilling to enter the ocean to fight the devil spirit great white sharks. At Xiaobai's Command, the 300 devil spirit great white sharks simultaneously unleashed demon shark teeth. Countless blue-gray light blades shaped like teeth shot toward the three girls, covering the sky. Because the density was too high, the three girls had no way to dodge, so they could only rely on their own means to defend. Douluo Yan used her mirror reflection spirit bone skill, condensing a mirror in front of her. With the enhancement of her martial soul avatar, the mirror reflected all the demon shark teeth shot at her back exactly as they were. Xiaobai shouted excitedly, "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Demon shark domain. In an instant, a blue-gray light erupted from Xiaobai's body, covering a 300-meter radius. All the seawater within that range was instantly controlled by the demon shark domain, mobilized by Xiaobai as easily as her own limbs. Boom! The waves rolled, surging up into a 100-meter high wave, which then quickly crystallized, turning into a crystalline wall. Shocking! It was extremely shocking. Bang! 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 The reflected demon shark teeth were all blocked by the crystalline wall. On the other side, Zhu Zuqing held Xiaowu, and Xiaowu activated her paragon golden body. Relying on its defensive power, Xiaowu protected Zhu Zuqing behind her. Under the impact of the demon shark teeth, the paragon golden body rippled, but it ultimately didn't break, allowing Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing to remain unharmed. Xiaobai's eyes turned red with excitement. Prepare the next wave of demon shark teeth. Knock them down from the sky. As long as they fall into the sea, it will be our devil spirit great white shark's world. Under her command, the 300 devil spirit great white sharks acted like a well-trained army, meticulously executing the order and firing demon shark teeth toward the sky. Douluo Yan continued to use mirror reflection while loudly calling out to Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Xiaowu, Zuqing, prepare to counterattack. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing naturally wanted to counterattack as well, but under the barrage of countless demon shark teeth, they could only struggle to cope and couldn't find an opportunity to strike back. The situation was now deadlocked. As long as they remained in the sky, they were sitting ducks for the demon shark teeth. But if they entered the sea and fought the devil spirit great white shark clan, the overlords of the ocean, the mere thought was enough to make one's hair stand on end. But in the end, there was no other choice. The countless demon shark teeth left Douluo Yan, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zuqing, who were flying in the sky, struggling to cope and unable to counterattack. There were only 3 of them. How could they compete in a long-range battle of attrition with 300 devil spirit great white sharks? Moreover, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were both close combat power attack spirit masters. They had no way to fight without getting close. Out of desperation, they could only enter the ocean, only to be chased into a sorry state by Xiaobai and her 300 devil spirit great white sharks. Once Xiaobai opened her demon shark domain, the ocean within a 300-meter radius was entirely under her control, and she suppressed Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo Yan throughout the fight. In the end, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo Yan were drained of their spirit power, and only then did Xiaobai whip up a wave to send the 3 girls back to the shore. In the ocean, Xiaobai laughed with excitement and relief. "Haha, wanting to defeat our devil spirit great white shark clan in the ocean. Keep dreaming." After saying that, Xiaobai slapped her tail, creating a splash in the ocean, and quickly disappeared into the depths. At this time, Lu Chen walked over and checked on the 3 girls' condition, finding that they had mainly just exhausted their spirit power. Lu Chen waved his hand, and blue-silver vines wrapped around the 3 girls' waists. Then he took the 3 girls back to Sea Dragon City to recuperate. Along the way, Xiaowu spat out the fishy and salty seawater from her mouth, complaining bitterly. "What should we do now? I don't have any long-range skills, and Zuqing doesn't either. Flying in the sky makes us sitting ducks for the devil spirit great white sharks, and once we enter the sea, we're just chased around. Yan Yan, maybe only your poison can be effective." Douluo Yan pursed her lips, her expression heavy. "It's hard. The sea is boundless. Once my poison enters the sea, it's immediately diluted by the seawater. It can't even take down a 100-year spirit beast, let alone those 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit beasts." Then she looked at Lu Chen pitifully. "Lu Chen, I'm sorry, we might let you down. We didn't expect the devil spirit great white shark clan to have 300 members. There are so many of them, and then there's Xiaobai, a 100,000-year spirit beast. I'm so useless." Douluo Yan lowered her head deeply, her face full of dejection, a world apart from her initial confidence. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he chuckled comfortingly. You guys, don't give up on yourselves as soon as you encounter a problem. It's not that time yet. Fully utilize your own advantages. Yan Yan, do you remember the vast sea cosmic shroud I gave you? The vast sea cosmic shroud has 4 skills. One of them is a group attack skill called Vast Sea Raging Waves, which requires a person's entire spirit power to be unleashed. Yan Yan, you are a spirit Douluo with level 86 spirit power, but you have consumed the immortal herb dragon origin fruit, have a full set of 6 spirit bones, and a 100,000-year 8th spirit ring. The quality of your spirit power is not inferior to a titled Douluo's. Using all your spirit power to unleash vast sea raging waves would be equivalent to a titled Douluo powerhouse spending all their spirit power to unleash a 100,000-year group attack skill. It can definitely crush the devil spirit Great White Shark clan, but after using this move, you will exhaust all your spirit power. To prevent any fish from escaping the net, it's best to lure all the devil spirit Great White Sharks to a specific terrain so that none of them can get away. Tomorrow, you continue to challenge the devil spirit Great White Shark clan. Don't let Xiao Bai see that you have a countermeasure. You must show weakness to the enemy and nurture Xiao Bai's arrogance. I'll look around nearby and pick a suitable terrain for an ambush. Hearing Lu Chen's plan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan's eyes all lit up. They looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of admiration, like fangirls seeing their idol. Chapter 292. The vast sea cosmic shroud shows its might. For a full month, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan challenged the devil spirit Great White Shark clan every day. Every challenge ended in defeat. This made Xiao Bai feel her grudge was being avenged, and with each victory, her temperament gradually became arrogant and overbearing. On this day, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan went to challenge the devil spirit Great White Shark clan once again. Within the ocean, one blue dorsal fin after another glided back and forth across the sea's surface, cutting through the water and kicking up spray, creating a spine-chilling sense of pressure. Beneath those dorsal fins were individual devil spirit Great White Sharks, one of the overlord spirit beasts of the ocean. In the center of those devil spirit Great White Sharks was an exceptionally large one. It was Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai poked her head out of the water and looked at Zhu Zuqing flying in midair. Zhu Zuqing was holding Du Guyan in her arms, while an evil god hook made of bone segments was wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist. In this manner, Zhu Zuqing flew through the sky, towing the other two. Xiao Bai mocked them loudly. You really never learn. Flying in the sky only makes you sitting ducks for us. Since you haven't suffered enough, I'll give you your fill. Demon shark teeth, fire. At Xiao Bai's command, waves surged in the ocean as the devil spirit Great White Sharks breached the surface, opening their mouths to fire tooth-shaped, blue-gray light blades. The light blades cut through the air with explosive bangs, shooting toward the 3 women in the sky from all directions. Xiao Wu shouted, Paragon Golden Body. As her 4th spirit ring brightened, a layer of golden energy surged from her body, condensing into a golden shield around her. Relying on her Paragon Golden Body, Xiao Wu shielded Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan behind her. Bang, 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 bang. A series of demon shark teeth slammed into the Paragon Golden Body, causing ripples to spread across it, yet there was no sign of it breaking. This defensive spirit ability, which could be called a divine skill, was not so easily breached. With a solemn expression, Xiao Wu spoke without looking back. Zuqing, proceed according to plan. Zhu Zuqing nodded slightly. The evil god wings on her back flapped violently, turning her into a black stream of light that quickly vanished from the spot, soaring toward the distant horizon. In Zhu Zuqing's arms, Du Guyan, who had remained still, held a 4-sided rhombohedral crystal in her hands. It was the vast sea cosmic shroud. She was continuously injecting her spirit power into it. Du Guyan kept a tense face, minimizing her spirit power fluctuations. The success of the plan hinged on this moment, so she couldn't let Xiao Bai notice anything. The 3 women coordinated with perfect chemistry. Xiao Wu blocked the demon shark teeth, Zhu Zuqing fled with the others, and Du Guyan secretly charged her ultimate move. Seeing the 3 women flee, Xiao Bai didn't suspect a thing. Over a month of continuous victories had made her extremely arrogant. She didn't even consider that this might be a trap. Clan members, after them. We can't let them escape. We will claim victory today as well. Amidst the sound of splashing water, Xiaobai led over 300 devil spirit great white sharks in pursuit of the direction Zhu Zuqing had fled. One side chased while the other fled, and they quickly covered a distance of over 1,000 meters. During the chase, the devil spirit great white shark clan, led by Xiaobai, continuously fired demon shark teeth. The dense barrage of demon shark teeth was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The sisters Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing coordinated perfectly. Zhu Zuqing used her agile movements to dodge most of the demon shark teeth, while Xiao Wu used her paragon golden body to block those that were impossible to avoid. Under the sisters' cooperation, the devil spirit great white shark clan's offensive was neutralized. As for Du Guyan, she was still silently pouring spirit power into the vast sea cosmic shroud. Amidst the constant pursuit, Zhu Zuqing flew to a strait where 2,000-foot-high peaks rose from the sea, intersecting to form a long, narrow passage. As Zhu Zuqing approached, the surging spirit power fluctuations startled a large flock of white seabirds, which chirped incessantly as they took flight from the strait into the sky. Zhu Zuqing's heart raced. This was the critical moment. This was the optimal terrain Lu Chen had chosen for them to confront the devil spirit great white shark clan. She looked down and met Du Guyan's eyes. Du Guyan responded with a look of firm determination. This slightly eased Zhu Zuqing's nerves. Without any hesitation, she dove headfirst into the narrow passage between the 2,000-foot peaks. Chasing from behind, Xiaobai was completely unaware of the danger. Her eyes shimmered with excitement, as if she could see another victory beckoning to her. Clan members, charge with me. Thinking you can take on our devil spirit great white shark clan just by hiding in a strait and using the terrain, it's pure delusion. We have 300 devil spirit great white sharks. Even if we go in one by one, we can drain your spirit power dry. Waves churned and ripples spread. Completely oblivious to the danger, Xiaobai led the 300 devil spirit great white sharks right behind Zhu Zuqing, plunging into the middle of the strait. The strait was quite narrow, only 30 meters at its widest and a mere 10 meters at its narrowest. This forced the devil spirit great white shark clan's formation to become increasingly compact, with them almost touching one another. Half a minute later, when the last devil spirit great white shark followed them into the strait, they were already like turtles in a jar. Sensing all this, Zhu Zuqing suddenly turned around. Du Guyan, who she had been holding, looked quite pale. Due to excessive spirit power consumption. Pushing her hands forward from her chest, a four-sided rhombohedral crystal emitting blue ripples floated in front of Du Guyan. Vast, sea, raging, waves. Du Guyan spoke each word deliberately. The vast sea cosmic shroud, infused with all her spirit power, erupted with an extremely brilliant blue light that filled the dark, damp strait. Intense energy fluctuations spread out, causing the peaks on both sides to shake violently. Rumble, rumble, boulders tumbled down, and the sea surged with waves. It was as if the world were ending, the entire world was trembling. Xiaobai felt a chill run down her spine. Only now did she realize she had likely been tricked. Looking around, she saw the 1,000-foot peaks towering on both sides. Around her, the entire devil spirit great white shark clan was packed tightly together, leaving no room to dodge or even turn around. Xiaobai screamed in fury. Cunning humans, I won't let you have your way. Demon shark domain. A blue-gray light spread out, enveloping the seawater within a 300-meter radius. Under her expert control, a 100-meter-high wave surged up and rapidly crystallized, forming a wall of crystal. Rumble, rumble. The brilliant blue light swept up hundreds of tons of seawater, soaring into the sky and blasting forward with unstoppable force. Even though the cliffs on both sides weren't hit directly by the blue light, they still suffered, being torn into fragments of various sizes. Bang, bang, bang. The blue light smashed Xiaobai's crystal wall to pieces with ease. How could her control over seawater possibly compare to that of the vast sea cosmic shroud? The vast sea cosmic shroud was, after all, the sea god's heart. No, after the crystal wall shattered, Xiaobai and her devil spirit great white shark clan were struck head-on by that blue light. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Under the assault of the vast sea raging waves, one devil spirit great white shark after another was tossed into the sky. Even Xiaobai was no exception, she nearly lost all control over her body. The blue light slammed into her, numbing half her body. She was eventually flung into the air, bouncing between the mountain cliffs on either side. PFF'd. Xiaobai spat out mouthfuls of blood. Her consciousness was fading, with only one thought remaining in her mind. I should never have underestimated them. With even Xiaobai beaten to such a state, the other 10,000-year and 1,000-year devil spirit great white sharks fared even worse. Some had their bodies torn apart and were on the verge of death, gasping their last breaths. With just one strike, the entire devil spirit great white shark clan was crushed. The power of these vast sea-raging waves was by no means inferior to 100,000-year spirit ability. Furthermore, having drained all the spirit power of Douluo, an 86th rank spirit Douluo, the power was bound to be extraordinary. Douluo's rank 86 spirit power could certainly rival the rank 91 spirit power of an ordinary titled Douluo. This was equivalent to a rank 91 titled Douluo exhausting all their spirit power to unleash a 100,000-year area of effect spirit ability. The effect was truly outstanding. Chapter 293, Returning to the Continent. As Xiaobai and the Devil Spirit Great White Shark Clan were all blasted into the sky by Douluo's single shot of vast sea-raging waves. This fourth trial, Demon Shark Shock, was undoubtedly passed. That majestic voice echoed in the minds of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo. Top Tier 7 Trials, 4th Trial, Demon Shark Shock, completed. Reward. Spirit Power increased by 1 rank, all Spirit Rings increased by 1,000 years. Top Tier 7 Trials, 4th Trial, Demon Shark Shock, completed. Reward. Spirit Power increased by 1 rank, all Spirit Rings increased by 1,000 years. Sea God 9 Trials, 4th Trial, Demon Shark Shock, completed. Reward. Spirit Power increased by 2 ranks, Sea God Affinity increased by 10%. Warm currents were released from the marks on the foreheads of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo. These currents swept through their limbs, bones, and internal organs, flowing through their meridians into their dantian, causing their spirit power to grow rapidly. This made the 3 girls overjoyed. Zhu Zuqing landed on a large rock, set down Xiao Wu and Douluo, and then they each sat cross-legged to begin their meditation method to absorb the rewarded spirit power. While the 3 girls were absorbing the rewarded spirit power, with splash after splash, the devil spirit great white sharks that had been thrown into the sky, including Xiaobai, fell back into the sea one by one. The power of vast sea-raging waves was too strong. Many of the devil spirit great white sharks were floating on the surface, gasping for breath, bellies up, looking more dead than alive. Xiaobai was a bit better. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, although she was also injured, it wasn't fatal. She struggled to look around at her clansmen, all floating belly up and barely breathing. She regretted it. Large tears slid from her beastly eyes as Xiaobai began to cry out in grief and regret. It's my fault, it's all my fault. If I hadn't acted on impulse and led my clan into this strait, I definitely could have led them to dodge that attack just now. It would never have ended like this, with my clansmen severely wounded. Ah, I regret it so much. At this moment, Douluo, who was still absorbing the rewarded spirit power, floated up uncontrollably. The blue-gold trident mark on her forehead suddenly erupted with an extremely brilliant blue-gold light, filling the entire strait. That light carried an extremely holy aura. When it enveloped Xiaobai and the devil spirit great white shark clan, it was like flowing water, penetrating into the bodies of the many devil spirit great white sharks. Under the nourishment of that blue-gold light, the injuries of Xiaobai and the other devil spirit great white sharks healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Xiaobai felt her body grow warm, as if soaking in a hot spring. This feeling made her eyes widen in excitement. Her eyes filled with fanaticism. Sea God's light. It's Lord Sea God's light. With the nourishment of the Sea God's light, the clansmen will soon recover. Thank you, Lord Sea God. As the Sea God's mount, Xiaobai naturally recognized the Sea God's light. Now, she no longer had any other thoughts about Douluo, only fanaticism and respect remained. At this time, Douluo had cleared the first 4 trials of the Sea God 9 trials. Clearing the first 2 trials each rewarded a 5% increase in Sea God affinity, and clearing the latter 2 each rewarded a 10% increase. Her Sea God affinity had reached 30%, which met the prerequisite for using the Sea God's light. It must be said that this ability came at exactly the right time. Douluo, with the cooperation of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, had successfully defeated Xiaobai and the devil spirit great white shark clan. This would make them feel fear, but not true respect, it might even breed resentment in their hearts. Now that Du Guyan had obtained the Sea God's light ability, it first confirmed her status as the Sea God's successor, and second, by healing the devil spirit Great White Shark clan through the Sea God's light, she could truly gain their recognition, making them both revere and fear her, believing in her from the bottom of their hearts. About half an hour later, the blue gold light that filled the entire strait began to contract rapidly, eventually retreating back into the blue gold trident on Du Guyan's forehead. Her figure, floating in midair, slowly descended to the ground, her face still showing a bit of confusion as if waking from a dream. Du Guyan didn't actually know what had happened just now. When she finished absorbing her rewarded spirit power, her spirit power increased from rank 86 to 88. She felt her forehead burning, and the mark there was even absorbing her spirit power. But since she didn't sense any malice, she didn't resist. The mark on her forehead, after absorbing her spirit power, transformed into the blue gold light that had just filled the entire strait. Beside Du Guyan, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing also woke up. After each finishing their rewarded spirit power absorption, Xiaowu's spirit power increased from rank 63 to 64, and her spirit ring configuration became 3 purple and 3 black. The 4th spirit ring had finally turned black after the upgrade. Zhu Zuqing's spirit power increased from rank 64 to 65, and her spirit ring configuration also became 3 purple and 3 black. Such a configuration would be enough to drop anyone's jaw on the Douluo continent. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing both sized up Du Guyan curiously. Xiaowu tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Yan Yan, what was that ability just now? That blue gold light shining on me made me feel warm, as if my body and soul were being cleansed." Zhu Zuqing nodded in agreement. She was also very curious. Under the blue gold light, she had the same feeling as Xiaowu, that her body and soul were being cleansed. Facing the curiosity of the two girls, Du Guyan shook her head troubledly. "I don't know what happened just now either. The trident mark on my forehead was actively absorbing my spirit power. I didn't release that blue gold light voluntarily." Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from the sky. "That is the Sea God's light, an ability unique to Lord Sea God. Miss Dugu, I must congratulate you. Now you can be considered a true Sea God successor. The Sea God's light has the power to suppress all sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts, and because of its holy attribute, it can also counter all fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters. Actually, the Sea God's light has many more uses, but you'll need to discover them yourself." The speaker was none other than High Priestess Bo Saishi of Sea God Island. After she spoke, she and Lu Chen descended from the sky together. Lu Chen had been watching the 3 girls' trials all along. As for Bo Saishi, after sensing the aura of the Sea God's light, she immediately rushed over from the Sea God Temple on Sea God Mountain. Although Lu Chen and Bo Saishi descended together, they had actually just run into each other. Hearing Bo Saixi's introduction, Du Guyan showed a look of realization. So that blue gold light was such a domineering ability. It could suppress all sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts, and counter all fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters. Unsurprisingly, the Sea God's light should also have healing properties. Du Guyan looked at the sea in the distance, seeing the devil spirit Great White Sharks, led by Xiao Bai, bowing towards her. Previously, under the attack of vast sea raging waves, every devil spirit Great White Shark had suffered injuries of varying severity. But looking at them now, their injuries were mostly healed. Even if they hadn't returned to their peak state, they were no longer in mortal danger. A look of reverence appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. "My lady, in the previous trial, my clansmen and I were quite offensive towards you. Please do not blame us." Du Guyan naturally wouldn't blame them. She even looked a bit guilty and quickly waved her hand. "Xiao Bai, don't say that. You were just performing your duty. On the contrary, we were the ones who severely injured you and your clan. Fortunately, the Sea God's light has healing properties, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face you now." Hearing that Du Guyan didn't blame them, Xiao Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she spoke forcefully. "To be bathed in the Sea God's light is the honor of our devil spirit Great White Shark clan. From now on, your business is our business. If you have any instructions, my clansmen and I are willing to serve you." With these words, it meant Xiao Bai had recognized Du Guyan. The true purpose of this 4th trial had been achieved. Lu Chen looked at Du Guyan, then at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, a satisfied look on his face. He was very satisfied with the strength the three girls had gained over the past year. Then, Lu Chen smiled and said to Bo Saishi, "It's perfect that the High Priestess is here as well, so I don't have to go looking for you. I've come to bid you farewell. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan will be returning to the continent with me for a while. We need to take care of some matters. It will be a few months at most. After a few months, I'll bring Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan back to Sea God Island to continue the trials." Hearing this, Bo Saishi was stunned. She frowned and thought for a moment, then let out a long breath. "According to the rules of Sea God Island, I cannot let you leave before you have passed all the trials. But now, Miss Dugu can already release the Sea God's light. She is the rule itself. Under the radiance of the Sea God's light, even I must obey orders. If you wish to leave, then go. Just remember to return and continue the trials. If you cannot participate in your respective fifth trials within the specified time, it will be considered a failure. Miss Dugu has received the Sea God 9 trials. As long as she passes all 9, she will become the new Sea God. This concerns Lord Sea God's legacy, you must not take it lightly. That would be a desecration of Lord Sea God." Lu Chen readily agreed. He certainly wouldn't let such a prize slip away. The position of Sea God definitely belonged to Dugu Yan. He was just taking Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Dugu Yan back to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. With the girls' current strength, returning to crush the other young Spirit Masters and win the championship would be effortless. Lu Chen smiled. "No problem. I will definitely bring Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Yan Yan back for the trials within the specified time." As he spoke, Lu Chen reached out and clenched his hand. A burst of black light surged from his palm, condensing into a 4-meter-long giant black scythe. That was Lu Chen's second martial soul, the Destruction War Scythe. And beneath his feet, circle after circle of spirit rings rose up, all of them unexpectedly purple gold. Purple gold spirit rings, each one was no less than 3 million years old. After those spirit rings appeared, the sky collapsed, the seawater surged backward, and space seemed to be locked down, turning the surroundings into an independent space. As a super Douluo, even Bo Saishi felt a sense of suffocation. Even her sea god martial soul was suppressed deep within her body. At this moment, her eyes were filled with horror. Xiaobai and the devil spirit Great White Shark clan were also swept into the deep sea by the back-flowing water, their hearts filled with deep dread. During this year, Lu Chen hadn't just been idling. The cultivation he had gained through his innate Dao body over the past year had all been poured into the spirit rings of his first and second martial souls. Now, all 18 spirit rings of his first and second martial souls were over 3 million years old. Although Lu Chen's spirit power was still at rank 99, breaking through to godhood was something he could do in a matter of minutes. His cultivation technique was basically finalized. If he wanted to, he could break through to godhood at any time. However, after becoming a god, the 2 god kings and 3 enforcers of the god realm might immediately urge him to go to the god realm. He hadn't settled the affairs of the Douluo continent yet, so he had suppressed his progress toward godhood. Space / Lu Chen casually swung the Destruction War Scythe, and a rift was torn into the sky, deep, boundless, and pitch black, leading to an unknown location. After opening the spatial tunnel, Lu Chen brought Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Dugu Yan to the rift and gave a final greeting to Bo Saishi. "High Priestess, we'll be going now." Before Bo Saishi could respond, Lu Chen led the 3 girls into the spatial rift. As the 4 figures vanished, the spatial rift slowly healed. The terrifying pressure vanished, and Bo Saishi began to gasp for breath, her eyes full of disbelief. Purple gold spirit rings. Those are at least million-year spirit rings. 9 whole million-year spirit rings. Is this something a human can really achieve? Chapter 295. To destroy them, one must first make them mad. Elephant Armored Academy. Currently, Huyan Zhen, the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth within the sect's main hall, his brow furrowed deeply, sighing from time to time as if facing a difficult decision. What could make Huyan Zhen so anxious was, of course, the order from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had ordered him to lead the elites of the Elephant Armored Academy to Spirit City to await further instructions. In the past, Huyan Zhen might have led his people there without hesitation. But now, Huyan Zhen had already defected to Lu Chen. Having received a spirit bone and 10 million gold coins from Lu Chen, he was already completely devoted to him. Huyan Zhen didn't want to pay any attention to that stingy Bibi Dong, who only knew how to make empty promises. But there was no way around it. Although Bibi Dong was stingy, she was incredibly powerful. Now that she had returned to her position as the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, the immense power she wielded was not something Huyan Zhen could resist. Even though Huyan Zhen had become a titled Douluo, he still felt a sense of dread regarding Bibi Dong. After absorbing the spirit bone given by Lu Chen and undergoing a period of secluded cultivation, Huyan Zhen had officially broken through from level 89 spirit power to level 90. He had invited several other sect masters from the lower 4 sects to assist him in successfully hunting an 80,000-year-old giant tusk mammoth spirit beast. By absorbing its spirit ring, he had become a titled Douluo. The giant tusk mammoth was a variant of the diamond mammoth. It possessed not only the defensive capabilities of the diamond mammoth but also a pair of indestructible giant tusks, making it a perfect blend of offense and defense. An ordinary titled Douluo would find it difficult to deal with. It was thanks to the masters of the lower 4 sects, each of whom possessed unique skills and was no ordinary spirit Douluo, that they were finally able to take down the giant tusk mammoth through their combined efforts. It was also during this hunt that Huyan Zhen told the others that he had received a spirit bone from Lu Chen. With the boost from the spirit bone and a period of seclusion, he had managed to break through to level 90 spirit power in one go. The other sect masters naturally felt incomparable envy as they watched Huyan Zhen become a titled Douluo. Therefore, when Huyan Zhen told them that they could receive a spirit bone reward and 10 million gold coins just by joining Lu Chen, was there even a need to hesitate? The olive branch was extended by the strongest person on the continent, and joining would be rewarded with a spirit bone and 10 million gold coins. Such generous benefits and treatment. These sect masters agreed without the slightest hesitation. Now they were just waiting for Lu Chen to return so everyone could have a formal meeting. After all, a defection needed to be handled with proper decorum. As it turned out, before Lu Chen could return, Bibi Dong had come back and reclaimed the position of Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. This left Huyan Zhen feeling very helpless. Even though he was already a level 92 titled Douluo, he did not dare to openly defy Bibi Dong. Sigh, Your Excellency, where exactly have you gone? You haven't appeared on the continent for a whole year. Now Bibi Dong is being aggressive, with an arrogant attitude of, those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. I've been pushed to the edge of a cliff. Just then, a calm and clear voice drifted in. Sect Master Huyan, you seem quite troubled. Along with the voice, a tall and handsome figure slowly walked in from the main entrance. Huyan Zhen's spirits lifted upon hearing this. He looked toward the entrance and, seeing that tall and handsome figure, he dropped to one knee on the ground with a look of extreme excitement. Your Excellency, you've finally returned. Now I'm not afraid. Even if Bibi Dong comes personally, she won't be your match. Your Excellency, I have completed the task. I have persuaded the sect masters of the Wind Sword sect, the Black Tiger sect, and the Fire Leopard sect. They are ready to join you at any time. It's just that Bibi Dong has made a comeback and is threatening us, ordering each of us to lead our sect's elites to Spirit City to await orders. From what I know, Bibi Dong seems to be planning something during the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. While I'm not sure of her true objective, it's definitely a major move, possibly targeting the Longevity sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Lu Chen walked into the hall and sat down in the main seat. With a wave of his hand, an invincible force surrounded Huyan Zhen and forcibly lifted him up. Huyan Zhen was greatly shocked. He was already a level 92 titled Douluo, yet the power from Lu Chen's casual wave still felt insurmountable to him. Just what kind of realm was this? Huyan Zhen looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with fanatical light. Meanwhile, Lu Chen rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Bibi Dong is back, and she's most likely become a god. That's how she was able to suppress Qian Dalu in Spirit Hall. After all, with the help of Angel Divine Power, Qian Dalu possesses legitimate divine rank combat power within Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong could only suppress Qian Dalu and reclaim the position of Supreme Pontiff so easily if she had truly become a god. But after becoming a god, she didn't immediately come to seek revenge on me. Is she wary of me, or is it because she has much larger designs? Based on the information provided by Huyanzhen, Bibi Dong gathering the elite spirit masters of the lower 4 sects means she has designs on the upper 3 sects. She plans to execute her soul hunting plan during the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Interesting. After executing the soul hunting plan, will it be time to establish the Spirit Empire? Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Since Bibi Dong plans to go mad, I'll let her be as mad as possible. Let her be the blade that breaks the old order, it will save me a lot of effort. Lu Chen struck his left palm with his right fist, having made a decision. He then looked at Huyanzhen and said with a smile. Sect Master Huyan, in the future, there's no need to kneel randomly before me. I don't care for such empty formalities. A man has gold beneath his knees, he only kneels to heaven, earth, and his parents. You can respect me, but you don't need to kneel to me. From what you've described, Bibi Dong's designs are likely not small. And her return to the position of Supreme Pontiff shows her strength has grown even greater, perhaps even surpassing Qian Dalu. Killing Bibi Dong will require a long-term plan. For now, lead the Elephant Armored Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy to relocate to the Longevity Sect's location. With my protection, Bibi Dong won't dare to act rashly. Additionally, come with me for a trip. We'll go to the Wind Sword Sect, the Black Tiger Sect, and the Fire Leopard Sect, and have those major sects relocate to the Longevity Sect as well. As long as we support each other and I am there to oversee things, Bibi Dong will definitely not dare to invade easily. Huyanzhen was moved to tears of excitement. Not only was Lu Chen powerful, but more importantly, he was so approachable. As the strongest person on the continent, he didn't put on any airs of a superior being. Lu Chen gave Huyanzhen respect, and now Huyanzhen's loyalty was at its peak, he wouldn't even hesitate to die for Lu Chen. Hearing Lu Chen's arrangements, Huyanzhen agreed without any hesitation. He was about to kneel again, but remembering Lu Chen's words, his body suddenly tensed up. And he stood ramrod straight. Because of his massive physique, he looked like an iron tower. Huyanzhen cupped his fists in a salute, his expression fanatical. This subordinate obeys. From now on, I, Huyanzhen, and the Elephant Armored Academy are willing to become the sharpest spear and the thickest shield under the sect master's command. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyanzhen turned and left to instruct the disciples within the sect to prepare for the move. While the disciples of the Elephant Armored Academy were packing their belongings, Huyanzhen accompanied Lu Chen to the Wind Sword Sect, the Black Tiger Sect, and the Fire Leopard Sect. These sects had also received Bibi Dong's orders, and they had originally been worrying over whether they should obey her. But now, everything was fine. Lu Chen had arrived. Lu Chen only had to give out 3 spirit bones and 30 million gold coins to make the 3 sect masters of the 3 major sects bow their heads in submission, agreeing to lead their disciples and relocate together to the Longevity Sect. The simultaneous relocation of the lower 4 sects of the Spirit Masters world was no small piece of news, it was like a storm that swept across the Douluo continent in a short time. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City, terrifying divine thought was nearly boiling, causing the entire Supreme Pontiff Palace to tremble as if it would collapse in the next moment. Bibi Dong, who had already broken through to godhood, was surrounded by a swirl of eerie green divine force. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. Lu Chen. Bibi Dong hated Lu Chen to the extreme. Lu Chen had taken the 7th spirit ring of her soul-eating spider emperor and her 100,000-year-old left leg spirit bone, turning her into a cripple. If she hadn't encountered another opportunity after fleeing Spirit Hall, she never could have successfully inherited the Rakshasa god position within a single year. Now Lu Chen had turned the lower 4 sects against her, once again severing one of her arms and greatly reducing the number of experts she could mobilize. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong wished she could go and hack Lu Chen to pieces right now. But she ultimately endured it. She ground out a sentence through her teeth. A little impatience spoils great plans. Bibi Dong had to admit that Lu Chen's strength was terrifyingly high. In Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu was a legitimate divine rank combatant when using angel divine power, yet Lu Chen could clash head-on with him using only his physical body. Even though Bibi Dong had become a god, she was not 100% certain she could kill Lu Chen. Moreover, Qian Dalu was still hiding in the Elder Hall, the place where the angel divine power was most concentrated. Even as the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong could not forcibly break into the Elder Hall. According to Bibi Dong's plan, she would complete the soul hunting plan during the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, eliminate all opposing forces, and then merge all kingdoms and duchies to officially establish the Spirit Empire. Then she would declare war on the two great empires, throwing the entire Douluo continent into chaos. Once order was lost, and killing, looting, and violence became the norm on the continent, the hearts of people would fall into ruin, and the evil thoughts in their hearts would be triggered, allowing her Rakshasa divine force to expand to its limit. As long as the Douluo continent fell into ultimate chaos, Bibi Dong could fully exert the power of the Rakshasa god. At that time, whether she wanted to kill Lu Chen or completely sever the angel lineage, it would all be within a single thought. As the god of evil thoughts, the Rakshasa god could absorb all the evil thoughts in people's hearts and transform them into her own continuous stream of divine force. Bibi Dong withdrew her divine thought, a shadow of gloom flashing in her eyes. Lu Chen, just you wait. I will definitely have my revenge on you. And Qian Douluo, thinking you can rest easy just by hiding in the Elder Hall, Jia. Once the continent falls into ultimate chaos, it will be the opportunity for me, Bibi Dong, to completely eradicate your angel lineage. Chapter 296. The Spirit Master Competition begins. The establishment of the longevity sect involved Lu Chen occupying the mountain gates of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed vast resources. Besides the sect on the mountain, there was also the Seven Treasure City at the foot of the mountain, which covered an extremely vast area and was fully equipped with all kinds of architectural facilities. The Elephant Armored Academy, Wind Sword Sect, Black Tiger Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect spent over 10 days relocating all their disciples, as well as the women, children, and elderly, to the Longevity Sect, allowing them to move in immediately. Lu Chen was very generous, giving each of the four sects a 10,000-year spirit bone and 10 million gold coins. Regardless, the spirit bones were looted from the Clear Sky sect, and the gold coins were looted from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Chen was only responsible for being generous. The 10,000-year spirit bones bought over the sect masters of the four sects, while the 10 million gold coins bought over the disciples of the four sects. From now on, these lower four sects officially became affiliate sects of the Longevity sect. Both sides gained tremendous benefits from this. The Longevity sect greatly expanded its influence, and the four sects also reaped tangible benefits, gaining a rock-solid backing so they would not fear reckoning from the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong. The four sects defecting to the Longevity sect truly stirred up a storm on the Douluo continent and remained a popular topic of conversation for a period of time. However, not long after, another major event overshadowed the storm caused by the four sects defecting to the Longevity sect. The quinquennial Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament was about to begin. This was a grand event that the entire continent focused its attention on. Any student from a Spirit Master Academy who performed exceptionally well in the Spirit Master competition would immediately be frantically recruited by various factions upon graduation. This was a great opportunity for young Spirit Masters to make a name for themselves. The Spirit Master competition was divided into 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, the promotion round, and the grand finals. In the preliminary stage, there were 5 major competition zones. The Heaven Do Empire and its 4 subordinate kingdoms were each designated as a competition zone. The preliminary rounds for the Heaven Do zone were held at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, which had closed its doors a month ago. After a month of renovations, it was finally transformed into a massive venue capable of accommodating 100,000 people before the start of the Spirit Master competition. Today was the day the Spirit Master competition opened. On the playground of the Longevity Academy, Lu Chen scanned the crowd before him. Yin and Aru, who were the Vice Dean and Dean of Academic Affairs of the Longevity Academy, would serve as the team leader and deputy team leader for the Chengsheng Academy team. Following them were Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and 7 other elite disciples carefully selected by the Longevity Academy. These 7 elite disciples, 4 males and 3 females, had each attained a cultivation level above rank 35 after a year of training under Yin and Aru. Compared to ordinary academies, this was considered quite impressive. After all, the training time had been too short. It had only been a little over a year since the Longevity Academy was established. But it didn't matter. as long as Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing were there, 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors, they could absolutely win the Spirit Master Competition Championship with ease. Lu Chen waved at everyone and said with a smile, "This is our Changsheng Academy team's first appearance at the Spirit Master Competition, but I believe that you will definitely be able to win the championship. You are competing in the name of the Longevity Academy, while I will be in the VIP stand as a special guest, watching you the whole time." Yin stepped forward, raised her fair and tender fist, and with a confident smile on her moist, smooth, and fair, delicate face, she echoed, "Changsheng team, victory is ours. Victory." The 10 participating members of the Changsheng team also shouted out in unison. Just a day ago, Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing had shown a little bit of their strength in front of the other 7 participating members. That exaggerated, perverted spirit ring configuration left the other 7 participating members so shocked that they were completely speechless. With Du Guyan as a spirit Douluo possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing as spirit emperors with a 3 purple, 3 black spirit ring configuration, there was simply no possibility of losing. Now that victory was 100% locked in, Lu Chen didn't need to say much more. He smiled and waved his hand. "Then let's set off." Afterward, led by Yin and Ru, the 10 participating members of the Changsheng team boarded 2 luxury carriages one after another, left the Longevity Academy, and headed toward the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Lu Chen watched them leave, raised his hand to rub his chin, and smiled with a mischievous look on his face. "Haha, I wonder which unlucky fellows will run into our Changsheng Academy team at the Spirit Master competition. I hope they can be a bit more confident and not get scared into seclusion by Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zuqing. Also, there is Shrek Academy. Tang San probably hasn't seen his mother yet. Tang Hao is already dead, so he has no idea that his mother is a transformed 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. I really don't know what kind of expression Tang San will have when he sees Yin, tisk tisk. I definitely can't miss this good show." After speaking, Lu Chen soared into the air and flew up into the sky. At this moment, 4 figures were waiting in the sky. They were, respectively, Elephant-Armored Academy Sect Master Huyan Zhen, whose figure was as burly as an iron tower, Wind Sword Sect Master Feng Beilong, who wore white robes and was dashing and handsome, Black Tiger Sect Master Mo Yu, who exuded a ferocious aura like a beast, and Fire Leopard Sect Master Li Yuntian, who had red hair and red eyes, like a suppressed volcano. Huyan Zhen was already a titled Douluo and could fly in the sky by himself. Feng Beilong was flying on his sword. His wind sword had transformed to a size of 10 meters, and Mo Yu and Li Yuntian were also being carried by Feng Beilong, standing on the wind sword. When the 4 of them saw Lu Chen appear, they all respectfully cupped their hands in a salute. "Greetings, Sect Master." Lu Chen waved his hand with a faint smile. "No need for formalities. With Big Brother Dugu watching over things, we don't need to worry about sect affairs. Today, you will accompany me on a trip to watch the opening of the Spirit Master competition as special guests." A gleam flashed in the eyes of Huyan Zhen and the other 3 as they loudly replied. Yes, Lu Chen was the strongest powerhouse on the continent. Being able to follow by his side was a tremendous honor for them. Then, with Lu Chen in the lead and Huyan Zhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and Li Yuntian following behind, the 5 of them flew toward the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena together. In just a short while, the 5 of them arrived at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, descended directly from the sky, and arrived at the location of the VIP stand. On the VIP stand, Emperor Shui Bang, who was originally seated, along with Prince Shui Xing, immediately jumped up from their chairs upon seeing this. Shui Bang looked at Lu Chen, then at Huyan Zhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and Li Yuntian behind Lu Chen, and he was truly gnashing his teeth in frustration. Lu Chen was already the strongest powerhouse in the world, and now that he had subdued the lower 4 sects of the 7 great sects, his status in the Spirit Master's world was almost unshakable. This made Shui Bang, the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, feel deep jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart. He was the supreme emperor, yet now he had to bow down under Lu Chen. But he was powerless to oppose Lu Chen, so he could only remain inferior. Shui Bang lowered his posture and said with a face full of smiles. "His Excellency Changsheng, your arrival truly makes us feel honored. During the opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition in a moment, I ask that Your Excellency say a few words to encourage the young Spirit Masters who have come to compete. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Relying on his current divine thought, no matter how well Shui Bang disguised himself, the jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart could not escape Lu Chen's perception. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. That Shui Bang, who had once knelt before him, saying with a face full of longing, "I want to be the emperor," now that he had ascended the throne, only had a mindset of returning kindness with enmity toward him. Power is truly intoxicating. But it didn't matter. This corrupt and backward feudal system would sooner or later be swept into the dustbin by him. Lu Chen waved his hand listlessly. "No need. I'm just here to watch the excitement, just arrange a few seats for us." Hearing this, Shui Bang did not dare to be negligent and immediately gave orders to prepare seats on the VIP stand for Lu Chen, Huyan Zhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and Li Yuntian. On their other side sat an old man wearing white and gold robes. His beard and hair were all white, the top of his head was slightly bald, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked to be very old. He was the newly appointed Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Temple in Heaven Do City, Morden. Right now, Morden was somewhat restless, because the previous Platinum Bishop, Solace, had died at the hands of Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen was sitting right next to him, Morden looked uneasy, occasionally scratching his hands or shaking his legs, trying to ease his mood. He couldn't stop making all sorts of small, nervous gestures. Seeing this scene, Shui Bang was smug. In his heart, both the Spirit Hall and Lu Chen had become potential enemies. If the two sides could fight, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. Lu Chen glanced at Shui Bang. All of his thoughts were laid bare before him. As a dignified emperor, instead of thinking about developing people's livelihoods or strengthening the military, he only focused on these petty schemes. Shui Bang is hopeless. When Bibi Dong establishes the Spirit Empire, I will let him see with his own eyes what it means to have his country destroyed and his family ruined. At that time, the old order will collapse, and I will establish a new order upon the ruins. Chapter 297. Mother and son meet but do not recognize each other. The Heaven Do Great Soul Arena has two entry channels. One is the audience entry channel. The other is the contestant entry channel. At this moment, at the contestant entry channel, a dilapidated carriage slowly drove over and finally stopped in front of the channel. It was not a large carriage, yet it was forcefully squeezed with 10 people. Flender, Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Zhang Zhu. A full 10 people walked out one after another from that carriage that didn't look very big. It had quite the flair of a troop transport vehicle. After coming out and taking a breath of fresh air, Lu Erlong's face turned green. She glared at Flender angrily. "Boss Flender, although our Shrek Academy is poor, we aren't so poor that we can't afford to rent 2 carriages. You actually made the 10 of us squeeze into one carriage. You know how fat your disciple Ma Hongjun is. One person took up the space of 3. I was almost squeezed to death." Hearing Lu Erlong's complaint, the one-armed Flender and the chubby Ma Hongjun, this pair of master and disciple, looked awkward. Lu Erlong had a fiery temper and intense killing intent. She scolded Ma Hongjun for being fat, and Ma Hongjun could only take it, not daring to talk back. He lowered his head, poking his 2 index fingers together. A 300-pound fat man acting in such a coy manner was indescribably disgusting. Flender felt sorry for his disciple and also pained by the money. He lowered his head and cried out, "Erlong, the academy isn't doing well either. Before, when you didn't set enrollment requirements, we could still recruit quite a few students. But now that I'm the dean, I certainly can't have no requirements. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary students. Even if I have to lower the standards, they must at least be under 12 years old and have over 15 levels of spirit power. I have already lowered the requirements significantly, but those students still can't meet the standards." One by one, they dropped out and ran to Longevity Academy, causing the academy's income to drop significantly. Renting one carriage, there was no other way. As long as our little freaks perform excellently in the Spirit Master competition, everything will get better. Those genius students will know the prowess of our Shrek Academy and will clamor to join our academy. When that time comes, our academy won't lack funds. Mentioning this, Lu Erlong's face looked even worse. Establishing Blue Tyrant Academy in the past was to give ordinary people a chance to enter a high-level Spirit Master Academy. Lu Erlong had suffered. She was the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian and was not acknowledged by her father or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from a young age, so she knew that even if ordinary people awakened their spirit, without suitable training, their future achievements would be very limited. Because she had suffered and been out in the rain, after she grew up, Lu Erlong established Blue Tyrant Academy, which only recruited civilian students. Now that she had given the academy to Flender, Flender moved that set of Shrek's ways into Blue Tyrant Academy exactly as it was, causing a large number of Blue Tyrant Academy's civilian students to leave. Many of those lost civilian students turned around and joined Longevity Academy. This caused Shrek Academy, only a year later, to be on the verge of bankruptcy. In managing the academy and training students, Flender was an outsider. A perfectly good academy could be run into bankruptcy by him. Lu Erlong sighed with a dark face. I hope so. This academy is yours now, but I built it once, and I absolutely do not want to see it close down. Flender looked at Shrek's 7 students with confidence, his voice firm. It definitely will. Among Shrek's 7 students, since Dai Mubai had his little brother cut off, he had lost all worldly desires, but instead, he was able to calm down and cultivate. In 1 year, his spirit power increased by more than 4 levels, and he was now a level 46 spirit ancestor. This showed that his talent was not just a little bit better than his brother Dai Weisi's, he had just been afraid, timid, and fearful, eventually choosing to escape. Oscar, this genius spirit master with innate full spirit power, having seen with his own eyes Zhu Zuqing destroy Dai Mubai's little brother, was too scared to go out and fool around anymore. He honestly stayed at the school to cultivate and was now a level 37 spirit elder. He was only 16 years old. As a food-type spirit master, his cultivation speed surpassed many battle spirit masters. Ma Hongjun, there was nothing much to say about this guy. Because of his evil fire, his habit of looking for women could not be changed at all. Now his spirit power had reached level 37, but the evil fire was getting stronger, and the frequency of him looking for women was getting higher. It was estimated that by the time he broke through to level 50, he would have to rely on women to vent his evil fire for half the day, and he would sooner or later degenerate into an evil spirit master. Tang San, ever since Tang San chose to degenerate, his cultivation speed had become faster and faster. He was now a level 54 spirit king. Think about those evil spirit masters in the second part of the series, often in just a year or two, their strength would skyrocket. Now Tang San was the same. His face was unusually pale, but his lips were as red as blood. There were no whites in his eyes, only a scarlet red like blood. His 2 black pupils revealed a bit of illusion, with a kind of indifference that seemed to choose people to devour. Even Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who were once quite close to him, were now terrified when they saw Tang San, feeling that in Tang San's eyes, they were no different from livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Now Tang San was the hope of Shrek Academy. They shamelessly believed that they had cultivated a level 54 spirit king, and this time they would definitely stand out in the spirit master competition. Others like Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Zhang Zhu were all around level 35 spirit power. Their existence was to fill the shortage of manpower. Flender waved his one arm. Let's go in. Just as they were about to enter the Great Spirit Arena, a sound of horse hooves rang out. The next moment, 2 luxurious carriages slowly drove over and stopped in front of their dilapidated carriage. Comparing the two, Flender, Yu Shaogang, Lu Erlong, and the others all felt their faces burning. This naked crushing of financial power made a miser like Flender red with jealousy. Soon, the people from the luxurious carriages filed out one after another. The Shrek group saw the other party, and almost everyone's face changed. Tang San's body trembled. When he saw Ah Yin, the bloodline in his body was pulsating along with it. Half of his bloodline originally came from Ah Yin. Although it hadn't awakened, it couldn't change the essence. He opened his mouth, his blood-red eyes staring blankly at Ah Yin, looking at the soft blue hair, looking at the pitiful brows and eyes. The throbbing in his heart became more and more intense. This feeling had no source. The aura on Ah Yin made him feel incredibly close and familiar. Unfortunately, the current Tang San was no longer the previous Tang San. He had degenerated, his spirit controlled by a bloodthirsty will. At this moment, he actually licked his lips. The aura on this woman is too tempting. If I can devour her, it would be better than devouring 10,000-year spirit beasts. No, better than devouring 10,000-year spirit beasts, the improvement to me would be even greater. Yin seemed to perceive Tang San's malice. Her willow eyebrows stood up, and a cold light burst from her eyes. She could sense a bit of the same clan's bloodline aura from Tang San, but unfortunately, because Tang San had devoured too much blood, that blood had soaked through him, and Yin couldn't recognize that this Tang San was actually her own son. What an evil smell. This human is too disgusting. How much blood has he devoured? Find an opportunity to report to the master. Such a person who has committed heinous crimes should be destroyed in body and soul, and die a terrible death. Of course, there was someone even more excited than Tang San. It was Dai Mubai. He stared fixedly at Zhu Zuqing, his expression ferocious like a ghost, his voice sharp, as if a ghost was wailing. Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing heard the voice, glanced at Dai Mubai calmly, and then completely ignored him. Dai Mubai, who was ignored, clenched his hands into fists, his spirit power exploded, looking like he wanted to swallow Zhu Zuqing alive. It was Zhu Zuqing who made him never have happiness again. This hatred and grudge, even if Dai Mubai died, he would never be able to forget it by half. Dai Mubai had almost lost his mind, but Flender was still very clear-headed. He hurriedly stopped Dai Mubai, one hand clasping Dai Mubai's shoulder, and with the powerful spirit power of a spirit saint, pressed him firmly in place. Flender had a fake smile on his face and bowed and scraped. Greetings to everyone from Longevity Academy. I am the Dean of Shrek Academy. Everyone is here to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, so let's hurry in, lest we miss the opening ceremony. Yin, as the leader, was calm and wise. She said indifferently, Shrek Academy, I have remembered you. You are the Dean of Shrek Academy, so why don't you urge your students to walk on the righteous path? I see that the students in your academy have already walked on an evil path, a crooked path. If you don't stop them, they will surely become a scourge in the future. That is all I have to say. Let's go. As the words fell, Yin led the Changsheng Academy team and walked into the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Xiao Wu, who had been holding a Ru's arm the whole time, gave Tang San a look of disgust before leaving. Tang San, you've changed. You've become too disgusting. The smell on you is simply nauseating to me. After speaking, Xiao Wu walked away quickly, as if she had really been fumigated by the smell on Tang San. Hearing this, Tang San was struck by lightning. Originally, seeing Xiao Wu again, he still had a feeling of surprise. But seeing the disgust in Xiao Wu's eyes, Tang San was a bit tottering. Yu Xiaogang glared resentfully at the departing Changsheng Academy team. He grabbed one of Tang San's shoulders and said, Little San, have you forgotten the great task of avenging the sect and your father? You must calm down and perform well in the Spirit Master competition. As long as you get an audience with Emperor Shui Bang, you will have a chance to expose Lu Chen's true face in front of Emperor Shui Bang. Hearing this, Tang San quickly calmed down. I haven't forgotten. I will definitely avenge the sect and my father. Speaking of this, Tang San thought of Yin again. The throbbing that had just erupted in his body made him think it was his bloodthirsty instinct acting up again. That woman, I must eat her. Her scent is too tempting. I believe the benefits she brings me will definitely be beyond imagination. Maybe I can break through to Spirit Saint in a short time. Chapter 298. Tang San and Shui Bang, Birds of a Feather. At the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, as the sun reached its zenith, all the participating teams and the spectators who had come to watch the match had taken their respective places. The opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition officially began. Under the host's enthusiastic shouts, the atmosphere at the venue quickly heated up, the participating teams felt their blood boiling, and all the spectators watching the match were stirred with excitement. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, the host, being very perceptive, invited Shui Bang to come out and deliver a speech. Although Shui Bang was young, he had endured for many years, and his inner scheming was extremely deep. In such a public setting, under the gaze of everyone, he did not show the slightest stage fright and delivered a passionate and rousing speech. In order to win over these young spirit masters, he even made a promise. Any team that qualified in the preliminary rounds, as long as they joined the Heaven Do Imperial family, would be granted the title of Baron. Any team that performed well in the promotion rounds, as long as they joined the Heaven Do imperial family, would be granted the title of Viscount. If a team won the championship in the finals and brought glory to the Heaven Do Empire, as long as they joined the Heaven Do imperial family, they would be granted the title of Count. That was a title representing noble status. Once obtained, one would no longer be an ordinary person. This caused the atmosphere in the entire venue to reach a fever pitch. At the Shrek Academy team's location, Tang San was trembling with excitement. As an heir to orthodox feudalism, he had infinite yearning for noble status. Now that a path to becoming a noble lay before him, a prairie fire of ambition ignited in Tang San's heart. He constantly fantasized in his mind that if he won the championship in the finals and returned with endless honor to become a count of the Heaven Do Empire, he would truly become a superior being. After Shui Bang finished his speech, under the host's guidance, everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Chen. As the #1 powerhouse on the continent, and serving as a special guest this time, Lu Chen would certainly have to say a few words. Because Lu Chen represented the peak of the Spirit Master's world, countless gazes converged on him: admiration, awe, worship, fanaticism. Under the gaze of so many, Lu Chen remained indifferent, and he smiled and said, "Greetings to the future of the Spirit Master's world. I am Lu Chen. My deeds are widely circulated on the continent, and I believe you all know them, so I will not elaborate further. The Spirit Master competition is a platform for you to showcase yourselves. There is no need to care about victory or defeat. As long as you rely on your own intelligence to bring out the advantages of your own spirit, or develop special applications for your spirit ring abilities, these are all things worthy of praise. Regardless of victory or defeat, as long as you have a few shining points, the doors of my longevity sect will always be open to you. I hope you can all show your best in the competition and not let a momentary victory or defeat become a shackle in your life." Lu Chen only said a few words, but they completely shocked the entire audience, causing countless young spirit masters to regard him as an idol and a life mentor. Lu Chen was the #1 powerhouse on the continent. After all, what he said was definitely correct. This was a competition. No one could win, and win forever. But even if one ultimately lost in the competition, as long as one displayed their own shining points, that was the meaning of them coming to participate in the Spirit Master competition. While the whole venue cheered for this, there was unusual anger in Shui Bang's eyes. Lu Chen was competing with him for geniuses. But he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. This feeling of being stifled and frustrated made Shui Bang grind his teeth in hatred. After a long time, the cheers of the audience gradually died down. The host continued to speak. The opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition was nearing its end. Next, Platinum Bishop Morden needed to draw lots to select 2 teams from all the participating teams to hold an exhibition match, bringing the opening ceremony to a complete close. Hearing that it was his turn to appear, Platinum Bishop Morden sprang up from his chair. He really did not want to sit next to Lu Chen. That feeling was truly like sitting on pins and needles. As the Platinum Bishop of the Heaven Do City Spirit Temple, Platinum Bishop Morden was still very well respected. After he stood up, the Great Soul Arena, which held tens of thousands of people, was left only with the sound of breathing. Platinum Bishop Morden stepped forward to draw the lots. Whether it was due to luck or not, he drew the same lot as Platinum Bishop Solace in the original work. Heaven Do Imperial Academy second team versus Shrek Academy team. The whole audience was stunned, and then the spectators immediately started cursing, shouting that this was a fixed match. Amidst the cursing, the Shrek Academy team and the Heaven Do Imperial Academy second team took the stage one after another. Seeing the Shrek Academy team's disgusting shit green uniforms and the advertising space for rent text on their backs, the entire audience cursed even more fiercely. This must be a fixed match. What kind of trash academy is this? It goes without saying that the uniforms are ugly, but they also have advertising space for rent on the back. Are they here to compete or to be a joke? But soon, the Shrek Academy team made everyone open their mouths in shock. Tang San and the other 7 summoned their spirits. On Tang San's body, 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, actually appeared. Spirit King. On the first day of the Spirit Master competition, a Spirit King had actually appeared. Among the other 6, Dai Mubai was a 4-ring spirit ancestor, and the other 5, including Oscar and Ma Hongjun, were all 3-ring spirit elders. 1 spirit king, 1 spirit ancestor, and 5 spirit elders. This combination made all the other participating teams regard them as formidable enemies. Feng Xiaotian of Divine Wind Academy, Huo Wu and Huo Wushwang of Blazing Academy, Shui Binger and Shui Yuaa of Tianshui Academy, Yu Tianxin of Thunder Academy, Huyan Li of Elephant Armor Academy. Tang San, at the 5-ring Spirit King level, made everyone vigilant. On the rostrum, when Shui Bang saw such a young 5-ring Spirit King like Tang San, his eyes immediately lit up. He was clearly very interested in Tang San. On the other side, Lu Chen looked Tang San up and down. With a sweep of his divine thought, he saw through the essence of Tang San's strength improvement. It was through devouring the blood of humans or spirit beasts and converting it into his own spirit power. The lingering scent of blood in that spirit power was the best evidence. Tang San, you have indeed followed the script I preset for you and embarked on the path of an evil spirit master. An evil spirit master, yet participating in the spirit master competition so brazenly, that is perfect. I will take this competition as an opportunity to expose your true colors. You have lived long enough, it is time to go to hell to accompany your deadbeat father. Turning the gaze back to the ring. Following the referee's order, Tang San unleashed his 5th spirit ability, Blue Silver Prison, instantly trapping the 7 members of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy 2nd team. Then, Dai Mubai used a White Tiger meteor shower, blasting all 7 members of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy 2nd team off the ring. In less than a minute, this battle was over. This made Prince Shui Xing's face look very ugly. The Heaven Do Imperial Academy was under his management, and the Heaven Do Imperial Academy 2nd team consisted of noble children of the Heaven Do Empire. They didn't even last a minute, which made him, a prince, lose a lot of face. This time, Tang San and his group had no grudges with the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. The reason they were so merciless was because Tang San had other intentions. After the match ended, Tang San did not leave the ring. He looked in Shui Bang's direction, his eyes burning, and knelt on one knee, performing a very solemn salute. Tang San of the Shrek Academy team greets Emperor Shui Bang. This humble one brought my companions to eliminate the Heaven Do Imperial Academy 2nd team so mercilessly, not to disrespect the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, but to demonstrate our strength. Your Majesty, our Shrek Academy has a heart full of loyalty to the country, but unfortunately, our status is humble, and we cannot enter the palace to see Your Majesty. Taking such actions today was to attract Your Majesty's attention. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty does not mind, this humble one and my companions are willing to join the Heaven Do Empire Imperial family. We implore Your Majesty to give us a chance. After speaking, Tang San lowered his head deeply. On the rostrum, Shui Bang, who had originally been gloomy because the Heaven Do Imperial Academy 2nd team had been beaten so miserably, felt his mood improve upon seeing how sensible Tang San was. A spirit king so young pledging loyalty to him in public satisfied Shui Bang's vanity to a great extent. He stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Tang San, I understand your intentions. Since you have a heart of loyalty to the country, I am naturally willing to give you this opportunity. The Spirit Master competition has just begun, so there is no need to rush to join the Heaven Do Imperial family. However, to reward your loyalty, I will grant you a waste token. With this token, you will be able to enter and exit the palace in the future. For a Spirit Master genius like you to be unable to see me simply because of a humble background makes me feel very pained. From now on, whenever you want to see me, you may do so at any time. Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded in attracting the attention of Emperor Shui Bang. As long as he could see Emperor Shui Bang, he could recount the grievances of the past. Lu Chen, your good days are coming to an end. Tang San thought with hidden hatred. Chapter 299. Uncle and nephew turn against each other, Shui Xing is killed. Splendid. Truly splendid. Although today's opening ceremony had ended, the audience still hadn't had enough. Not only did they see the Heaven Do Empire's Emperor Shui Bang, but they also saw the continent's strongest person, Lu Chen. Furthermore, in the first exhibition match, they saw a young spirit master at the Spirit King level. This truly opened their eyes. As the audience gradually exited, Shui Bang and Shui Xing, after bowing to Lu Chen, also returned to the palace under the protection of many royal enshrinements. Lu Chen watched the departing Shui Bang, then looked at the gradually exiting Tang San, his eyes filled with a playful look. Shui Bang and Tang San, the master and disciple from the original work, it seems they're going to get mixed up together again. Interesting, truly interesting. Afterward, Lu Chen took Huyan Zhen, sect master Feng Beilong, and others, and flew to the resting area of the participating teams to meet up with Yin, Aru, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Du Guyan, and the others. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "The opening ceremony is over. How did you feel today?" Yin reported today's experiences, then specifically mentioned, "Moss Dean, at the entrance of the Great Spirit Arena, we happened to encounter the Shrek Academy team. That person named Tang San in their team had a thick scent of blood on him, and his aura was extremely evil. His Spirit King level cultivation was definitely not obtained through his own cultivation. Should we find an opportunity to get rid of such a bloodthirsty person?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes held a strange look. Tang San was Yin's son, at least his body was, and half of his bloodline came from Yin. Hearing the words, "get rid of Tang San," from Yin's mouth was truly ironic. Lu Chen nodded seriously and said, "This person can already be called a fallen spirit master. He indeed deserves to be killed, but it must be done with justifiable cause. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan, if you encounter Tang San in the Spirit Master competition, beat him within an inch of his life. Make him reveal his true face on the arena and trigger his bloodthirsty nature. Let the audience of Heaven Do City see what kind of thing Tang San is. Once everyone recognizes Tang San's true nature, it will be the day he dies." Xiao Wu immediately stated her stance, a look of disgust appearing on her small face. "No problem, Boss Lu Chen. Just leave it to us. Tang San is so disgusting now. The smell on him makes me want to vomit. There's the smell of human blood and the smell of spirit beast blood. I will never let such a disgusting guy off." After Xiao Wu finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan also expressed their stances one after another. If they encountered Tang San on the arena, they would definitely beat him to death. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, then waved his hand. "All right, let's head back too. We'll come back tomorrow when the qualifiers officially begin. The qualifiers are a single round-robin tournament. You'll run into the Shrek Academy team sooner or later. I'm just afraid they won't dare to accept the challenge. So during the matches, do not reveal your full strength. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, you will take turns leading the other 6 members in the qualifiers. As for Yan, you should wait until the promotion matches or even the finals to make your appearance. Lest you scare Tang San so much he doesn't dare to fight." Du Guyan was a spirit Douluo. Once she appeared, there wouldn't be anything for the others to do. Shrek Academy teams Flender and Yu Xiaogang weren't fools either. Once they knew Du Guyan's true strength, they would definitely try their best to avoid a confrontation with her. Hearing Lu Chen's arrangements, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Then the group returned to the longevity sect. Meanwhile, inside the palace, relying on the waste token bestowed by Shui Bang, Tang San entered the palace without any hindrance. At this moment, Tang San's heart was racing. In the past, he would have been stopped and questioned before even getting close to the palace. Now, just by appearing in the Spirit Master competition, he had obtained a waste token bestowed by Emperor Shui Bang, allowing him to move freely within the palace. Tang San took a deep breath. "I've finally waited for this day." Shui Bang, having learned of Tang San's arrival, summoned him in the imperial study, a friendly smile on his face. "Haha, Tang San, I just gave you the waste token and you couldn't wait to see me. Do you have something on your mind?" Seeing Shui Bang, Tang San knelt down with a thud and shouted with grief and indignation. "Your Majesty, my father is innocent." Shui Bang showed a look of confusion and frowned, saying, "Tell me in detail, who is your father? What grievance has he suffered?" Tang San's body trembled as he cried out his grievance, nearly in tears. "Your Majesty, my father is Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Douluo of the Clear Sky sect. My father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect could never have assassinated the late emperor. All of this was done by Lu Chen. He has a grudge against us, father and son. He killed the late emperor and framed my father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect. I beg your Majesty to be as clear-sighted as a hawk. You cannot let Lu Chen, the culprit, go unpunished. I know Lu Chen is powerful, but the Heaven Do Empire also has a million-strong army. I believe that one person's strength can never contend with the strength of a nation. As Tang San cried out his grievance, Shui Bang's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected Tang San to be a remnant of the Clear Sky sect. Whether Tang Hao and the people of the Clear Sky sect were innocent or not, Shui Bang knew perfectly well. Back then, it was he who knelt before Lu Chen and revealed the details of the banquet. Attended by Shui Yi and many experts of the Clear Sky sect. It could be said that although Lu Chen was the one who killed Shui Yi and the Clear Sky sect experts, it was inextricably linked to Shui Bang. He had thought there were no more remnants of the Clear Sky sect on this Douluo continent. He truly hadn't expected this. Today, a remnant of the Clear Sky sect had actually run to him to cry grievance. A trace of killing intent erupted in Shui Bang's heart. If Tang San found out the truth of what happened back then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Shui Bang was wondering whether to immediately summon the royal enshrinements to kill Tang San in the palace, Tang San spoke again. Your Majesty, I know this is hard to believe, but I am willing to guarantee with my own head that my father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect are absolutely innocent. In my view, the Clear Sky sect is just a sect. They have no noble status and don't have the support of the subjects. Even if they killed the late emperor, they couldn't possibly usurp the throne. They had no motive at all. On the contrary, Lu Chen has always been unconventional. The late emperor tried to recruit him several times, but he refused. This kind of undisciplined and lawless person is the most likely culprit to have murdered the late emperor. I have come today, first to seek justice for my father, and second to present a treasure to your Majesty. Although Lu Chen is powerful, this treasure of mine can allow ordinary people to possess power comparable to a spirit master. As long as the Heaven Do Empire's million-strong army is equipped with my treasure, it can definitely exhaust Lu Chen's spirit power and then kill him. Tang San possessed the purple demon eye and had excellent eyesight. He saw the ugly expression on Shui Bang's face, but since he didn't know the truth of the past, he didn't guess Shui Bang's real thoughts. He thought Shui Bang was worried that Lu Chen was too powerful and that a million-strong army might not be able to contend with him. So Tang San reached for the 24 moonlit bridges at his waist and took out a special hidden weapon, which was none other than the godly Zug crossbow. These words struck a chord in Shui Bang's heart. Shui Bang also hated Lu Chen to death in his heart. If there really was a chance to kill Lu Chen, he wouldn't mind temporarily sparing Tang San. Looking at the strange weapon in Tang San's hand, Shui Bang asked curiously. Tang San, introduce your treasure to me. Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He had taken a huge risk coming here today. Now Shui Bang hadn't blamed him but was instead concerned about his treasure, indicating that Shui Bang already believed what he said. Tang San immediately began the introduction. This hidden weapon of mine is called the Godly Zug crossbow. Ordinary soldiers can use it too. It has a special internal structure and can fire 40 bolts at once, capable of piercing through the protective defenses of a spirit ancestor. Please think about it, Your Majesty. If thousands upon thousands of godly Zug crossbows were equipped to a legion of the Heaven Do Empire, a single volley would be 400,000 bolts. Even if Lu Chen can block them, it will greatly consume his spirit power. As long as he can't destroy the godly Zug crossbow legion before his spirit power is exhausted, then once his spirit power is gone, he will be like a fish on a chopping block, at Your Majesty's disposal. Actually, I have also designed some even more powerful hidden weapons, enough to cause harm to a spirit saint, spirit Douluo, or even a titled Douluo. However, those hidden weapons require special materials, and I am short on funds and cannot gather them for the time being. If Your Majesty provides support, I will definitely be able to create those even more powerful hidden weapons. By then, a mere Lu Chen will also die at the hands of Your Majesty's million-strong army. Shui Bang was quite moved by what he heard. He walked forward, took the godly Zug crossbow from Tang San's hand, and personally test-fired a shot according to Tang San's instructions. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the godly Zug crossbow fired 40 bolts. The force was strong, turning a distant pillar into a sieve. The pillars in the palace were made of 100-year spiritual wood, in other words, they were all 100-year plant spirit beasts. A pillar made from a 100-year plant spirit beast was actually pierced through so easily. The power of this godly Zug crossbow was indeed as Tang San said, capable of tearing through the protective defenses of a spirit ancestor. If a hidden weapon like this were equipped to a legion of 10,000, or even a legion of 100,000, then who in this world could resist it? Not to mention that Tang San had even more powerful hidden weapons in his hands, enough to even harm a titled Douluo. Shui Bang's heart surged. He seemed to see the hope of dealing with Lu Chen. His expression flickered as he pondered how to choose. After a long time, Shui Bang took a long breath, his eyes firm, having completely made up his mind. Tang San, to tell you the truth, I have always had doubts about the deaths of my father and eldest brother. It's just that Lu Chen's strength is great, and I saw no hope of resisting him. But it's different now. This hidden weapon you brought, as well as your own talent, have shown me the hope of dealing with Lu Chen. However, wanting to contend with Lu Chen is not something that can be done overnight. I am willing to support you and provide you with materials. You will forge enough hidden weapons for me to equip my million-strong army. With a million-strong army using hidden weapons, I don't believe Lu Chen can't be killed. Additionally, there is one more thing. In this Heaven Do Empire, my power is actually quite limited. My uncle, Prince Shui Xing, is very close to Du Gubo. He was arranged by Lu Chen to monitor me. Back then, under Lu Chen's coercion, I appointed him as the Prince Regent. Now his power is such that even I feel threatened. If he doesn't die, any move we make will definitely be known by Lu Chen. If you truly want to avenge your father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect, I am willing to assist you, but you must first kill Prince Shui Xing for me. Only by removing this obstacle will I truly have the final say in the Heaven Do Empire. As long as Prince Shui Xing is alive, he will never allow us to become enemies with Lu Chen. Tang San, in this palace, there are no telling how many people are Prince Shui Xing's eyes and ears. I don't trust them. Can I trust you? Now that Shui Bang had secured the throne, the still regent Prince Shui Xing was an eyesore. Moreover, Shui Bang knew his uncle well, greedy for power, fond of women, and cowardly. If he knew that Shui Bang wanted to deal with Lu Chen, he would go to report it immediately. If Prince Shui Xing didn't die, Shui Bang wouldn't dare to make any move. Since he had decided to deal with Lu Chen, Prince Shui Xing had to be handled in advance. Even if it was his own uncle, if he blocked his path, there was only the path to death. A flush of color appeared on Tang San's pale face from excitement. He had finally persuaded Shui Bang to support him. He was enveloped by a wave of immense joy, feeling lightheaded. He finally saw the hope of revenge. Tang San knelt before Shui Bang and said in a powerful voice, I am willing to be the blade in your majesty's hand and clear away that hidden danger, Shui Xing, for your majesty. Shui Bang shouted, Good. His eyes flashed with cold light as he spoke in a low voice. Good, Tang San, you do not fail me, and I shall not fail you. I will send someone to invite Shui Xing to discuss matters. You will hide in the palace then. When you see Shui Xing, kill him. Don't say a single word to him, lest you be swayed by him. A blood-red light surged in Tang San's eyes. I obey. The command. ... A short while later, Prince Shui Xing was invited to a hall in the palace. Because the messenger said Shui Bang had matters to discuss with him, out of trust for his nephew, Shui Xing arrived without any suspicion. As a result, when he entered the hall, he didn't see Shui Bang, but only the murderous Tang San. Shui Xing showed a look of incomprehension and said in a deep voice, Tang San, why are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Tang San lunged forward. 8 forest white bone spikes extended from his back. It was another set of 8 spider lances that Tang San had managed to obtain. The 8 bone spikes thrust out like lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the sound of tearing flesh, the 8 bone spikes pierced through Prince Shui Xing's body. Ah, ugh. Shui Xing spat out blood, unable to speak a complete word. His eyes gradually became lifeless, and he didn't understand what was happening even as he died. For Shui Bang, there was now one less person who knew the truth of the past, and he could freely deceive Tang San for his own use. Chapter 300. Revealing his true nature. After Shui Xing was killed, Shui Bang no longer had any constraints. It was as if the final shackles had been unlocked, and he felt a wave of relief throughout his entire body. That very day, He allocated a large amount of resources for Tang San to forge hidden weapons, but Tang San was only one person, and he still had to participate in the Spirit Master competition, leaving him unable to attend to everything. Furthermore, it was impossible for him alone to forge 1,000,000 hidden weapons. Consequently, Tang San sent a letter to Tai Tan, asking him to bring the Strength Clan back to Heaven Do City. Tang San assured Shui Bang that the Strength Clan were all high-level blacksmiths, and if they were to forge the hidden weapons, the quality would be absolutely guaranteed. Shui Bang had no choice but to patiently wait for the Strength Clan to arrive. The next day, the news of Shui Xing's death was tightly sealed by Shui Bang. It had not spread out to this day, nor had it caused any ripples in Heaven Do City. The Spirit Master competition proceeded as usual. On the VIP platform, Lu Chen glanced at Shui Bang and said in a leisurely tone, "Shui Bang, your uncle didn't come today." Being addressed directly by his name, Shui Bang secretly gritted his teeth, but because it was Lu Chen who called him, Shui Bang dared not speak out despite his anger. He reluctantly forced a smile. "Your Excellency, my uncle is ill and needs to recuperate at home for a while." Lu Chen smiled noncommittally. "Your uncle and the Grand Elder of our sect have quite a good relationship. If his illness is serious, I can have the Grand Elder go and check on him. After all, they have a friendship spanning many years." Shui Bang quickly waved his hands and said, "No need, no need. It's just a minor illness, no need to trouble poison Douluo personally. My uncle will be fine after resting for a while." Shui Xing was already dead, killed by Tang San under the instigation of Shui Bang. Now, Shui Bang certainly dared not let anyone see Shui Xing. If they were to see him, it would only be his corpse. Lu Chen looked leisurely towards the arena. Inside Tang San's body, there was an extra scent of blood. It was precisely the scent from Shui Xing's body, which could not be hidden from his divine thought at all. Shui Xing, that cowardly fellow, actually died at the hands of Tang San. Shui Bang, you are truly ruthless, using my hand to eliminate Shui Yi so you could ascend to the throne, and using Tang San's hand to eliminate Shui Xing so you could seize power. Hey, it seems the next step should be dealing with me. However, where does your confidence come from? An ant trying to shake a tree, foolish and unaware of its own ignorance. Then use all your means to amuse me. Lu Chen thought to himself, hoping that the union of Shui Bang and Tang San could truly bring him some amusement, otherwise, it would be too boring. Realizing that Lu Chen was no longer questioning him, Shui Bang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chen had insisted on asking about Shui Xing's situation, Shui Bang would have had to think of a way to deceive Lu Chen. At this moment, the first match of the day had already begun on the arena. It was the Elephant Armor Academy, one of the 5 Elements Academies, facing off against Shrek Academy, which had made quite a splash yesterday. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team activated their spirits, instantly transforming into mountains of flesh. They were all members of the Elephant Armored Academy and possessed the Diamond Mammoth spirit. There were no support soul masters, control soul masters, etc. They were all Diamond Mammoth spirit masters, pushing their defensive capabilities to the peak. Their configuration of 4 spirit elders and 3 spirit ancestors also ignited the emotions of the audience present. The Elephant Armor Academy team consisted of 4 spirit elders and 3 spirit ancestors, while the Shrek Academy team consisted of 5 spirit elders, 1 spirit ancestor, and 1 spirit king. In the eyes of the audience, there was bound to be a fierce battle today. As the 7 members of the Shrek Academy team activated their spirits, Tang San's spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black pushed the atmosphere at the scene to a climax. On the VIP platform, Huyan Zhen, sitting next to Lu Chen, looked at the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team in the arena. His face was full of pride as he whispered to Lu Chen, "Sect Master, just watch. Although that Tang San is a spirit king, our Elephant Armor Academy team is not to be trifled with, and we will definitely be able to force Tang San to reveal his true nature." Lu Chen chuckled upon hearing this. "Then I shall wait and see." While the two were talking, the referee on the arena also announced the start of the match. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team, led by their captain Huyan Li, lined up and, like heavy tanks, rolled towards the 7 members of Shrek. As a control soul master, Tang San made the first move. With a blue-silver prison, the blue-black-blue-silver grass formed 7 cages, trapping the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team respectively. Huyan Li roared, and together with the other 6 members, unleashed their spirit ability. Their various spirit rings shone with light, releasing an overwhelming aura. With a sudden dash, they tore apart the 7 blue-silver prisons. The violent fluctuations of spirit power seemed to condense into 7 diamond mammoths roaring at the sky in midair, and a strong sense of oppression rushed towards them. This caused the expressions of the 7 members of the Shrek Academy team to change drastically. Tang San's blue-silver grass had neither undergone a second awakening nor consumed an immortal herb, it was still just the most ordinary blue-silver grass. Even when using the 10,000-year spirit ability, blue-silver prison, it could still be easily shattered by Huyan Li and the others. Tang San's face was very dark, and he became increasingly disgusted with his trash spirit, blue-silver grass. He was already a spirit king, yet the 10,000-year spirit ability he unleashed couldn't even trap a group of spirit elders and spirit ancestors. Since Tang San's control skills were ineffective, watching the 7 mountains of flesh from Elephant Armor Academy getting closer, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jingling each ate one of Oscar's emerald sausages. A layer of emerald green keratin appeared on the surface of their bodies, greatly enhancing their defensive power, and then they met the 7 mountains of flesh from the Elephant Armor Academy. Dai Mubai roared, but his voice was somewhat shrill, perhaps due to the lack of male hormones after having his manhood cut off. Although he possessed the white tiger spirit, he gave people a soft and weak feeling. He successively used 2 spirit abilities, White Tiger Shield and White Tiger Vajra Transformation, raising his aura to the peak. As a result, Huyan Li and the other 3 spirit ancestors each threw a punch, sending Dai Mubai flying backwards while vomiting blood. Even the strongest, Dai Mubai, was like this, and Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jingling didn't fare any better. Under the charge of the Diamond Mammoth Spirit Masters, they were tossed into the air one after another. Especially Ma Hongjun. His fat figure was like a ball, being tossed up and down in midair, constantly shrieking. Watching his teammates be so useless, Tang San was so angry that his eyes turned red, he had no choice but to go all out. Parasite. Tang San activated the Parasite Spirit ability. Instantly, the blue-silver spores that had contaminated Huyan Li and the other 7 grew into blue-black-blue-silver vines, binding Huyan Li and the other 7. At the same time, spikes shot out from the blue-silver vines, attempting to pierce through the skin of Huyan Li and the others to inject neurotoxins. But the defense of Huyan Li and the others was simply too strong. The spikes on the blue-silver grass could not pierce through that thick layer of keratin at all. At this moment, Huyan Li sneered, thinking that mere blue-silver grass can bind our brothers is simply delusional. Under Huyan Li's roar, the blue-silver vines on his body snapped one by one. Bang, 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 earthy yellow light burst forth, setting him off like a heavenly god, and he easily broke free from the binding of the blue-silver vines. After breaking free himself, he turned around and helped his brothers tear off the blue-silver vines that were binding them. Immediately, the 7 mountains of flesh, having shaken off their restraints, rolled towards Tang San and the others once more. That terrifying sense of oppression made the arena tremble, and the encirclement grew smaller and smaller. Tang San and his group had reached the point where they had nowhere to hide. Oscar and Zhang Zhu, the 2 support soul masters, could only hide behind Tang San. One made sausages, while the other released a healing halo, treating Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jingling who had been knocked down earlier. Tang San's eyes were red. On the very first day of the official competition, he had encountered an opponent like the Elephant Armor Academy. He had been pushed to the edge of a cliff. I cannot lose. Tang San roared, and the spirit power that he had been suppressing within his body finally erupted completely. Dazzling blood-colored light burst out from his body, forming twisted blood-colored clouds in midair. A nauseating scent of blood drifted out from those blood-colored clouds. Many of the countless spectators present were just ordinary people. Smelling that scent of blood, everyone was scared stiff, their faces turning pale. There were even some women, children, and the elderly who vomited directly. That scent of blood was so thick, it couldn't be dispersed, making everyone feel as if they were seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Tang San's body was surrounded by blood-colored clouds, making him look like an asura returning from hell. He raised his hand and waved. Blue-silver prison. Roots of blood-colored blue-silver grass rose from the ground, forming 7 blood-colored blue-silver prisons, trapping Huyan Li and the others inside. Huyan Li still wanted to shatter the blue-silver prison, but this time, the blue-silver prison was as hard as refined iron. No matter how much his fists pounded against it with a bang-bang sound, there was no sign of it shattering at all. Devil spider spikes. Tang San's eyes were scarlet, and he was already controlled by the will to kill. With a wave of his hand, dozens of blue-silver vines pierced towards Huyan Li and the others. Crack, crack. Amidst the sound of flesh being torn, the thick keratin layer of Huyan Li and the others was finally torn open, pierced through by the blood-red blue-silver grass. Blood-colored light surged, and the blood in Huyan Li's body was being rapidly drained away. Stop. Seeing the miserable appearance of his grandson, Huyan Zhen could no longer sit still. He leapt onto the arena, causing the ground to tremble and his spirit power to oscillate, sweeping away all the blue-silver grass. With one punch, he shattered the blood-colored blue-silver prison and gathered his grandson Huyan Li into his arms. Looking at Huyan Li, who was on the verge of death with a pale face, Huyan Zhen's killing intent soared to the sky. He glared at Tang San and roared, "You damned fallen spirit master! To actually have such evil means, devouring my grandson's blood. Looking at the blood aura soaring from your body, that scent of blood is enough to make people vomit even from 100 or 80 meters away. I really don't know how many people you have killed to attain this Spirit King cultivation level. You naturally evil fallen Spirit Master, this old man will destroy you right now."